Chapter 1. September 20th, 2022. Magic City, Huaqing University. The drowning of Xin Ci, the school beauty of the Fine Arts Department, has attracted attention. The students rushed to the scene without stopping. Not only did they see the beautiful school beauty who had fainted, they also saw a handsome young man clinging to the school beauty. Wait, who is that person lying next to the school beauty? So handsome. Is there such a handsome guy in our college? He's even more handsome than Tomato's readers. His looks are even better than my Huaqing Daniel Wu. But why are they lying together? Both men and women kept exclaiming. Medical staff had arrived and hurriedly carried the person away. The girls watched them leave reluctantly. The full text is over. No way. Ding. The system has been successfully installed. Yifan suddenly heard a strange sound. What's going on? Who's talking? Yifan opened his eyes with difficulty. He was stunned to find himself in the hospital. Yifan remembered that a girl fell into the water, so he jumped into the lake to save her. However, due to lack of strength, he fainted after dragging the girl to the shore. Could he be dead already? Now you can get a free activation gift package and exchange your sensory experience with the school beauty Xin Ci. You endure the hardship while she endures, and you enjoy the happiness while she enjoys it. Oh shit. As a bookworm who has always read online novels, I have always dreamed of having a system. I never thought that my dream would come true. Isn't Xin Ci the school beauty goddess admired by all the boys in the school? She is the most beautiful and also the coldest. Boys flock to her one after another and want to become her dogs to please her, but she remains indifferent. In fact, Yifan also has a good impression of Xin Ci, but Xin Ci ignores him. In the end, she was bound to herself? In other words, he can feel everything she does? In addition, as long as the system detects your interaction, the host can earn points and participate in the system lottery to win rewards. The trial period is 2 months and will automatically expire, at which time you will return to normal mode. The system then began to provide Xin Ci's information to Yifan. Gender: female, age, 20, height, 175 centimeters, weight, 45 kilograms, identity, the only daughter of the Mu family Chable group, assets, 1 trillion, N zeros omitted, RMB, hobbies, yoga, flower arranging, tea art, hand painting, calligraphy, photography, dancing, horseback riding. Another reminder, when you are in close contact, sensory experiences can overlap. When Yifan was in a good mood, there was a knock on the door, dong dong dong. Yifan noticed a man in a suit and tie entering the ward. He thanked Yifan respectfully. Thank you for saving our eldest daughter. I am Mu's secretary. This is a small gift from our chairman. It is not a token of respect. A check was handed to Yifan. A total of 300,000. Yifan's eyes widened. With 300,000, you can buy as many figures as you want, eat as much as you want in the restaurant, and buy as many skins as you want. This also made him feel happy. At the same time, in the top ward, Xin Ci, lying on the hospital bed, opened her eyes. She fluttered her long eyelashes. Her eyes were cold, a little confused, and a little weak. Daughter, you're awake. When Father Mu saw his precious daughter waking up, he suddenly clenched Xin Ci's hand, extremely excited. Xin Ci heaved a sigh of relief when she found out she was still alive. I was rescued. Yes, it seems to be a young man from your college. Fortunately, he was rescued in time. Otherwise something would have happened. Mu's father replied. Xin Ci nodded lightly. Is he okay? She had a vague impression that someone jumped into the water to save her, but she didn't see the person's face. The doctor checked and found nothing serious. He can be discharged today. Dad will help you get settled. Thank him well. That's good. Xin Ci slightly lowered her thick eyelashes. Are you hungry? Dad has asked someone to prepare meals. You have to take good care of your body now. Father Mu dotes on his daughter. He holds her in his hands for fear of dropping her, and holds her in his mouth for fear of melting her. Xin Ci had no objection. Father Mu immediately had the dishes served and placed on the dining table. Scallop and shrimp congee, chicken soup with matsutake mushrooms, fresh almas caviar, braised shark's fin, lobster omelette, Leonzi slipper lobster, wolfberry shark's fin soup, rock sugar bloodbird's nest. Xin Ci picked up the spoon and took a mouthful of the scallop and shrimp porridge. As a result, a spicy and stimulating taste filled the mouth. Very sour and smelly. Cough, cough, cough. Xin Ci started coughing and suddenly found it difficult to swallow. It's so spicy and sour. How is that possible? I asked the state banquet chef to make this. Father Mu was stunned. The porridge isn't spoiled, so how could it be sour? After all, my daughter has a very picky taste and is very particular about what she eats. Father Mu certainly cannot be negligent and must satisfy his daughter's appetite. This scallop and shrimp porridge would sell for thousands of dollars outside. Xin Ci frowned. It's true. She took another bite of caviar. The caviar, which should have been smooth and delicious, exuded a disgusting sour bamboo shoot smell. What's even more ridiculous is that when Xin Ci took a sip of the chicken soup, which looked so light, it turned out to be sour, spicy, and choking in her mouth. Dad, I seem to have a problem with my sense of taste. Xin Ci shouted to her father in panic. Father Mu realized the seriousness of the matter and hurried to call a doctor. At this moment, Yi Fan, who was in the next ward, was eating snail noodles with relish. The tip of the tongue can taste the delicious and mellow aroma of scallop and shrimp porridge. It's hot and tastes absolutely amazing. Yi Fan smacked his lips and savored the taste of caviar. So fresh and sweet. You have to know that caviar is too luxurious for ordinary people, especially the high-quality almas caviar, which costs hundreds of yuan per spoonful. Its deliciousness is indeed obvious. So delicious. Unexpectedly, he ate a meal of snail noodles that cost less than 20 yuan, and actually tasted the top-notch delicacy that can only be eaten for tens of thousands of yuan. Just now I was enjoying the delicious Yi Fan, but I didn't know that something unexpected would happen soon. Chapter 2 / In the VIP department, Father Mu asked anxiously, Doctor, what happened to my daughter? After looking at the test results, the doctor said to Mu's father, after our examination, Miss Mu is fine, just a little weak. Her taste disorder may be related to not getting enough rest. She should just rest well. After hearing this, Father Mu felt relieved. He told Xin Ci, Daughter, you are just too tired. Just go back and have a good rest. After checking that the data was correct, Xin Ci felt that she had been too tired recently and was having hallucinations. She obviously didn't do anything now. I actually felt some muscle soreness and weakness, especially my legs which felt tired and heavy. It seems that I really need to go back and recuperate. Mu's father completed the discharge procedures for Xin Ci, intending to let Xin Ci go home and rest well. After coming out of the hospital gate, Xin Ci felt her eyelids heavy. She was so tired that she accidentally bumped into a passing figure. Yi Fan subconsciously covered his forehead. He went out to handle the discharge procedures and unexpectedly bumped into someone. Now he felt a slight swelling on his forehead. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have collided closely with the target and earned 300 points. Yi Fan immediately started to draw lots. Congratulations on receiving a Kawasaki H2 motorcycle. It's currently parked in the hospital garage, along with a certificate proving the veteran driver's exceptional driving skills. Kawasaki H2 motorcycle is Yi Fan's dream car, especially now that I have superb driving skills and can get in a car without taking any test. It's really cool. When Yi Fan heard the painful sound, he noticed the beautiful girl surrounded by a group of black-clad bodyguards. Her long black hair reached her waist, and her palm-sized face was delicate and charming, with snow-white skin. Her whole face was extremely beautiful, but her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and she was covering her arms, looking a little innocent and pitiful. Yi Fan was very familiar with this face. Ever since he entered school, the boys' topics of conversation have always been about her. She has such a beautiful face, a good family background, and a hot body. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, his breath became slightly hot. Yi Fan never expected to be tied to such a goddess. It was thanks to her that I was able to enjoy the best food just now. Yi Fan just ate snail noodles. She should like it, right? He didn't understand what flavor she liked, but snail noodles were so delicious. The locals loved it, and Yi Fan never got tired of it. At this moment, Xin Ci's forehead didn't hurt at all. It was obvious that her forehead hit the other person's arm. Advertisement, but her arm felt like it was hit by something hard and was numb. Hearing another magnetic and sexy moan, she looked up in surprise. She saw a handsome boy standing in front of her, rubbing his forehead gently. The boy was tall and thin, with a majestic figure and a masculine aura. His black, fine hair had a faint halo in the sunlight, and his black eyes and thin lips had a beautiful curve. He was a bright and energetic young man. Are you okay? The voice was also a subwoofer. It's okay. Xin Ci replied in a cold tone. Sorry for bumping into you. I also have some doubts in my mind. He didn't hit his head, so why was he rubbing his forehead? As a result, something happened that surprised Xin Ci. Her fingers felt the smooth skin of his forehead. It synchronized with his movements. While Xin Ci was still doubting her, her father was already calling her outside the hospital. Daughter, what's wrong? Get in the car quickly. Okay. Xin Ci responded and walked towards Mu's father. She passed him by, and Yi Fan still watched her leave with some reluctance. After all, it was the first time I had close contact with the goddess. In the end, she left without saying much. But fortunately, the target I have bound to is her, so there is still a long way to go. Haha, it's more important to pick up the car. Parking lot. After completing the discharge procedures, Yifan saw the black Kawasaki H2 motorcycle with fine workmanship and beautiful design. Finally got it. Yifan touched the motorcycle with satisfaction. I just rode on it without saying a word. It was so cool. Especially wearing a helmet is so cool. Yifan drove the motorcycle out directly. It's cloudy and windy today. It's hard to get a taxi in Yifan, and the bus isn't on my way, so I have to ride a motorcycle. Yifan specially added an extra coat, which should be enough to keep him warm. After he started driving, he did not feel the wind or the cold, but only felt the comfort of his back leaning against the luxurious car cushion and the heater blowing, warm as spring. There is no doubt that Xin Ci must be sitting in a top-of-the-line luxury car. Advertisement, just now, Yifan saw Xin Ci get into a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Now he can enjoy the comfort of riding in a luxury car without any effort. So cool. But Yifan didn't expect that while he was enjoying himself, Xin Ci was suffering. Achoo. Xin Ci sneezed. She was now trembling. Her nose was red, and she felt a chill as if blown by the wind. It's so cold. She looked at her arms. After seeing this, Mu's father became nervous and quickly scolded the driver. Hurry up and turn up the temperature. However, it was useless. No matter how high the temperature was, Xin Ci still felt chilly. Her eyes were red from the cold, sparkling with tears, and she looked so pitiful. It's so strange. Even though I'm sitting in a warm and comfortable car, I still feel the cold wind. I was clearly resting, but it felt like I was riding a motorcycle. Why did her body become so strange after falling into the water this time? Could it be that she is possessed by a ghost? Yifan had already returned to the college on his motorcycle and arrived at dormitory 502. Climbing stairs is very tiring, especially on the 5th floor. But now my waist and legs don't ache anymore. It feels so comfortable. After opening the dormitory door, I saw 3 of my roommates playing League of Legends. Are you back? Do you want to play some games? Asked my roommate Xiao excitedly. Fat Tiger, who was typing away on his keyboard, muttered in surprise. Why are you back so late today? Where were you this afternoon when you didn't have classes? You missed a big show. The school beauty fell into the water today. Yes, he was sent to the hospital after being rescued. It seems that he is not seriously injured. I heard that the person who saved him is a guy from our department. He is really a hero. I will pay for his milk tea for a month to thank him. Otherwise, I won't be able to see the campus beauty. Brother Lei said excitedly. Xiaowu said excitedly. I can take care of his meals for a week. Hearing what they said, Yifan nodded with satisfaction. You must keep your word, and I will be the one to save the school beauty. Oh, that's okay. Several heads nodded. But after thinking about it, I quickly exclaimed, oh shit. UB asterisk 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 D. Are you the one who saved the school beauty? Holy crap, the hero is in our dorm. When the goddess got into trouble, you were the hero who saved her. Duh. Chapter 3. Yifan nodded. Yes, remember to buy snacks and milk tea. After Yifan happily got the delicious food, he glanced at the pile of empty instant noodle buckets and takeout boxes on his table. He immediately exploded with anger. Brother, please throw everything in the trash after you finish eating. Also, Xiaowu, what's up with those pairs of stinky socks on my bed? Did you throw them there? Are you trying to research biochemical weapons? I've been wearing them for days, and you haven't washed them yet. If it were any other time, Yifan would have been P asterisk 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 D off. But now his sense of smell has been swapped with that of the school beauty, and he can't smell it at all. This won't be a problem for him anymore, that's great. He also smelled the fragrance of flowers and the scent of girls' rooms. Ah, I can finally escape from this dirty and smelly doghouse and smell something normal. It smells so good. I guess Xin Ci is living in a mansion now, but Yifan still had to make sure these bastards were cleaned up properly. The hygiene of the men's dormitory is worrying, but he is the dormitory head and has a heavy responsibility. However, several roommates had stopped playing games and were all idle, surrounding Yifan to ask questions. What's going on? How did you save the school beauty? How's the school beauty? Did you give her artificial respiration? Kiss her. Yifan raised an eyebrow. Beauty is like a wolf or a tiger. It can destroy people's will and break their hearts. Please don't be so dirty, okay? Then tell me the details. Yes, we are all brothers. There is nothing to keep secret. Facing his brother's urging, Yifan said seriously. The desk is too dirty. The socks are too smelly. The dormitory is too dirty. The garbage is not taken out. And the homework is not done. Legu, I'm doing my homework. Fat Tiger, I'll clean. Xiaowu, I'll wash the socks. The 3 beastly roommates completely gave it their all just to eat the melon. Normally, they are like lazy bugs. They would never stand if they can sit, and would never sit if they can lie down. But now they are more diligent than each other. As the dormitory head, Yifan can finally have a holiday. It's so relaxing. Yifan stretched lazily. Of course, after a group of people have done something good, they will naturally continue to gossip about Yifan. Yifan explained the whole story, of course keeping the system secret. Everyone stared at each other. I didn't expect such a magical thing to happen. You're the school beauty's savior now. That's amazing. That's 300,000. Why are you still working? It's more than enough for living expenses. This is a godsend. Oh, why wasn't I there? Otherwise, this good thing would have happened to me. Seeing everyone's regretful expressions, Yifan felt very proud. Hey, you don't know yet that I have a very powerful system. I have it, you don't. Xin Ci had just returned home when she felt her legs were sore and swollen, and there was also an unbearable foot odor in the house. There was also a disgusting smell of instant noodles mixed in. The stench was enough to make her faint. It smells so bad. There was clearly incense burning in the room and a lot of fresh flowers placed there, so the smell should be pleasant. Xin Ci sprayed a lot of perfume, but she couldn't smell the fragrance. She still felt the smell at the tip of her nose was unbearable. There was no choice but for Xin Ci to escape to the bathroom. I'm just too tired and have hallucinations. I'll be fine after taking a good bath and resting. Xin Ci comforted herself. After all, she had just fallen into the water and was stimulated, so it was normal for her to have confusion in her sense of taste, smell, and touch. She sighed. When will her body feel normal again? But at this moment, Yifan felt very hot and walked around in the dormitory. What's wrong? Fat Tiger asked. It's okay, just a little hot. Yifan fanned himself with his hands. The school beauty seems to be taking a sauna. How can he not be hot like this? Xiaowu muttered. It's only around 10 degrees Celsius now. How can it be so hot? But I didn't know that Yifan was bound to a system. Fortunately, this painful period finally ended after a while. Yifan also let out a sigh. After that, he enjoyed the smooth touch of high-quality clothes, which were extremely comfortable to wear. It is much more comfortable than the t-shirt that Yifan bought for just over 10 yuan. The material is different. Yifan was lying on the bed. What I felt was not the low-quality, hard wooden bed in the dormitory. It's the soft feel of the mattress. So comfortable, Yifan is very comfortable. The bed that Xin Ci was lying on probably cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. Not only does it not make any creaking noises when you turn over, but you can also feel the elasticity of the Simmons bed. However, Xin Ci was not so comfortable. I was sleeping on a mattress worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, but it didn't feel soft at all. Instead, I felt the bed was too hard and my back and waist ached. She tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. He was obviously very sleepy and had already closed his eyes and fell asleep. But her consciousness was very clear. She even felt water splashing on her body, as if someone was taking a shower. God, she must be crazy. She had such a weird dream. Chapter 4. The next morning, in the cafeteria, Xiaowu and Fat Tiger looked at the porridge in the bowl with melancholy. Is this porridge or soup? There is no rice at all. It's all water. The cafeteria aunt's hands were shaking, and she only gave me half a bowl of porridge. This bun is so hard, there's no meat left. The cafeteria food is terrible. Slurp. While everyone was complaining, they discovered that Yifan was eating really deliciously. I didn't dislike drinking white porridge like everyone else did. Instead, I enjoyed eating it very much. The roommates looked at Yifan in disbelief. How could such a bland soup taste like a delicious meal? Little did they know that what Yifan was eating was actually delicious food. There was a sweet taste between Yifan's lips and teeth. He was drinking white porridge, but what he tasted was the delicious breakfast of the school beauty. The delicious and tender rice rolls, wrapped with eggs, lettuce, and sausage, have a great texture and melt in your mouth. There are also crab roe soup dumplings. The crab roe is from crabs in Yancheng Lake, and it is plump and delicious. The skin is extremely thin, and it is very hot when you bite it. There is also original chicken soup splashing out, wrapped with delicious crab roe. The taste is excellent, and the temperature is just right. The delicious taste makes you want to eat another bite after taking one. Yifan couldn't help but smack his lips and savor the taste. The school beauty seemed to taste the crystal shrimp dumplings again. The translucent skin was soft and delicious when bitten. The shrimps are very fresh, probably freshly cooked, and they taste amazing with a little vinegar sauce. It is too luxurious for ordinary people to have morning tea early in the morning, especially for students who are happy with just a simple breakfast to fill their stomachs. So satisfying. The reason for eating porridge is that it is one of the cleaner foods in the cafeteria. In the morning, students all need a bowl of porridge to moisten their intestines, and it won't irritate their stomachs too much. Yi Fan spent a lot of money today and bought a lot of food, including Xinjian, siamai, seaweed pork floss rolls, and tofu pudding. He ate them in different ways. However, he didn't know that Xin Ci was very picky. She might not even be satisfied with the exquisite and rich breakfast prepared by the state banquet chef, let alone the ordinary food in the cafeteria. Xin Ci felt that her taste was strange, and she always tasted different flavors. It's such a lonely meal. After finishing his meal, Yi Fan returned to the men's dormitory, planning to go out on his motorcycle to do some errands. As a result, he found that there were several beautiful girls surrounding his Kawasaki motorcycle parked downstairs, talking and taking pictures. This motorcycle is so cool. The shape is so unique. This must be very expensive. My brother really likes racing. At this moment, a male voice rang out. It's not expensive. It's just a cheap brand. I estimate it's only around 4,000 or 5,000. What's the point of having a beautiful motorcycle? It's still exposed to the wind and sun. It's not as good as the Wuling Hongguang I bought with my own money. Who is this pretentious person? Definitely not Yi Fan. Yi Fan followed the sound and saw a man with glasses walking towards him arrogantly. The other person was Yi Fan's class monitor, Hong Yi, who loved to show off his knowledge, but was actually just a fake academic. He got his position as class monitor by giving gifts to the counselor. Hong Yi's words made the girls sigh. As expected of the class monitor, he's really knowledgeable. The class monitor is quite impressive, and he's driving a car even though he's still a student. Yeah, there aren't many boys in our school who own cars. Driving really gives you a different perspective. We thought this motorcycle was expensive, but it turns out it's just a modified one to look better. Although Wuling Hongguang is not valuable, it has 4 wheels after all. It's much more comfortable than other boys squeezing into buses and subways. At least I am a car owner. For a moment, all kinds of envious eyes and praises surrounded Hong Yi. Hong Yi touched his nose complacently and pretended to be modest. It's nothing. If you work harder, you can be as good as me. But don't be fooled by the fact that those who drive motorcycles look cool. In fact, those who drive fancy motorcycles are not as good as those of us who drive Wuling Hongguang. They are both good-looking and practical. Yi Fan sneered and walked straight up. He didn't say anything, but the other girl's attention was all focused on Yi Fan. After all, Yi Fan is super handsome and is the most popular boy in the school. In particular, his brave deeds were widely circulated in the school. He is not only a handsome guy, but also a hero. Many girls are fascinated by him. Yi Fan, do you want to take a walk around campus together? We heard you saved the campus beauty. That's amazing. I can't swim either. It feels so dangerous. Yi Fan, why don't you teach me how to swim? I just bought a super sexy bikini. Classmate Yi Fan, have you had breakfast? Let's go to the cafeteria. I heard they have new dishes. If you don't want to go because the cafeteria is too far, I can buy it for you. The girls couldn't wait to stick to Yi Fan, and the hint was very obvious. This also made Hong Yi grit his teeth in hatred. You know, the girls were very enthusiastic about him just now, but when Yi Fan appeared, everything changed. Since the beginning of the school, Yi Fan has been very popular with the opposite S**X. Although Yi Fan is the last in the class, there are still many girls who want to throw themselves into his arms. Now that Yi Fan has saved the school belle, he has become even more famous. Originally, only the girls in his class were enthusiastic about him, but now all the girls in the school admire him. However, Yi Fan was indifferent to these hot and beautiful girls and said calmly, "Sorry, you are blocking my Kawasaki motorcycle." Oh, the girls were shocked. Yi Fan raised the car keys in his hand and said, "The car is mine." Everyone was shocked for a moment. Even Hong Yi couldn't believe it. This cool motorcycle in front of me is actually Yi Fan's? Wasn't Yi Fan so poor before that he could barely make ends meet? How did he own such an expensive motorcycle now? Hong Yi also faced a hot potato. Several girls immediately glared at Hong Yi. A Kawasaki motorcycle? I know that. My brother said it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, not to mention the cost of modification. I didn't expect Yi Fan to have one. Squad leader, didn't you say this was a bargain? Turns out you don't even know what it is. How can your Wuling Hongguang compare with other people's motorcycles? Oh, not only compared with cars, but also compared with people. The girls' complaints continued, and Yi Fan could see Hong Yi's visible social death. The corners of his mouth curled up. Let Hong Yi show off. Now it's backfired. When Yi Fan was about to put on his motorcycle helmet, several girls flirted with him and kept behaving coquettishly. Brother Yi Fan, we want to ride in your car. Classmate Yi Fan, please take me for a ride. My legs are so sore too. I'm wearing black stockings today. Please help me. However, Yi Fan remained indifferent to the girls' advances and replied simply, "No back seat." He put on his helmet and drove away. leaving behind a group of girls who were unwilling but could only stare blankly. Hong Yi felt aggrieved when he saw the girls scrambling to get a ride. He couldn't stand Yifan's arrogance and quickly replied, "It's cold today. You can take my car." The girls were particularly disdainful. "Who wants to ride in your car? It's so bumpy. Your car is small, but how can it compare to brother Yifan's?" Hong Yi was furious after hearing this. He clenched his fists unwillingly as he watched the girls leave in groups of 3 or 5. Little did he know that this scene was seen by a dark shadow on the high-rise building. When Yifan was about to return to the dormitory, suddenly a slim and graceful figure blocked his way. "You were the one who saved me last time, right?" Following the clear voice, Yifan saw the beautiful girl in front of him. She was wearing a white dress that outlined her graceful and sexy figure, with her 36D breasts and slim waist clearly visible. However, she exuded a cold look, and her beautiful eyes were a little tentative. Yifan, the girl in front of him, turned out to be the school beauty Xin Ci. What did she come to see me for? Chapter 5. Yes, it's me. Yifan didn't expect her to come to him on her own initiative. Suddenly she came closer. There is already a unique and pleasant peach scent filling the tip of the nose. It made Yifan feel a bit drunk and intoxicated. But Yifan woke up the next second. Suddenly she grabbed Yifan's hand, and under Yifan's surprised gaze, she actually let him pinch her delicate and soft little face. Yifan felt a little dazed when she felt her face being pinched. System reminder. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully pinched your face and received 200 points. Tisk, that's not right. I don't feel any pain. Xin Ci bit her red lips slightly. Then her beautiful eyes widened. It's actually true. We switched. Yifan was also very surprised. He was actually discovered. After all, he didn't dare to mention such a ridiculous thing to others, for fear of being regarded as a psychopath. I was planning to find a suitable opportunity to tell her, but I didn't expect her to find out. Just when Yifan thought that Xin Ci was going to punch and kick him, he didn't expect that Xin Ci's eyes were filled with tears, and there was a look of grievance on her pretty face. "I haven't been able to eat well or wear warm clothes these past 2 days, and it's all because of you, the culprit." Yifan is not afraid of anything, except seeing girls cry. Now her aggrieved look with tears in her eyes made Yifan's heart soften instantly. "I'm sorry, I didn't want to exchange feelings with you, but it just happened." All of this was done by the dog system. Although it helped him to gain benefits, it was a skill that made exchanges a bit miserable for him and the school bell. Unexpectedly, Xin Ci's fair little hands grabbed Yifan's shirt and whispered, "No matter what, you have to give me back my physical sensation." After a moment, Yifan felt something warm between his lips. He looked at the beautiful girl in front of him in disbelief, and she put her face close to him and kissed him. "If there is no woman in your heart, you will be a god when you draw your sword." However, no matter how hard he tried to numb himself, he was still confused and delirious. His adrenaline was still rising. My heart was beating in a chaotic manner. The disordered breathing of the two people completely made Yifan addicted and fell into it. Such a sweet taste. The school beauty actually kissed him in front of him. "Congratulations to the host. The kiss was successful and you received 2,000 points. Huh. When she let him go, Yifan gasped for breath. He felt the fragrance of Xin Ci still lingering in his mouth. She is so brave, but he likes it very much. Yifan couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. However, Xin Ci's eyes widened. Her face flushed slightly, and she asked in surprise, "Why haven't you changed it back yet? Don't TV dramas always say that you can change it by kissing?" But she gave me her first kiss. She had made such a great effort to kiss me, but it was all in vain. Thinking of the passionate kiss just now, Xin Ci felt extremely ashamed. Yifan complained silently in his heart. This is all the system's tricks, and of course it can't be reversed by kissing. After 2 months, it will be automatically exchanged back. Xin Ci was very persistent. "No, we have to unlock other methods. Come with me. You saved me after I fell into the water. Can we recreate the scene and fall into the water again to get my money back?" Xin Ci guessed. Yifan replied, "No, what if it fails and another drowning accident happens? What should I do then?" The last drowning incident did leave a shadow on her. Wait a little longer. Maybe things will return to normal after a while. Yifan sympathized with Xin Ci's situation and comforted her. After all, the contract would expire in 2 months. Xin Ci's cold face looked somewhat dejected, somewhat unwilling. "Okay, this is the only way. Maybe we can find a solution later." She raised her eyes and looked at Yifan. "I still have to say thank you in person for saving me last time. Now, can I trouble you for one more thing?" "What?" "Take good care of yourself." Xin Ci's fair face flushed completely red. "Before you change back, Try to be more considerate of the other person, okay? The school beauty, who has always been arrogant and indifferent, is now begging him. He wasn't some straight man, so he nodded immediately. Okay, sure. Then let's add each other on WeChat, so I can always know where you are and what you are doing. Xin Ci's ears turned completely red. Okay, no problem. Yifan accepted it happily. After all, it was because of his own fault that the other party encountered problems, so he must be responsible. Besides, he has installed the soft rice system, and it will be beneficial for him to have more contact with Xin Ci. Yifan quickly added Xin Ci as a WeChat friend. You know, there were many dogs who chased the school beauties and asked for their WeChat accounts, but the school beauties avoided them. As a result, he added the school beauties WeChat. It was like a dream. The school beauty's profile picture is herself, with a cool temperament and beautiful face. Any photo of her can be an artistic portrait. Yifan happily marked. Xin Ci. Then I'll contact you when I find an effective way to swap us back. Xin Ci walked closer, leaned forward slightly, raised her head, and stared at Yifan with her beautiful eyes. But I don't want anyone else to know about our swap. Okay, I'll keep it a secret. Yifan wasn't interested in revealing the information, as he would be the one to be troubled. Xin Ci nodded and left. Yifan opened the system interface and immediately clicked on the lottery. System. Congratulations, host. You've drawn a skin-enhancing potion. It will not only strengthen your body, but also increase your height, enhance your appearance and charm, and even change your voice, making it more captivating and melodious. Are you using it now? Although Yifan is very confident about his appearance, he is still very obsessed with growing taller. After all, he is a handsome guy, but he is only 1.78 meters tall. He is just a little bit away from being 1.8 meters tall. However, he drank a lot of milk and played a lot of basketball, but his height did not increase. This is simply a blessing from heaven. Use. So he drank the skin-enhancing potion. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully used it. You will see some gradual changes within a month, and the effect is significant. Soon Yifan felt that his physical condition had improved a lot, and his whole body was full of strength. He couldn't wait to go back to the dormitory and measure his height. At first glance, wow, 1.79 meters tall. I grew 1 centimeter taller so quickly. I won't be more than 1.8 meters tall tomorrow. Haha, by then I will be as tall as Yao Ming. Looking at the mirror again, he found that his skin was much better than before and even a little whiter. He originally had a dark face, but now the contours seemed softer. In a word, it's even more handsome. Gigi, Mulan weaves by the window. No sound of the loom is heard, only her sighs. Yifan began to recite. His voice was a little hoarse, which was his biggest flaw. However, now the voice is clear and the vocal line is very magnetic. It would be a shame not to use such a sound as a clamp. Yifan is quite satisfied with the results. After a while, someone suddenly pushed open the door. It turned out to be Chapter 6. Xiao Wu pushed the door open and saw Yifan calling out, "Old Yi, go play ball." No, Yifan refused. At least we exchanged physical sensations. But what if the school beauty is too tired? Xiao Wu then said, "Hong Yi's grandson is here too. He said you didn't come because you were afraid he would abuse you. I can't stand it." Just one sentence made Yifan unhappy. Want to torture him? Dream on. Then I'll fight for a few minutes. Anyway, a few minutes is enough to beat Hong Yi to a pulp. He has a physical potion, so he just doesn't have to fight as hard as before. Yifan took the basketball and went to the playground to play basketball with Xiao Wu, Lei Gu, and Fat Tiger. In addition to Hong Yi, there were several senior students who came to make up the group. As soon as he arrived at the scene, Yifan heard the seniors surrounding Hong Yi and praising him. "Hong Yi is a very good basketball player. Please give him some ground." "That's right. Let the opponent have some gaming experience." "Ha ha ha. Luckily I'm not your opponent. Otherwise I'd be finished." Who can beat Hong Yi when it comes to playing basketball? Hong Yi was the captain of the basketball team. Why haven't Yifan and the others come yet? Are they afraid they won't come? Xiao Wu replied unhappily, "Who's afraid? I'll crush you." Hong Yi curled his lips, unable to hide his pride. "You can't just say it." Basketball is his strong point, and this time Yifan is going to be beaten badly by him. Yifan threw the basketball at Hong Yi's chest and said domineeringly, "Then let's see your true ability. Wait for Daddy to beat you." Everyone else thought Yifan was joking, but I didn't expect that after the game, what Yifan said was true. Yifan took the ball away from Hong Yi several times at the beginning of the game, and then made a high-altitude dunk that went into the basket steadily. Great! Xiao Wu and others gave Yifan a thumbs up. Yifan has a physical potion, and his playing skills have improved by leaps and bounds. The most important thing is that he has no physical sensation and does not feel tired. This is also the secret to his victory. Now he can be fine even if he kills 30 whimpering monsters like the author. Hong Yi was very unhappy. He was already angry because Yi Fan had shown off during the day. He and his seniors deliberately surrounded Yi Fan, but they didn't expect that Yi Fan was very flexible and made a successful long-range shot with a fake move. Oh, Hong Yi sighed, exhausted and out of breath, but in the end he didn't get any benefit at all. Yi Fan's roommates were particularly excited. Old Yi, you fought so well. That's awesome. You're so awesome now. Even the seniors were full of admiration for Yi Fan. I didn't know you were such a good fighter. Yi Fan touched his nose and couldn't help laughing. It's just SOSO, third in the world. Okay, I have something to do, so I won't fight anymore. Even though it was only a few minutes, it was the school beauty who was bearing it. He felt quite embarrassed, but he couldn't tire the school beauty out. Even though other seniors tried to persuade him to stay, Yi Fan refused to continue. Okay, I won't play anymore. My girlfriend wants to ask me out to the movies later. Hong Yi saw that everyone was surrounding Yi Fan and he couldn't beat him in basketball, so he decided to take a different approach. He deliberately showed off in front of everyone and successfully attracted everyone's attention. Girlfriend? You're no longer single. The senior who knew Hong Yi was surprised. Hong Yi started to brag. At noon, my junior high school girl from the finance department confessed her love to me. Now the other seniors were excited and started gossiping. Could it be that pretty girl in the department who's great at playing the piano? I'm so envious. She's quite pretty. Hong Yi, you're lucky. Seeing everyone's envy, Hong Yi was very proud and said, I can't help it. My personality charm impressed her. I heard that she has been secretly in love with me for a long time and begged me to date her. I have no choice but to agree to her confession. He glanced at Yi Fan sideways again and said darkly, No way, no way. There are still people who are single and don't have girlfriends, right? Everyone present has a girlfriend. Yi Fan. Some seniors looked at Yi Fan with a gloating look, obviously hoping for chaos in the world. Yi Fan scoffed when he heard this. No one could fail to hear that Hong Yi was hinting at him. Hong Yi actually acted cool in front of him, not afraid of making a fool of himself. I can't help it, Yi Fan shrugged. I also want to be single, but there are too many people pursuing me. There are too many choices. Everyone trembled. This is definitely not Yi Fan's fabrication, but it is a fact. After all, as the most handsome boy in the department, Yi Fan has never lacked girls chasing after him. Every now and then, little girls would secretly run to the classroom door to see him. Yi Fan was definitely a frequent visitor on the school's confession wall. For a moment, everyone's envy shifted to Yi Fan again. Although they are all single, it is because there are no other girls chasing them except their girlfriends. But Yi Fan is different. What kind of girl wouldn't be attracted by him? Who wouldn't envy Yi Fan for having so many choices? A group of girls like Yi Fan, and as long as Yi Fan is willing, he can hug them left and right. If it were a boy, would he be treated like this? Yeah, Yi Fan is so handsome. I want him to be my brother-in-law. I heard Yi Fan was on the confession wall again yesterday. Yi Fan's luck with love is too good. Being too handsome is also a problem. After all, finding a girlfriend is like choosing a concubine. You have to flip the cards. Everyone was amazed at Yi Fan, but who still remembered Hong Yi by Daming Lake. When Hong Yi saw that his limelight was stolen, he clenched his fists in displeasure. There aren't many high-quality women chasing after him, so it's normal for him to be troubled. After all, who doesn't want a beautiful girlfriend? If you think about it carefully, that's the truth. Hong Yi's girlfriend is the school beauty, beautiful and talented. Although there are many girls chasing after Yi Fan, none of them is as pretty as Hong Yi's girlfriend. Hong Yi boasted again. My girlfriend just texted me and asked if I wanted some milk tea. She knows that playing basketball is very tiring for me. Everyone felt jealous for a moment. What a wonderful experience it is to have a girlfriend who is a beauty in the school and cares about your boyfriend. Too bad they don't have any. Hong Yi is not as handsome as Yi Fan, but he is very capable to win the heart of the most beautiful girl in the school. Everyone started chasing Hong Yi to ask for advice. Hong Yi, can you please share your experience with me? How did you manage to get such a beautiful girl? My girlfriend is good, but she's not as pretty as you and she's fierce. How do you train your girlfriend? Hong Yi raised his eyebrows at Yi Fan proudly. I feel like I have really held myself high. Are you not convinced? I have such a beautiful girlfriend, and you don't. Even if you have good looks, it's useless. Can being handsome be enough to make a living? Before Yi Fan could speak, someone suddenly shouted, Ah, it's Campus Belle. Everyone looked towards the entrance of the playground. A beautiful girl with a graceful figure appeared in front of everyone. Her thick, beautiful black hair reached her waist, and she wore a waist-cinching, one-shoulder-long dress. Her skin was as white as snow, and it highlighted her beautiful swan neck and slender waist that could be held in the hand. holding a cup of Gu-Ming milk tea in his hand. He felt as if the milk tea was a work of art. But her expression was cold, as mysterious, bright, and dazzling as a flower on a high mountain. How many people were amazed and fascinated by her appearance? She's so beautiful. My heart starts pounding when I see her. This is the goddess I can't catch up with. Oh, if only she would look at me. I want to be with her even if it means I lose everything. I'm willing to steal a scooter to support her. I really want to be the milk tea in the goddess's hand, so I can be close to her. Even Yi Fan's roommates were excited. Xiao Wu grabbed Yi Fan's sleeve excitedly. Ah, this is the first time the school beauty is so close to me. Fat Tiger blushed, and his heart beat fast. She seems to be coming towards us. No way. Who is she looking for? Could it be that the milk tea is for one of us? Brother Lei guessed. Xiao Wu scoffed. How is that possible? Have you ever seen the goddess show affection to anyone? She definitely didn't come to see us. Maybe she was just passing by. Lei Gu immediately dismissed this ridiculous idea. That's right. Xin Ci is a well-known cold campus beauty in the school, with countless suitors. Who has ever seen Xin Ci get close to any boy and even give him milk tea? Impossible. If a boy gives her milk tea, she can accept it. It is something she can brag about for the rest of her life. Normally, school beauties don't live on campus, so you rarely see them. Now they can see each other more, which is such a happy thing. While everyone was feasting their eyes, they discovered that Xin Ci was actually walking towards them. Ah, no way. Are you really here to deliver milk tea? Who is it for? Duh. Chapter 7. When everyone's heart was in a knot, Xin Ci stopped in front of Hong Yi. Hong Yi's face suddenly turned red. Could it be that the school beauty has a crush on him? So she sent him milk tea? If that's the case, why would he want to get out of being single? With just one word from the school beauty, he immediately started dating her. When others saw Xin Ci stopping in front of Hong Yi, they were all envious. Oh my God, is Hong Yi so lucky? The department beauty has a crush on him, and the school beauty is also interested in him. Hong Yi is really lucky. If the school beauty sends me milk tea, I can brag about it for the whole year. If the school beauty confesses her love to Hong Yi, how will Hong Yi choose? He already has a partner. Hong Yi felt happy when he heard the sounds around him. Hey, you can be envious all you want. My life is good. Hey, who made me have this charm that has nowhere to go? Hi. Hong Yi struck up a conversation with a proud look on his face. Xin Ci said coldly. Move aside, you're blocking the way. Hong Yi, Poochie. The boys who were envious of Hong Yi just now burst into laughter. Ha ha, how could the school belle be interested in Hong Yi? The school beauty's taste is not that bad. Hong Yi's face was burning with embarrassment. It's a socially fatal scene. He could only detour in shame. But who was he blocking? A doubt also arose in Hong Yi's heart. Hong Yi immediately looked back and found that the person standing behind him was Yi Fan. You must be thirsty. Drink the milk tea. In front of everyone, Xin Ci actually handed the milk tea to Yi Fan with a blushing face. In fact, everyone thought she was blushing not because Xin Ci was shy, but because Xin Ci was blushing because Yi Fan was playing basketball. Oh shit. Everyone felt like they were struck by a bolt from the blue. Is Xin Ci here to find Yi Fan? How is that possible? Everyone looked at this miraculous scene that was comparable to a world record in disbelief. Xiao Wu and the others were stunned. They had always been worried that Yi Fan was too picky and how they would find a partner in the future. Who would have thought that such a beautiful school beauty would come to my doorstep? Boy, you are so lucky. Hong Yi was even more stunned. His mouth was wide open, big enough to swallow an egg. He had just finished mocking Yi Fan, but he never expected that the goddess in everyone's mind would come to flirt with Yi Fan. Xin Ci had always been passive. When would she take the initiative? This was a scene that so many people had fantasized about, and yet, it happened to Yi Fan. I hate it. Yi Fan also didn't expect that Xin Ci would serve milk tea in public. Now he could feel the envious and jealous gazes coming from all directions. He was quite impressive. Okay. Yi Fan took the milk tea from Xin Ci's hand. Congratulations to the host for accepting Xin Ci's milk tea and receiving 300 points. Many people stared at the milk tea in Yi Fan's hand. So envious. I really want to drink it. But Yi Fan lowered his head and drank the milk tea that everyone was longing for. How abominable. This cup of milk tea is so sweet. If it were them, they would probably not be willing to drink it and would keep it as a treasure. As a result, Yi Fan drank it happily in one gulp. Everyone noticed that the originally aloof school beauty now had a slight smile on her lips. Woohoo, the school beauty smiled. Unfortunately, he was smiling at Yi Fan. But what everyone doesn't know is that Xin Ci is happy because she drinks milk tea. Yi Fan was playing basketball and didn't know how to protect himself from the sun, so he got hot under the sun. She was about to have heat stroke. Not to mention that Yi Fan played so hard that she was out of breath and her limbs ached from running. Without saying a word, she hurried to find Yi Fan and, of course, brought the milk tea she had bought. In such a harsh and hot environment, if she doesn't rest and drink some cold milk tea, she will really be exhausted. Now that Yi Fan drinks milk tea, she also enjoys the icy, cool taste of milk tea, sweet and refreshing. This made Xin Ci completely recover. But that's not enough. The weather is too hot. You should go and take a rest and enjoy some air conditioning. Xin Ci started holding Yi Fan's hand without saying a word. When he touched her palm, Yi Fan felt an electric current running through it, almost making it numb. He saw the graceful and beautiful Xin Ci and took his hand in one go and left in front of everyone's surprised gaze. Congratulations to the host, holding hands with Xin Ci and obtaining 500 points. System reminder. After they left, the boys on the field had not yet recovered from the shock. Did I see correctly? The school beauty just held Yi Fan's hand. Yi Fan is so awesome. He actually kidnapped the goddess that no one else could catch. Everyone says Yi Fan is a bachelor, but they didn't know the school beauty is actually interested in him. So the school beauty is Yi Fan's lapdog? So cool. Compared to this, I think the school beauty is much better than Hongyi's girlfriend. The person we should consult the most is Yi Fan. How could he make the school beauty so proactive? With such a comparison, the difference is obvious. The school Belle is good-looking, as beautiful as a fairy, has a good family background, and has decent grades. She is definitely a rich and beautiful woman. She completely beats the department beauty, who isn't even half as pretty as the campus beauty. You have to know that the school beauty is very aloof and rarely talks to boys, let alone chats up boys. However, this historic scene is enough to prove how charming Yi Fan is. Yi Fan is a true lover who can make a beautiful goddess come to his house to deliver milk tea and hold hands subconsciously. This made Hongyi very angry. He himself had some feelings for the school Belle, but she was too hard to pursue and had no interest in him at all, let alone accept his gifts. Hongyi was also rejected by Yi Fan, so he could only hide his love in his heart and treat Xin Ci as a goddess who was too high to look up to. He never thought that Yi Fan would let Xin Ci take the initiative. Damn it, Yi Fan is showing off again. In front of the Blue Moon Cafe. When Yi Fan walked in, the restaurant's doorman said expressionlessly, "Sorry, we're not hiring part-time workers right now." He looked at Yi Fan. He looked like a student. What he was wearing seemed to be cheap goods from a street stall. He was a little handsome, but being handsome was not enough to make a living. This is the most expensive restaurant in the area, with an average cost of over 1,000 yuan per person. The people who come here to spend money are either wealthy people or celebrities. It's obvious that this handsome guy is here for an interview. Or maybe he's some internet celebrity who came here to pose for photos and then left. To prevent future trouble, it's better not to let him in. Yi Fan, who was judged by his appearance, said unconvincedly, "I'm here to eat." At this moment, Xin Ci has caught up. Her elegant and beautiful temperament immediately caught the guard's attention. Not only was she wearing all branded clothes, she was also holding a Chanel branded bag. He recognized her identity, the daughter of the Mu Group and a regular customer here. "Miss Mu, you're here," the guard said flatteringly. However, Xin Ci said coldly to the guard, "Don't stop him when he comes next time." This one sentence left the guard dumbfounded. He found that Xin Ci had already brought Yi Fan in. This handsome guy is amazing. Does he have extraordinary abilities that can make Miss Mu willingly kneel down under his jeans? Chapter 8. You know, Miss Mu has come to dine so many times and never brought a male companion, but today she brought him. How could a poor student be able to hang out with Miss Mu? It turns out that this handsome guy is so low-key and the t-shirt he wears is not a famous brand, but a private high-end custom-made one. "Please come in. Please come in. It's my fault that I didn't recognize you." The guard was very respectful and personally greeted us and helped us push the door. Yi Fan took advantage of Xin Ci's influence and enjoyed the preferential treatment of a superior person. So cool. The security guard was a snob, and now he's being slapped in the face. But this is indeed a high-end restaurant with an average cost of over 1,000 yuan per person. The environment is really elegant and romantic, and the decoration cost is not cheap. Yi Fan didn't expect that he could come here. After all, students don't have the money to come here for afternoon tea. After taking her seat, Xin Ci enjoyed the air conditioning and felt the heat gradually disappear. "It's so comfortable and cool," she curled her red lips in satisfaction, as lazy as a cat. The heat on her face gradually faded, but a blush still remained, making her look less sharp and cold, and more girlish and innocent. "I'm sorry." Yi Fan realized that he had made a big mistake and scratched his head embarrassedly. "I'm glad to know. Could you give her more rest next time? Xin Ci leaned forward, looking at him pitifully with her eyes. Okay, I'm trying to think about us. Fan was also a little embarrassed. Xin Ci blinked her curled eyelashes slightly, distressed. That's fine. She looked at Fan. If you know you are wrong, then compensate me. Without saying anything, she handed the entire menu to Fan. Order. Fan scanned the menu. Wow, that's expensive. Are you sure this isn't a money grab? The cheapest cup of black coffee costs 320 yuan. Wouldn't it be nice to make a cup for yourself? When Fan was looking at the menu in confusion, Xin Ci asked, Are you confused? Then I'll order. Geisha pour-over coffee, refreshing mimosa orange cake, Valrhona chocolate soft serve, doner with lacto-fed veal and tuna sauce, white truffle gelato. Fan was stunned after hearing this. Are you sure this isn't an announcement of the dishes? Xin Ci ordered more than a dozen dishes in one go. Not only that, but they are more expensive than the other. When all the dishes were served, Fan felt that he would go bankrupt from eating so much. The exquisite and neatly arranged plates are filled with delicious meals that look delicious. This is heaven. Fan had wanted to indulge himself like this before, but his wallet wouldn't allow it. Now the wish has come true. I'm treating, you just take care of the food. Xin Ci said to Fan in a lazy and affectionate manner. After all, they were exchanged, and only if Fan enjoyed it could she enjoy it. Otherwise, everything she eats tastes like chewing wax. Don't worry, I won't be polite. I'll eat whatever you like, Fan promised. But you have to eat too, so that we can both eat what we want. Xin Ci nodded. Okay. After all, she was the one who asked Fan for help, so she couldn't treat him unfairly. So Fan followed Xin Ci's advice and ate the tuna first. It just happened to be what he wanted to eat. Fan's eyes lit up as he took his first bite. The high-quality tuna, which costs over 100 yuan per pound, has a really smooth taste. In the past, he would not bear to eat it, but now he enjoys it casually. However, Xin Ci ignored the exchange loophole and felt that the experience was similar to usual. The soft and delicious taste of fish in her mouth gave her a long-lost satisfaction. I heard that one scoop of white truffle ice cream costs hundreds of dollars, but now I am putting it into Fan's mouth one spoonful at a time. Don't be too satisfied. I will have material to brag to others in the future. This luxurious afternoon tea is simply wonderful. Congratulations to the host for having a sweet meal with Xin Ci and earning 500 points. Fan thought that he already had a lot of points, so he went backstage to draw the lottery 3 times. The system interface is displayed quickly. Ding, congratulations to the host. You got a super high god game ability. Ding, congratulations to the host. You drew the investment information card. Ding, congratulations to the host. You won 8 million renminbi. Super high god gaming ability? Wouldn't that make it easy to rank up in the game without having to watch noobs fighting each other? It is useful for playing with friends. Fan flipped open the investment information card and took a look. Jua Media Agency is currently experiencing funding issues and requires urgent investment. Within a year, we plan to become a leading, comprehensive, publicly listed film and television company, generating substantial profits. Fan understood after seeing the information card. This is what it means to predict the future. Fan was originally short of money, with only 300,000 yuan, so how could he invest in the shares? Fortunately, I have 18 million yuan now. It is a sure win with a small investment. Fan already had an idea and decided to invest in Jua Media when he returned. After eating and drinking his fill, Fan leaned back comfortably. He touched his abdomen out of habit. As a result, Xin Ci's face turned red and she sighed. Hey, wait. What's wrong? Fan asked curiously. You don't touch me. Xin Ci bit her lower lip shamefully. Don't forget, I can feel everything you do. There was still warmth in her palms, left by Fan touching her abdominal muscles. Fan's adrenaline was rising. He almost forgot that he and Xin Ci had also exchanged touches. He could feel it whenever Xin Ci touched her body while taking a bath. Ahem, I'm sorry. I tried to be careful, but it was unavoidable. Fan said embarrassedly. I know, so please touch my sensitive areas less, and don't. Xin Ci was unable to speak. Fan, however, became interested and teased. What else do you want? Drive. Xin Ci took a deep breath and uttered a word. She really didn't want to have that weird experience. The last time was probably when Fan was taking a shower. She had that kind of unspeakable contact, which now made her feel particularly ashamed. Don't worry, I'm single. Fan paused. I haven't had the opportunity yet. What a coincidence, me too. Xin Ci sighed. Then we are fair. Fan curled his lips. Then what else do you remember that needs to be told? Let's live together. Fan had just drunk some water, But after hearing Xin words, he immediately started coughing. Living together? Why live together? Is this a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? Is the school beauty going to confess her love and confirm the relationship? Chapter 9. Xin Ci stroked her throat gently. She is now experiencing the discomfort of being choked by water. I'm sorry, your words were too shocking. Yi Fan took another sip of water and smoothed it down his throat, just to make her feel more comfortable. Xin Ci on the opposite side only then looked better, but her cheeks were still flushed and her eyes were slightly narrowed in a dreamy manner, making her look completely charming and seductive. I mean, you can live in my house. After calming down, Xin Ci gritted her teeth, her face flushing redder. It's not the kind of relationship you think. We are in a very difficult situation now. She paused. In order for me to have a good sleep quality, I can only feel at ease if I arrange your living environment. Although Xin Ci had never been to the men's dormitory, but she had smelled the smell of stinky socks and the unpleasant smell of the dormitory. Not to mention that Yi Fan was sleeping on a hard wooden bed, and she had to bear everything. If Yi Fan lived in her house, she would have a good sleeping environment and sleep better. That won't do. How can I just live in a girl's house? Yi Fan refused. It's still inappropriate. How can you just live in the school Belle's house? This will affect her reputation. Besides, a man and a woman living under the same roof. Yi Fan admitted that he has self-control, but beauty is hard to resist. It's even harder to refuse when the other person is such a beautiful campus beauty. No P******N. Xin Ci's eyes lit up when she saw Yi Fan refuse. If it were any other boy, he would have agreed immediately, but Yi Fan still had concerns, which proved that he was not a villain who would take advantage of others. He is so nice. Very reliable. This gave Xin Ci a better impression of Yi Fan and strengthened her determination to keep Yi Fan. If you live in my house, you can enjoy the same privileges as me. The servants will treat you as their master. In addition, I will give you pocket money every month. Please help me. Xin Ci looked at Yi Fan with longing eyes. Seeing the school beauty begging him, Yi Fan softened his heart. You have a mansion to live in, but you don't want to live in it. Instead, you have to squeeze into a dirty and messy dormitory. Although the brothers are good and we get along well, the dormitory environment is really terrible. The lights and power are turned off at 10:30. Sometimes I don't even have time to charge my phone, and I might still be halfway through showering or washing my hair. Not only that, the dormitory is also a biochemical crisis scene. Not to mention that those 3 beastly roommates don't like to clean and always make the dormitory a mess. The leftover takeout boxes on the table had gone rotten in the hot weather, and there were mosquitoes and flies buzzing around. As the dormitory head, he has to supervise the dormitory hygiene. Not only that, not only does he throw his smelly socks everywhere, Xiaowu is also a big toe picker and doesn't like to wash his feet. The smell is so sour. Do you think that's enough? Those 3 are still fart kings. Boo. Bobo bobo. Bobo 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 bobo. The fart sounds came one after another. One ends and another begins. Originally, it was like big and small pearls falling on a jade plate, but later it was like 5 thunders hitting the head. This made the already bad dormitory environment even worse. Sorry, brother, he has to go first. It's not that the mansion is too tempting, nor that he really doesn't want to smell farts in the dormitory, but he really can't refuse the request of the school beauty. So Yi Fan nodded and nodded. Then I agree. Congratulations to the host. You received an invitation to live together and earned 300 points. Thank you. Xin Ci nodded with satisfaction. Everything was much easier than she thought. I just hope that nothing will go wrong next time. However, Xin Ci never expected that after Yi Fan moved in, everything would develop in the direction she had deviated from. When it was time to pay, the waiter instinctively walked up to Yi Fan and asked, "Hello, would you like to pay by scanning the QR code or swiping a card?" The waiter looked at the handsome Yi Fan, then at the beautiful and flawless beauty Xin Ci sitting opposite Yi Fan. He knew without a doubt that Yi Fan was pursuing the young lady. After all, Miss Mu is so beautiful that even a girl like her would be gay. All the lilies in my hometown are in bloom. Generally speaking, in this situation, boys will rush to pay the bill no matter what. As the waiter was praising his own wit, Xin Ci handed over the black card. Swipe it. The waiter was startled, his eyes wide open. Was she seeing things? It was Xin Ci who paid the bill. Isn't it the boy who is chasing the girl, but Miss Mu who is chasing this boy? What's so special about this girl? She's the goddess that many boys are chasing after. The waiter was surprised and looked at Yi Fan seriously. She didn't see it clearly just now, but now when she saw him face to face, she was shocked by his handsomeness. So handsome. His eyes are as bright as stars, his eyelashes are very long, and his nose is very high. Are you sure this isn't a celebrity? Not to mention the impressive Miss Mu. Even the waiter was moved. She stared at him intently, unwilling to look away. If the other party wasn't a customer, she would have asked for his WeChat right now. It was Xin Ci who tapped the table with her hand and reminded, "Card." The waiter suddenly realized what was going on, raised his red face, and apologized. "I'm sorry." After she swiped the card, she returned it to Xin Ci. Ding, one act of gigoloism detected, 500 points rewarded, system reminder. "Let's go," Xin Ci said to Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded and followed Xin Ci out. The waiter watched Yi Fan leave reluctantly and had no intention of working anymore. She believed from the bottom of her heart that Yi Fan must be more than just handsome. He must have other advantages. Otherwise, Miss Mu has met so many handsome guys, and even top stars have flirted with her, but she remained indifferent. How could she easily fall in love with a boy? After arriving at the door, Yi Fan, who didn't ride his bike, said to Xin Ci, "I'm going to take the bus now and go back to the dormitory to pack my things." "You can't take the bus." Xin Ci frowned and rejected it without hesitation. "Why?" Yi Fan was very confused. "The weather is very hot now, and the smell on the bus must be very strong. And the bus is very crowded, so you can take my sports car," Xin Ci said persistently. Although she had never taken the bus, her best friend Xiaya often took the bus, and she actually complained that she was crushed into a meat patty on the bus. "The most important thing is that there is a pervert in the car. What if he gropes me?" Xin Ci doesn't want to have such a bad experience. Since she was born, she has enjoyed top-of-the-line luxury cars. Okay, Yi Fan had no objection. Who would want to take the bus when you can enjoy a luxury car? So Yi Fan got into Xin Ci's sports car openly. He had already enjoyed it once. "This tastes really good." And when you drive a convertible sports car, the wind blows towards you, which is so comfortable. Yi Fan casually took a comfortable position and enjoyed it. It is worthy of being called the sixth element of Lamborghini. It is expensive for a reason. Soon the sports car stopped downstairs of the men's dormitory. The luxury car quickly attracted everyone's attention. After all, there were not many people on campus who could drive such a cool sports car. Someone has already recognized that this is the school beauty's car. Isn't this the school beauty's sports car? It looks like there's someone sitting in the passenger seat. Is it a girl? I've never seen the school beauty give anyone a ride. It seems to be a man. Who is it? Oh my God, has the school beauty been close to a man recently? As the boys were astonished, the car door opened and a tall and handsome figure walked down. His face was handsome, shining with reflected sunlight, and his features were charming. Everyone was shocked instantly. Duh. Chapter 10. Everyone lost their composure and started discussing immediately. Who is he? What's his relationship with the school beauty? Today I heard that the school beauty gave milk tea to a man. Could it be this guy? Could it be that the school beauty is no longer single and is dating him? Isn't it said that the school beauty has misophobia and doesn't like others riding in her car? Someone recognized Yi Fan's identity. He is the class flower of Class 2, Department of Finance. Many girls are chasing him. I didn't expect that even the school beauty is interested in him. I have to admit he's quite handsome, and his skin is pretty good. Looking at it this way, they seem like a perfect match, but I'm not willing to accept this. I've been obsessed with the school beauty for so long, and now he's the one getting the easy money. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Xin Ci stared at him with burning eyes. "I'll wait for you. Please hurry up." Okay. Yi Fan could already feel the envious glances coming from all directions. He strode proudly into the men's dormitory, and many boys were already eager to surround Yi Fan. "Yi Fan, what's going on? Are you dating the school beauty?" "Yes. Why is it the campus beauty who sent you off today? When did you two meet?" Seeing everyone asking questions, Yi Fan's ears are almost calloused. But it feels great. Who doesn't like to be looked up to? Yi Fan naturally likes it too. "I'm not dating the school beauty." One sentence made the boys feel relieved instantly. Some people even take it for granted. Xin Ci is very beautiful and has a good family background. How could she fall in love with anyone casually? Yi Fan is just an ordinary student who is a little handsome but has no outstanding skills. How could the school beauty fall for him? Then why did she send you back? Yes, no man has ever been treated like this. Facing the endless questions from everyone, Yi Fan simply gave an excuse. "I sleep next door to her." This will at least shut up those who are talking, and it will also provide a reason to explain everything. After Yi Fan went upstairs, the others were stunned. They were so shocked that their mouths opened wide. The school beauty lives in the famous Greentown Rose Garden Villa district. Yi Fan wanted to live next door to the school beauty. Doesn't that mean you also have to own a villa in Green City Rose Garden? Oh my God, it turns out Yi Fan is a hidden rich man. He's so low-key. No wonder I saw him driving a Kawasaki H2 before. Is that something an average student can afford? The cheapest house in Greentown Rose Garden costs $50 million. It's ridiculously expensive. That's my dream mansion, but Yifan's family lives there. However, Yifan didn't know all this. He has returned to the dormitory and is preparing to pack his personal belongings. But just as he entered, he found 3 hungry wolves pouncing on him. Lei Gu, you're back from your date with the school beauty. Did you have any fun? Xiao Wu, confess and be lenient, resist and be strict. When did you meet the school beauty? Fat Tiger, I was wondering why you weren't in a hurry to find a girlfriend every day. Turns out you've already been spotted by the school beauty. Tell me, when did that start? Yifan looked at his 3 curious roommates and was suddenly at a loss for words. It's a long story, but I really didn't have a relationship with the campus beauty. As soon as the words fell, the 3 people were even more shocked. Holy crap, the school beauty is chasing you. You really bring honor to our dorm. It's hard for us to even see the campus beauty, but the campus beauty is the one who's falling for you? The campus beauty offered milk tea to you, and you're not moved. Are you a man? Yifan. He also wants to date the school beauty. Isn't this a success yet? But there is a long way to go, and what is his will always be his. We haven't even started yet. Yifan took out the suitcase and started putting clothes into it. After seeing Yifan packing his things, the 3 roommates asked in confusion. Old Yi, are you going on a trip? Why are you packing up for no reason? Are you planning to go home? Yifan shook his head and made up a story. My house was demolished, and my father bought me a big mansion, so I applied to go to school as a day student and live outside. Actually, this is not a lie. Anyway, Yifan has a system, so demolition is no big deal. He lives with Xin Ci, so earning points is a piece of cake. In the future, he can also buy luxury houses and own a villa in Greentown Rose Garden. After a while, the roommates began to marvel. Your house was actually demolished. Doesn't that mean you're a rich kid? Oh my God, I'm actually friends with a rich second generation. Damn it, I'm going out to live in a mansion. I also want to have such rich parents. Don't forget each other when you become rich. Yifan laughed heartily. Don't worry, even though I've moved out, my heart is still with you. Don't miss me too much. Xiao Wu complained. F***ku. You're not a girl, and you can't let us have fun. Why should we think about you? Fat Tiger rolled his eyes. Let's go. I won't see you off. Close the door and let the dogs out. Lei Gu was delighted. Great. I don't have to climb onto the bunk. I can just occupy your empty bed. Your desk is mine too. Yifan. Will love disappear? Damn, these bastards. After Yifan packed his things, he started walking downstairs with his suitcase. Xiao Wu, Fat Tiger, and Brother Lei were all people with sharp tongues but soft hearts. They had just been complaining about Yifan, but their bodies were very honest. They escorted Yifan downstairs to give him a ride. After all, it's a staircase, and it's on the 5th floor, and there's no elevator. If you carry your suitcase down normally, it would be very difficult. Yifan was helpless. When will the dormitory have an elevator? There was no other choice but to carry it away. In order to reduce the weight and prevent the school beauty from suffering too much, Yifan asked several roommates to help carry it down. But the building was too high and the suitcases were too heavy, so it was still a bit difficult for the boys to go downstairs. Yifan. At this moment, a pleasant female voice sounded. The roommates who had been carrying the luggage with Yifan suddenly blushed. Even the boys who surrounded Xin Ci and went upstairs were so envious after hearing Xin Ci calling her that they were almost tired of expressing their envy. Who would have thought that this was just the beginning, and something even more horrifying would happen later? The bright and beautiful Xin Ci ran upstairs and snatched the suitcase from Yifan without saying a word. It's so heavy, how can you lift it? Let me help you. Xin Ci felt the huge gravity down there. Her hands were so tired, especially when she went down the stairs, they were so sore. She was in so much pain that tears were about to come out, but without thinking twice, she rushed forward to grab the box. Otherwise, her hand would have been dislocated. But this action shocked everyone. You have to know that Xin Ci is a favored girl and her family is very rich. He has been living a life of luxury since childhood and has never had to touch water. Does she need to carry anything? There's no need at all. Just a glance from her, and boys will come forward to help carry it. However, she didn't want to be touched by boys, or even have boys' things touched. But now, she actually felt sorry for Yifan's tired hands, and competed to lift heavy objects. You know, there are 3 more floors downstairs. There are many stairs, and it is difficult to carry the suitcase downstairs. Not to mention a girl. Even a burly boy would have a hard time. Xin Ci worked silently, carrying her suitcase and walking downstairs without complaining about the hardship. But he didn't know that all the gravity was on Yi Fan. But Yi Fan now has a physical potion, so this is nothing, a piece of cake. For a moment, the boys were all very excited and came in an endless stream. What a joke. The school beauty broke into the men's dormitory just to help someone move their suitcases. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought it was a lie. Wake me up. I thought the school beauty was dating Yi Fan, but it turns out the school beauty is pursuing Yi Fan. It's so cruel. Has the school beauty actually fallen to the point of becoming a bootlicker? Seeing her giving without regrets, I'm heartbroken. Chapter 11. The object of everyone's envy, Yi Fan, remained indifferent. Xiaowu, Fat Tiger, and Brother Lei were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. They surrounded Yi Fan in an instant and exclaimed in surprise. Damn it, did you save the galaxy? I was wondering why you were in such a hurry to move out of the dorm. It turns out the school beauty is here to pick you up. It's outrageous. The school beauty is actually chasing you. Yi Fan had never thought that after exchanging physical sensations with the school beauty, he would be thought that the school beauty was pursuing him. So cool. Then he will just go along with it. Yi Fan shrugged. I can't help it. She's just too charming. I've already refused her, but she still wants to do this. I have no choice but to do this. It caused so much hatred that the boys wanted to swear. Alpaca. She's the school belle. The white moonlight in the hearts of many boys. Chasing Yi Fan, but Yi Fan doesn't cherish her. Even though the school beauty was rejected, she still pursued Yi Fan without hesitation. She loves him so much. Yi Fan had already gone downstairs, and Xin Ci was already waiting downstairs. The suitcase has been put in the trunk. Xin Ci, who was sitting in the driver's seat, gave Yi Fan a look that said, "Get in the car." However, in the eyes of a group of unaware people who were watching the scene, they all mistakenly thought that Xin Ci was flirting with Yi Fan, still begging him to get in the car. Everyone was jealous. Yi Fan is so lucky. The school beauty truly loves him. Yi Fan got into the car and left amidst envious and jealous gazes. Everyone was heartbroken. The hatred of having your wife taken away must never be forgotten. At the same time, the entire Huaqing University exploded. Not only the major teaching buildings and dormitories, but even the campus network and school forums were all in an uproar. The news that the school beauty broke into the men's dormitory just to carry Yi Fan's suitcase spread completely. You know, Yi Fan sleeps next door to the school beauty. It turns out Yi Fan is a hidden rich man. Today, Yi Fan moved out, and the school beauty came to pick him up in person, even climbing the stairs to carry his heavy suitcase. Word spread quickly from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. In less than half an hour, the whole school knew about it. After passing through multiple mouths, the message gradually became distorted. You know, Yi Fan slept at the school beauty's house. Later, it gradually developed into, did you know? Yi Fan slept with the school beauty. Shocked the whole school. The boy was about to burst apart on the spot. The beautiful goddess in their minds was actually defiled by Yi Fan. The goddess is willing to send you thousands of miles away. Is this the decline of morality or the distortion of human nature? However, the protagonist Xin Ci was completely unaware of all this. Xin Ci has already driven Yi Fan home. Yi Fan had never expected that Xin Ci's house was such a luxurious and beautiful 5-story villa with its own garden and golf course. It was simply inhumanely large. Such a luxurious villa is actually located in the most prosperous and expensive area, Greentown Rose Garden. It can be said that every inch of land is worth a lot of money. This is enough to show that the Mu family is very rich. Ding! The host has been detected staying at the Mu family, and 500 points have been obtained. Welcome home, miss. There was a pretty maid standing by the door, welcoming her home. This is Yi Fan, a guest of our family. You must treat him well. Xin Ci said lightly. Yes. The maids nodded respectfully. Welcome, Mr. Yi. This is a paradise for otakus. Each maid is wearing a maid uniform, has a sweet look, and has a very good body proportion. Some are sexy, and some are pure. Yi Fan was excited. When he was a child, he had imagined a scene where maids surrounded him and obeyed his every word. The result was achieved within one day. However, compared to the beautiful maid, the luxurious decoration in the house made Yi Fan even more stunned. The design style is high-end, low-key, luxurious, and profound. The oil paintings hanging on the wall alone exude the flavor of R&B. Woohoo! Starting today, he actually lived here. It's incredible. Xin Ci sat on the sofa, but still felt the pain from standing. She didn't enjoy the comfort of the high-end sofa at all, so she turned to Yi Fan with a hint of resentment. Can't you sit for a while? Okay. Yi Fan agreed. In fact, Yi Fan has long enjoyed the softness of the sofa, which is elastic and comfortable. He didn't want to agree, but she begged him. What else can I do? Just go along with her. Who made her beautiful? Yi Fan sat on the luxurious leather sofa. Xin Ci could also enjoy the softness of the sofa, and a look of satisfaction and comfort appeared on her face. When she was relaxed and comfortable, her beautiful and sparkling eyes were slightly closed, and there was not much trace of coldness in them, but rather a bit of cuteness and innocence. Yi Fan looked at her closely, feeling itchy. It feels like a dream that I live under the same roof with the school beauty. The system really doesn't lie to him. It really is a hidden benefit. Just treat this place as your own home. Eat as much food as you want and use as much stuff as you want. She glanced at Yi Fan lazily. Once our physical senses are exchanged, our relationship will end. Okay. Yi Fan had no objection. Anyway, the relationship ended after 2 months. By that time, he had enjoyed everything he should have enjoyed, and the points were in his hands. The world was his. Where should I stay tonight? This was Yi Fan's curious question. Sleep in my room. Xin Ci blurted out. Yi Fan. He must have heard it wrong. Xin Ci said, sleep in her room. To round it off, isn't it just sleeping with her? Some lewd thoughts popped up all at once. This is not good. Yi Fan scratched his head. Thinking about it, I actually feel a little excited. After realizing that Yi Fan's idea was not right, Xin Ci's face flushed red. You got it wrong. I let you sleep in my room, but I'm used to it. I'll sleep in the next room. How do you know I'm thinking the wrong thing? Are you also thinking about it? Yi Fan teased. Xin Ci's thick, crow-like eyelashes fluttered rapidly, and she was obviously a little shy. Her face flushed with embarrassment and excitement. No, I did this to dispel your bad thoughts. Yi Fan snorted. I didn't think too much about it. I was just afraid that you would think too much. I absolutely won't. Xin Ci said in a hoarse voice, but the blush on her face did not subside. This topic immediately brought back to her mind what she had come across in the past few days. Boom, her thoughts were in a mess. Her little face got even redder. It can't be astringent. What on earth is she thinking about? After Xin Ci calmed down, she began to take Yi Fan to see the room. Yi Fan became a little excited after seeing Xin Ci's boudoir. This is the girl's room. Smells so good. It's the pleasant peach scent that belongs to Xin Ci. Then, he discovered her little secret. She actually collected such a gadget. Chapter 12. The whole house is big and clean, and the furnishings are neatly arranged. The most important thing is that the color is light pink, which makes it a princess room full of girly hearts. I never thought that the school beauty with a cool appearance actually loves pink. Not only that, there are also many cute dolls on the bed. Do you like to sleep with your doll in your arms at night? Yi Fan sat on Xin Ci's bed. When Yi Fan grabbed the teddy bear, Xin Ci's face flushed red. She stepped forward and acted fierce, snatching the doll away. What do you care? Very cute. Yi Fan looked at Xin Ci protecting the doll, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up. Xin Ci looked at the handsome face so close to her. Her heart was pounding. I didn't pay much attention to him before, but now I think he has become much more handsome. There is a kind of charm emanating from her whole body. She was so shy that she dared not look at him. Yi Fan's voice rang out again. The doll is very cute. Xin Ci immediately calmed down. She had some wrong idea about him. The closet is empty. Let me put my clothes in. Yi Fan's voice sounded. Xin Ci heard the sound of the wardrobe being opened. Oh no, it's over. It seems she forgot to empty her closet. Xin Ci turned around suddenly. She found Yi Fan looking through her wardrobe, and her face turned red. Yi Fan was dumbfounded at this moment. He actually discovered a lot of interesting things. In addition to beautiful and good-looking brand-name skirts, there are also various styles of JK. Is this a rich woman's wardrobe? I'll organize it. Don't put it away yet. Xin Ci turned her face away, feeling very embarrassed, and quickly rushed over to close the wardrobe. However, Yi Fan didn't have time to pull his hand away, and his fingers were pinched. It hurts so much. Xin Ci covered her palm. It hurt so much that tears came out. Are you okay? Yi Fan said sympathetically. I didn't open it on purpose. I just wanted to put some clothes in it. I'm sorry. Yi Fan didn't feel pain, but Xin Ci was the one who suffered. Woo-woo. Xin Ci bit her red lips, her eyelashes fluttering, and tears of grievance were already flowing down her face. Hey, don't cry. Yi Fan is not afraid of anything, but he is most afraid of girls crying. He was obviously caught off guard now. I exchanged touch with you for no apparent reason, and now you're bullying me. Xin Ci sobbed, and her originally cold voice turned into a soft and tender baby voice. Yi Fan looked at her watery eyes and red nose, which made her look so pitiful that he felt very sorry for her. I didn't bully you, and it was you who pinched my hand. Xin Ci. That's what she said, but the pain is on her body. Don't cry, I'll apply ointment for you. Yifan coaxed Xin Ci. Xin Ci held back her tears and emphasized, "I'll give it to you. Okay, come on." Xin Ci's expression finally eased a little. After she asked someone to bring a medical kit, Yifan subconsciously wanted to apply medicine, but was stopped by Xin Ci. "I'll do it. Just sit still." Xin Ci warned, "If you hurt yourself again, I'll be the one to suffer." Yifan did not resist and stretched out his finger for Xin Ci to apply the medicine. Xin Ci grabbed his hand and took a good look at it for the first time. She found that his hands were really slender. These hands are perfect for playing the piano. The bones and fingers are distinct, clean, and white. It looks pretty good. Boom. Xin Ci's little face was steaming hot. She shook her head and quickly disinfected Yifan. Ding. Detected that Xin Ci applied medicine to you, gaining 200 points. Yifan looked at Xin Ci. The feeling of holding each other's hands was conveyed very realistically. She lowered her pretty fair face, her cheeks still a little flushed, and after applying the medicine on him, she blew on his fingers with her plump, red lips. Yifan immediately became distracted. Xin Ci is so gentle now. She even blew on the place where he was pinched, so soft and cute. Where's the cool and aloof campus beauty? Her image is completely ruined now. It looks cute. The lips look so soft. Now Xin Ci was applying medicine to him meticulously, which made Yifan feel very happy. He is probably the first boy who is valued so much by Xin Ci. You've applied medicine. Try not to go into the water today. Xin Ci warned. Okay. Yifan agreed. Also, don't rummage through my room. I will empty the closet and put your things in it. Xin Ci said with a blushing face. Good. So Yifan saw Xin Ci running to the closet and subconsciously moving all her clothes to the next room. After finishing the installation, Xin Ci ran out like a rabbit with her little red face. Yifan is very interesting. Suddenly I feel that school beauties are quite interesting. That's really interesting. After Xin Ci left, Yifan lay down on the big bed. He entered the system backend and made 5 consecutive draws. Then he drew a gift that surprised him greatly, as follows. Chapter 13. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You won a double deposit reward card. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You won the right to purchase a limited edition game skin. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have gained superb fighting abilities, possessing the superb punching power and skills of a boxing champion. It's good. I won 3 prizes, and they are all very practical. Yifan used the double deposit rewards card. The double deposit reward card means that the deposits under his name can be doubled. Yifan now has a total of more than 8 million yuan. In the blink of an eye, using the card, it became more than 16 million. Wow. Excellent. Now he has become a multi-millionaire. That's great. This double deposit card is best given as much as you have. After that, he can just lie down and make money. But Yifan has an investment information card, so why worry about not making money? Yifan used a search engine to find the contact information for JUM Media Agency. He quickly contacted the other party and agreed to meet the next afternoon to discuss cooperation. Done. It was much smoother than Yifan had imagined. As long as he invests in JUM Media and becomes the first shareholder, he will have a steady stream of income. When the time comes, if he wants to buy a limited edition sports car, he can buy a sports car. If he wants to buy a luxury house, he can buy a luxury house. If he wants to travel around the world, he can travel around the world. Yifan was in a very happy mood. He remembered that the system also rewarded super fighting ability, and he couldn't wait to see the effect. When Yifan heard from the maid that there was a boxing room in addition to the gym in the villa, he immediately went over to take a look. Good job. At first glance, Yifan was shocked. This is simply a dedicated venue for playing games. The entire boxing room is decorated quite well and has all the necessary equipment. Yifan was attracted and forgot about the exchange. He felt itchy, so he picked up his boxing gloves and started throwing punches at the sandbag. Bang, bang, bang. Awesome. It seems that I can really box now, and my boxing skills are on point. This can definitely kill several whining monsters like this author with one punch. Huh, there's something. Then who is he afraid of? If you don't agree, just fight. Anyone who dares to come in front of him will be beaten to a pulp. Why be afraid of kidnappers and criminals? No security is needed at all. Just fight with bare hands. When Yifan was about to stop, the door of the boxing room was opened. You take a rest. A tired voice sounded. Yifan saw Xin Ci walking in while holding onto the wall. She had her hair tied in a ponytail and rosy cheeks, but she looked charming with a slightly flushed face. There was already a thin layer of sweat on her face. Even her hair was wet, sticking to her flawless white cheeks, making her skin even more pink. At the same time, he also felt guilty. I actually forgot to exchange my body sense. Mu Xinxi's slender jade fingers grabbed Yi Fan's clothes and gritted her teeth. You are going to tire me to death. Her eyes were already filled with tears, and her eyes were filled with grievance. Finally, she could feel the soft and comfortable feel of the mattress. Who would have thought that there would be such a violent output? My fists are numb and sore. She was exhausted from the torment. I'm sorry, I forgot. Yi Fan apologized guiltily and subconsciously said, Then I'll help you get some sleep. You should go to sleep for a while. Mu Xinci emphasized. Only when he enjoys it can she enjoy it. If he does anything else, won't she be exhausted to death? Okay, I'll go to sleep. Yi Fan coaxed. That should be fine. Mu Xinci breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. He finally stopped boxing and went to bed. Then she could lie down comfortably for a while, etc. When Mu Xinci was about to leave, Yi Fan stopped her. Mu Xinci's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Are you going to regret it and not sleep with me? She is really scared now. Of course not. It's just that you're sweating all over. Are you sure you don't want to wipe it off? Yi Fan took a towel and said, If you sweat, I won't feel comfortable either. Mu Xinci's ears turned slightly red. She stood there, feeling Yi Fan's burning gaze. When Yi Fan wiped the sweat from her face, she actually started to get nervous. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her pounding heart. It seems he is much more handsome than before. Yi Fan's hands were actually shaking a little. Mu Xinci's cheeks in front of him were as red as apples. Even when she was sweating, she still smelled good. As expected of the school Belle, she had fair skin, her rosy complexion had not faded, and a pair of beautiful almond eyes staring at Yi Fan made Yi Fan a little distracted. Although there was no touch, her sweet scent alone was enough to make Yi Fan intoxicated. I'll do it myself. Her face turned red, and she grabbed the towel to wipe her face. Now Yi Fan could easily feel her fingers touching her smooth face. Tender. Like tofu. Ding. Detected wiping the school beauty's face. 300 points awarded. The system finally started to work. Okay, go and rest now. Mu Xinci muttered, reminding Yi Fan. Okay. Yi Fan thinks this little human alarm clock is really cute. Hee hee, it would be so much fun if she became my wife in the future. Yi Fan took off his gloves and was about to go back to his room, but found that Mu Xinci was following him. Well, does the campus beauty Mu University want to go back with me? Yi Fan simply started teasing her. Mu Xinci was already exhausted, but she didn't expect to be teased by Yi Fan. Her face flushed immediately, and she took a few steps back. No way. The crimson lips murmured, I was afraid you wouldn't sleep, so I waited until you were asleep before leaving. When I say sleep, I mean sleep. How could I lie to you? Yi Fan grinned. Don't worry, I won't torment you anymore. Okay, then you should have a good rest. If you have any instructions, just tell the servants. After getting Yi Fan's assurance, Mu Xinci felt much more relieved. Yi Fan smiled and said, Okay. Mu Xinci snorted proudly. Then I'll go back to my room. Watching her go back to her room, Yi Fan shook his head with a doting look on his face. I didn't expect that the cool school beauty is actually a silly fool, very soft and cute. But Yi Fan didn't expect that there would be a major benefit waiting for him later. Chapter 14. Not long after returning to the room, Mu Xinci felt the softness of the Simmons bed, and the air conditioning is so comfortable. Very good. Mu Xinci rubbed her face against the quilt in enjoyment and felt the heat gradually disappear. My body and mind also relaxed, and the feeling of soreness disappeared, replaced by the comfortable feeling of sleeping. Mu Xinci curled her red lips in satisfaction. You have a conscience and didn't lie to me. Her eyes were curved, and a look of happiness appeared on her chubby little face. Woke up from a nap. Yi Fan found that it was already pitch black outside. When I looked at the time, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. I slept for several hours. No wonder I felt she was hungry. Yi Fan immediately got up from the bed. The most urgent thing now is to fill our stomachs. Yi Fan remembered that there was a bucket of Uni President's old-style pickled cabbage and beef noodles in his suitcase. He took it out immediately. It's good to eat instant noodles. They are flavorful. I don't know if there is any food to eat now, so I'll just make do with instant noodles. Yi Fan immediately went downstairs, soaked some instant noodles in hot water, and added 2 Shuanghui sausages. The combination of meat and vegetables is very good. Look at this sauerkraut. Look how chewy this noodle is. It's enough to make the kids next door cry with envy. After Yi Fan opened the lid, he began to eat the instant noodles with gusto. The first bite was tasteless. It tastes like boiled water. That's right, Mu Xinci and I have exchanged tastes. As long as she is full, he can talk about it later. Yi Fan didn't care about anything else. He slurped another mouthful of noodles and ate it with the clear soup. Shut up. While Yi Fan was eating instant noodles, there was a sound of running feet on the stairs. Soon, a slender figure appeared. She rested her hands on the table and looked at Yi Fan in confusion. How can you eat instant noodles? Xin Ci cried and covered her nose, just because she didn't want to smell the pungent smell of sauerkraut instant noodles. I'm hungry, so what's wrong with instant noodles? Yi Fan was puzzled. I'm just an ordinary person, not so particular. Just having something to eat is fine. I didn't treat you badly. I even gave you 2 sausages. How about I give you a braised egg too? Xin Ci was in tears. Is this about adding ham and braised eggs? She doesn't like instant noodles at all. Not only is it not nutritious, but the one Yi Fan ate was the heaviest tasting old-style pickled cabbage beef noodles. Is this intolerable? Absolutely not. I was sleeping soundly upstairs, but I was suffocated by the smell of instant noodles. I also tasted the smell of sauerkraut instant noodles full of preservatives, and I almost vomited. So she quickly went downstairs and stopped Yi Fan from eating instant noodles. Afraid that Yi Fan would eat more, she subconsciously took the instant noodles away and said, I confiscate the instant noodles. You are not allowed to eat them in the future. Yi Fan was puzzled. What should I eat if I don't eat instant noodles? In fact, instant noodles are quite delicious. Come with me. Xin Ci immediately threw away the instant noodles and left with Yi Fan. Yi Fan was taken to a place in the villa by Xin Ci. Wow, this restaurant is a real restaurant. He is so rich and willful that he has moved the high-end restaurant home. The decoration cost is definitely not low, and the design is very romantic. After Xin Ci took Yi Fan to their seats, the chef came over and nodded respectfully. Mr. Yi. The chef had heard that the eldest daughter of the family had brought a boy home for the first time. You know, the eldest lady is not interested in men, so how could she bring a man with her? And letting the other party live in the house is absolutely unprecedented. Not only that, I heard that the eldest lady also pays special attention to this boy. In order to let the boy have a good rest, she specially moved out of her own room so that the boy can live happily. Everything is arranged in detail for fear of neglecting the boys. This has caused a sensation and shocked all the servants in the house. In the past, there were others who had gone out of their way to be kind to the young lady. But when had she ever seen such care for someone like this? Even Mr. Xin Ci's father, had never shown such preferential treatment. Now, a boy who suddenly appeared out of nowhere got the attention of the eldest lady. If Mr. who is working abroad, knew about this, he would probably be heartbroken. The chef's eyes lit up when he saw Yi Fan. As a chef, he is ashamed of himself. No wonder the eldest lady, who has always been aloof, has now become so hospitable. Look, the other person is really handsome. With starry eyes and thin lips, he is extraordinarily handsome, standing proudly and imposingly. Forgive his limited vocabulary. To put it simply, this is a super invincible and handsome guy. His looks are comparable to those of Edison Chun and Daniel Wu when they were young. No wonder the young lady was fascinated. It seems that I need to hold on to my thighs tightly. What's so delicious here? After all, it was Yi Fan's first time here, and he didn't know what the special dishes were. The chef immediately started talking about his specialty dishes. Yi Fan was amazed when he heard this. Wow, this is really announcing the names of the dishes. Stop. Just tell me what you can't do. Yi Fan asked. It seems like there's nothing I can't do. I used to be a state banquet chef. The chef was a little proud. Yi Fan was shocked when he heard it. Is it true? They were able to hire a state banquet chef to be the cook, which proves that the salary will not be too low. It's true that money makes you do whatever you want. Xin Ci said calmly. My dad was worried that I wouldn't eat well, so he specially invited us here. Yi Fan knew that Chairman Mu doted on his daughter, but he didn't expect her to dote on him so much. When he becomes rich in the future, he will also copy it and find a state banquet chef for his family. You don't know what to eat, so I'll order 2 charcoal grilled Australian M9 steaks with port wine sauce, Kaluga caviar pasta, French foie gras with salad, black truffle duck breast pizza, seared salmon sushi, cream-baked Boston lobster, mango, avocado and shrimp salad, strawberry mousse. Xin Ci listed a long list of dishes with ease. The chef was excited when he heard this. This is the lineup. Look, Australian M9 is a top-grade steak. Compared with its high price, the meat is very tender and delicious. Not to mention that it is paired with expensive port wine sauce and requires special attention to the right cooking time to make it an exquisite dish. Kaluga caviar is a high-end product used by dozens of Michelin restaurants. Just 1 gram costs several hundred. Not to mention Boston lobster and black truffle duck breast, which are all expensive and delicious specialties. If it is an ordinary guest, you can just treat him casually. But if you can entertain someone with such expensive and high-end dishes, he is definitely a top priority. Okay, I'll do it right away. The chef became excited and went to the kitchen immediately. Yi Fan sat in his seat with anticipation and excitement. It was the first time for him to eat dishes prepared by a state banquet chef. Yifan wanted to drool just by listening to the delicious food Xin Ci reported. Fortunately, I didn't eat instant noodles, as these delicious foods would have killed my instant noodles in seconds. But Yifan didn't expect that unexpected things would happen one after another. P.S. Everyone, please open the gift box. There are 3 free gifts every day. Please give me gifts. I beg for them strongly. This way I can have the motivation to update more. Duh. Chapter 15. After a short wait, the delicious dishes were served one by one. The first dish served was French foie gras with salad. Just from the appearance, the vegetables were very fresh, and the foie gras was paired with the tempting taste. The foie gras sauce is really mellow and delicious. Paired with vegetables, the taste is not strong at all and has a sweet aftertaste. Yifan's taste buds were greatly satisfied. He also ate charcoal grilled Australian M9 steak with Xin Ci. The sauce was the perfect finishing touch, with a pleasant aroma of port wine that whetted the appetite. Not to mention the steak was so tender and juicy that the juices splattered as soon as it was cut. When you put it in your mouth, it is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and mixed with the sweet and delicious sauce. This was definitely the best steak he had ever eaten. As expected, the price has been raised, so the quality won't be any worse. Yifan ate with gusto, savoring every dish, which made him sigh in his heart. The dishes prepared by the state banquet chef are truly worthy of their reputation. Although ingredients are important, cooking skills are the most important. No wonder they spent so much money to hire a chef. The food is so much better than what ordinary chefs cook. After eating, Yifan felt more satisfied physically and mentally than ever before. It's really delicious. Now that the state banquet chef is at home, he can eat such delicious food every day. Just thinking about it makes me feel so good. Not only Yifan was satisfied, but Xin Ci was also very comfortable. She was finally able to have a proper meal through Yifan's mouth. The chef's quality is the same as usual. Xin Ci was already grateful to be able to eat meat. Isn't this much better than instant noodles? If I hadn't stopped her in time, she would probably have had to eat instant noodles today. Are you full? Xin Ci wiped her mouth and asked Yifan. If you are full, come with me. Where are we going? Yifan asked curiously. You'll know in a moment. Yifan felt it was mysterious, but since she said so, he just followed her. Her family is so rich, it's impossible for her to take him away to have his kidney cut. What is there to be afraid of? Yifan followed Xin Ci openly, but he didn't expect that Xin Ci would bring him to the garage. Yifan was instantly shocked by the scene before him. Is this a garage? Are you sure it's not a parking lot? There were more than 100 cars parked inside. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Maserati, Aston Martin, Bentley, Rolls-Royce, Bugatti Veyron, Pagani McLaren. Yifan exclaimed. There's even a Koenigsegg 11. Isn't this a limited edition? Even if you have money, you can't buy it. After seeing the car of his dreams, Yifan couldn't let it go. Now he has actually touched the Koenigsegg 11, which has a high status in the industry. So excited. You like it? Then drive it. Xin Ci said casually. You are kidding, open it for me? Yifan was shocked. If limited edition luxury cars like this are all for collection, aren't they? I can't pick you up anytime I want. As long as you have a driver's license, you can drive any car here. Xin Ci said calmly. I only have one request. Don't damage it. Yifan interrupted. No. Xin Ci glared at him. You are not allowed to squeeze into the bus, subway, or ride a bicycle. It is easy to live in luxury, but difficult to live in simplicity, especially for Xin Ci, who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth and enjoyed the best of everything. Now that the weather is getting hotter, it would be a great torture for her to take the bus and squeeze with other people while smelling strange smells. Of course, Yifan can't ride a bicycle either. Yifan has such good physical strength and is so powerful. If she rides a bike all day, her legs will become weak. Instead of doing this, she couldn't take preventive measures. Give Yifan a car to drive, then she will be more comfortable. Yifan didn't expect Xin Ci to have such a strange request, but when he thought about it carefully, she had been spoiled since she was a child, so it was normal for her to ask these questions. But it's better this way. He is the one who enjoys it. Okay, no problem. Yifan said to Xin Ci with a smile. Xin Ci breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he agreed. Otherwise, she really didn't know how to convince him. Xin Ci immediately asked the housekeeper to give Yifan a car key. Yifan started to drive the Koenigsegg 11 as an experienced driver. It is worthy of being a limited edition luxury car, and its experience function is really not exaggerated. It's super cool to drive, it has airbags, the interior is very detailed, and it's a real pleasure to drive. Yifan finally understood why so many people would spend tens of millions to buy luxury cars. It's not just for showing off, the performance is really good. After Yifan skated around for several laps, he was very satisfied. After getting off the car, Yifan assured Xin Ci, "Don't worry, I will definitely drive often." With the Koenigsegg 1-1, his Kawasaki H2 had to be put on hold. After hearing Yifan's words, Xin Ci gave a sincere smile. Very good. This was the happiest news she had heard in recent days. Little did they know that the happiest person was of course Yifan. After all, which man doesn't like driving? After Yifan got the car keys, he went upstairs. It was only a little after 8 o'clock, and he planned to play some games before going to bed. He didn't expect that there was a special esports room in the villa, which was even more fully equipped than the internet cafe. Yifan was instantly excited. First up is the limited edition custom-made Fat House Happy Chair, the same model as Kai Loli's. This is a leather ergonomic seat with a space capsule design. Totally awesome. You can lie down at any angle and not feel tired at all. It is also convenient for playing games, and is simply a must-have for lazy people. At first, he was moved, but Yifan wanted to buy it, but the price discouraged him. Any similar one would cost at least 30,000. The Move family's is probably even more expensive. Yifan lay down and enjoyed it. It was so comfortable to play games at this angle. Very comfortable. Do they have ROG Super God X? Yifan got even more excited when he saw the computer on the table. This is a super hardcore high-end computer with everything good about it. The only drawback is that it is too expensive. Ordinary people simply can't afford it. The price starts at 59,999 yuan. In addition to the ROG Zephyrus, there is also the Alienware AW2521H monitor, which has an extremely high frame rate. Even the keyboard is a top brand, estimated to be worth at least 10,000, not to mention the headphones. All peripherals are of the best configuration. This completely satisfies the needs of Yifan, a teenager addicted to the internet. He was very satisfied. I remembered the skills given by the system, super high gaming ability, and limited game skin purchase rights. We must let people see our technology, otherwise it would be a shame to just waste it. Yifan first opened the League of Legends. He started playing League of Legends a little late and didn't buy many skins, mainly because they were not cheap. Later, when they became limited edition skins, he regretted it. Fortunately, I now have the limited edition game skin purchase rights. Yifan's dream will come true in one go. Yifan even received a mysterious reward because of this, and the school beauty actually. Chapter 16. After Yifan used the props, the limited edition skin store was soon opened to him alone. Rare Braveheart Darius, Silver Judgment Kale, Dragon Blind Chroma Skin, Star Slasher Blade Master, Unstoppable Jax. The 3rd anniversary limited edition is the video game goddess Miss Fortune, the video game goddess Ari, the Jade Sword Legend Shadowless Talon. Everything you need. It fully meets Yifan's needs. Yifan was extremely happy. He immediately started clicking the mouse to buy, but found that he didn't have a penny. Free of charge. Wow, that feels so good. The system understands him too well. Yifan pocketed it all at once. Yifan felt very satisfied when he got all the skins. He also opened WeChat on his mobile phone and shouted as soon as he entered the dormitory group. Yifan. Everyone, League of Legends is online. Let's play together. The originally quiet WeChat group suddenly exploded. Fat Tiger. The missing person has returned? I thought you were so engrossed in your life that you forgot about us. Xiaowu. Instead of having a sweet duo with the school beauty, you're actually thinking about the game? Brother Lei. Old Yi, you're super popular at school right now. I advise you not to come to school these few days, or I'm afraid you'll be attacked. You've become the public enemy of all the boys in school, so you better take care of yourself. Yifan thought that Xin Ci driving him away would cause a sensation in the whole school. After all, Xin Ci is a public goddess with countless fans. I guess tonight will be a sleepless and unhappy night for many bootlickers. It's none of his business, as long as he's happy. Do you still want to play games? Yifan replied in a voice message. The 3 people said in unison, "Go online immediately." It didn't take long for them to form a team. When they started picking heroes, Xiaowu said to Yifan, "You play support." Yifan is a versatile support player. After all, he usually wins without any effort and needs the jungler Xiaowu to lead the team. "No, I just want to play jungle," Yifan said firmly. This sentence instantly shocked Xiaowu, Fat Tiger, and Lei Go. "You're kidding. Have you forgotten how bad our gaming experience was the last time you played jungle?" Fat Tiger became excited. Xiaowu nodded straight. "Yes, the other side kept mocking us, and you kept giving away heads." Lei Go. "Nothing is difficult in this world as long as you are willing to give up. Actually, there is nothing wrong with playing support." Yifan did not change his mind. "Let me give it a try. It will definitely be different from before." He now has god-level skills and is no longer the rookie he was before. Okay, let him try it. I'll carry it anyway. Xiaowu nodded. Lei Gu agreed. I tried my best in this game and worked hard on my output. When playing games, just have fun. Winning or losing is not important. Fat Tiger echoed. Since Yifan wants to play, let him play. If we lose, we lose. At least the four of us are together. Being happy is the most important thing. What else can I do? I'll just pamper Yifan. Who made Yifan the youngest in the dormitory? Yifan was still somewhat touched by his roommate's reactions. Even though he played so badly before, these brothers never scolded him. This time, he wanted to show off and give his brothers a good beating. Another teammate who happened to be matched with Xiaowu saw that Xiaowu and the others all had ordinary skins, and then proudly showed off his new skin. It's cool, right? It's very expensive. I spent hundreds of dollars to get it. Xiaowu and others felt envious when they saw it. This new skin is what they've been wanting. But it's too expensive, and you may not be able to get it even if you spend real money. So it's not cost-effective for students. So I'm afraid to try it. After reading it, Yifan replied, it's just average. As a result, his teammates said disdainfully, forget it. You are just saying the grapes are sour because you can't eat them. Sorry, I do. Yifan said disdainfully. He was not bragging. The skin the other person was showing off was exactly the one he had just bought. It's still free. Who would believe that? However, as soon as he finished speaking, the other party saw Yifan choose the hero. Li Xin's skin is actually descendants of the dragon. The teammate's breathing is blocked. As a year-end skin, this skin is extremely difficult to obtain and extremely rare. This is the skin he wants the most. But he can't get it no matter what. He rarely even sees his opponents with this skin. I didn't expect that the teammate I match with now would have this. Or maybe he just mocked the other person for being so sarcastic. How could they possibly still be interested in this set of skins they just got when they already have this limited edition expensive skin? He was killed in an instant. The teammate's face was also hit loudly. Xiaowu exclaimed, wow, you actually have this skin. Fat Tiger was excited. Sure enough, boss, I want to use your account. Lei Gu exclaimed, when did you join? You really are a hidden talent. Are you not high profile at all? Yifan touched his nose, a little proud. Isn't this used? Come and show off your skills. The other party was very stubborn. Limited edition skins. What's so great about that? Playing games depends on skills. If you play it badly, you might as well quit the game. Among the big spenders, 9 out of 10 are novices, and the other one is just carried away. Yifan raised his eyebrows. Then let me show you the real technology. Originally, the roommates were worried about Yifan and were secretly developing themselves, determined to help Yifan win the game. It turns out they were all redundant. Why do we need their support? Yifan's gaming skills are simply amazing. Kill people like crazy. Kill one if you come, kill two if you come, kill them all if you come in a group. In just 10 minutes, without even having to push the tower, all the opponents surrendered. All the roommates were stunned. Not only did they win without any effort, but it was Yifan who led them to win without any effort. Damn it that you're not going to hire someone to play for you, are you? When did you become so skilled? Rank up like this isn't just a dream. Old Yi, you are so awesome. Master, please accept my knees. Yifan said lightly. The skin just feels good. Of course, the computer at the school beauty's house is also very easy to use, and the internet speed is amazing. But he didn't say it. Otherwise he would have attracted so much hatred. The teammate who had been so arrogant just now gasped after being pulled back to the room. He felt like a fool. What I just said was simply self-humiliating. What's wrong with the Krypton Gold boss? Yifan can Krypton Gold and has good skills. How about it? Are you convinced now? Xiaowu asked proudly. He is so happy now, and his buddies are so proud. This young man was so arrogant, but now he gets slapped in the face. Ding dong. Yifan was already prepared for the other party to curse and swear. As a result, a reminder to add a friend appeared on his message interface. Brother, please take me with you. I'll kneel down for you. You want to be my disciple? I just didn't recognize you. Yifan. Child, where's your backbone? Not only this person, but all 5 opponents in the previous game sent friend invitations. They all come here to curry favor with the boss and want to get on board. Master, I'll give you a skin. Please help me rank up. Boss, I have a lot of PLMM photos. Add me on WeChat and I'll send them to you. Brother, I, Xin Ci, can chop you down. I have a beautiful sister, should I mention it? Yifan. Chapter 17. The night deepens. Xin Ci changed into light and comfortable pajamas and lay down on the bed, ready to fall asleep. But she was very conscious. She could not only feel the clacking of her fingers on the keyboard. You can also feel the refreshing numbness from sitting for a long time. The most important thing is that your nerve centers are always excited. It's a sleepless night. Bang! Xin Ci sat up from the bed in a moment. This made her unable to sleep. At this moment, Yi Fan is playing the game in full swing. He has won 20 games in a row. This master's skills are too awesome. The opponent is no match at all. They say LOL is a 5-player game, but he alone is worth 5. In the past, he was always carried by Xiaowu, but now Xiaowu wins without any effort. When a game started, there were more than 40 people watching. This made Yi Fan very excited. This was the highlight moment of the game he had never experienced before. When he was playing the game with great enthusiasm, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on his desk. Yi Fan looked over in the direction of the sound and was shocked by the hot and seductive scene before him. Xin Ci was standing in front of him. She was wearing a V-neck suspender nightgown, with long black hair draped over her shoulders. Her beautiful face was completely watery, pure, and charming. She has a swan neck, a slender waist, and long legs, and exudes the green and delicious aroma of peaches. Yi Fan has no time to think about games. Can I go to bed now? Xin Ci muttered with her red lips, rubbing her eyes sleepily. It's already 1 o'clock, and I have classes tomorrow. She was obviously still in a bad mood when she woke up. She said she was complaining, but in fact, it was no different from being a spoiled child. Yi Fan was stunned for a moment. He was so engrossed in the game that he forgot the time. Oh, it's so late. Sorry, I will stop playing after this last round. Yi Fan replied. After all, you can't just hang up and let your teammates down. The last few billion? Xin Ci asked. This is really the last one, just finish it. Then I'll sit next to you and watch. There was no chair nearby, so Xin Ci simply sat on the computer desk. Humph, she knew that boys love playing games the most. If she didn't keep an eye on him, Yi Fan might really play all night. Woo-woo, she was really sleepy and wanted to sleep. Xin Ci yawned, and her originally beautiful and flawless face was now a bit lazy and tender, which made Yi Fan's breathing even more rapid. She was very close to Yi Fan, and Yi Fan could catch a glimpse of her with just a quick glance. Yi Fan just can't understand those straight men who can have girls and still play games. If it was him, it would definitely be all of them. Now Yi Fan's face was completely red. Ever since Xin Ci appeared, he had been completely distracted. The most important thing is that the headphones he was wearing were filled with the voices of several roommates. What happened? The microphone suddenly turned off. Xiaowu asked puzzledly. That's right. Why are you silent for no reason? Haha. Could it be that you have a mistress hidden in your house? Fat Tiger teased cheerfully. Yi Fan's face turned even redder. I didn't expect that I was guessed right. There is a beautiful woman next to him now, and she is very close to him. Especially Xin Ci. She closed her eyelids slightly and looked at him with affection. Being stared at by such a beautiful woman, Yi Fan naturally felt a lot of pressure. But he certainly couldn't just say that the school beauty was in his room, otherwise it would cause an uproar. Think about it carefully, a man and a woman, alone in a room in the middle of the night. Don't these old perverts have any weird thoughts? Yi Fan turned on the microphone and quickly replied, Don't overthink it. Just focus on killing people. Afraid of hearing any strange noises, and if someone was really discovered to be around, Yi Fan immediately turned off the microphone. A few brothers were joking around, but Yi Fan didn't care. He just wanted to end the game quickly. Fortunately, Yi Fan successfully pushed the tower not long after, and the game ended. Yi Fan successfully logged off, took off his headphones, and breathed a sigh of relief. Why does it feel like I'm playing Infernal Affairs, sneaking around and afraid of being discovered? It's over, Yi Fan said to Xin Ci. Xin Ci, who was originally very sleepy, finally showed joy on her face after hearing this. He can finally sleep. She is really sleepy, but she found that after Yi Fan returned to the room, he did not sleep on the bed, but was looking for something. What are you doing? You're not going to sleep again. Are you going to exercise? If he were to go to the gym to exercise in the evening, she would be exhausted. Xin Ci rushed forward and grabbed a corner of Yi Fan's shirt. The system said, Congratulations, host. Interaction value detected. 300 points obtained. Yi Fan's body trembled. He could feel her soft little hands grasping the corner of his clothes. When I turned around, I met her clear and watery eyes. Her anxious and eager expression makes people excited. I think there's nothing wrong with exercising before going to bed. Yi Fan raised the corners of his lips and walked forward deliberately. As a result, Xin Ci tightly grasped his clothes with both hands and glared at his feet. Don't leave. Let's go to bed. Are you sure we were the ones sleeping? Yi Fan deliberately emphasized the word we. He pushed Xin Ci against the wall. Yi Fan's face was very close. He was so close that Xin Ci felt like he was about to kiss her. She was feeling very awkward and shy now, and her pretty little face was completely flushed with shame. His eyes revealed 3 parts of indifference, 3 parts of ridicule, and 4 parts of indifference. It made her heart beat like a deer. I was wrong. Can't you just go to sleep? Xin Ci's skin was burning hot, and she muttered. She was a little afraid to look directly into Yi Fan's dark eyes. Of course, I just wanted to take a shower. Yi Fan lowered his head slightly. After all, you don't want to sleep smelling my sweat, do you? Xin Ci couldn't help but look up. His three-dimensional and handsome outline made her body completely numb. Yi Fan was different from the other sweaty boys. He had a light, soapy smell on his body, which was quite refreshing and did not seem very unpleasant to Xin Ci. But what he said made her feel ashamed. She quickly slipped out from under Yi Fan's arm. Then go quickly. You were unwilling to go just now, but now you are urging me to go. Yi Fan said jokingly with a smile in his eyes. Chapter 18. She walked straight forward, pushed Yi Fan's back, and said with a blushing face, "Just go quickly. I'm really sleepy." Her aggrieved voice was filled with a hint of coquettish tenderness. Yi Fan was in a good mood and followed her instructions to go into the bathroom and take a shower. After he went in, Xin Ci returned to her room and laid down on the big bed. Although she didn't hear the sound of water, she could feel that he was taking a shower. Xin Ci's heartbeat quickened, and she buried her face in the pillow embarrassedly. She muttered, "Wash quickly." Her pretty little face was filled with shame, and she rubbed the pillow repeatedly. So shameful. If she didn't want to die, she really wanted to knock on the door and tell Yi Fan to stop washing. Fortunately, Yi Fan finally took a bath after a while, and Xin Ci felt relieved. Yi Fan should be lying down. After washing, my refreshed skin rests against the soft bed. It made Xin Ci feel relieved. Her soft little face was pressed against the bed sheet with satisfaction, and the corners of her lips curled up involuntarily. The next day, Yi Fan got up from the big Simmons bed. This bed is so comfortable. It's not like the wooden beds in school, where you can't stretch your legs out and you can't move around at all. Yi Fan rolled over on the bed several times, but nothing happened because the bed was so big that he couldn't fall off at all. In addition, the bed that Xin Ci slept on was also a top-notch, super good bed, so Yi Fan enjoyed an extremely good sleep. When Yi Fan was getting ready, he felt the touch of the other person's fingers gently caressing his shoulders, as if he was touching his hair. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Already have a sense of picture. It was as if a graceful figure was sitting on the bed in front of me, with long hair reaching her waist. Her slender jade fingers were touching her long hair, which was so watery and pure. This sense of immersion is too strong. How great it would be if she were my wife. In order to prevent himself from thinking in the wrong way, he immediately started doing sit-ups. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door outside. Yi Fan, don't overdo it. Get some rest. A shy and unruly voice called out from outside. This was also unexpected and surprised Yi Fan. Yi Fan felt embarrassed. He didn't expect that she would find out about him exercising again. It's indeed a bit too much. I need to have a good rest. I'm sorry. Yi Fan apologized, but he could already feel the footsteps going away. It was obvious that she left without coming back. Yi Fan scratched his hair. What was he doing? Now exchanging physical sensations was a matter for two people. Although it was inconvenient, it was better to exercise less and rest more. After Yi Fan washed up, he went downstairs to eat. Xin Ci was wearing a light blue sailor suit. The miniskirt just reached above her knees. Her white legs were wrapped in black stockings, which made her look slender and beautiful. Sitting in my seat, I looked at his little face, which was still red as he buried his head in drinking porridge. This scene came into Yi Fan's eyes, and he apologized. What happened this morning? What happened this morning? I don't remember it. Don't mention it. She drank very quickly, then said awkwardly, I'm going to school. He quickly escaped. Yi Fan's mind flashed with the image of Xin Ci's red ears and cheeks. He couldn't help but curl his lips and felt a little happy. This school beauty is not aloof at all. Quite cute. In the morning, Yi Fan drove the Koenigsegg 11 to school. When the cool Koenigsegg 11 drives on campus, it attracts a lot of attention. All the boys stared with wide eyes. After all, I've seen people driving Wuling Hongguang, Mercedes-Benz, and BMW, but who has ever seen anyone driving a Koenigsegg? For a moment, some people were taking pictures with their mobile phones. Wow, this looks like a Koenigsegg sports car. Who can drive such a cool car to school? So cool. Quickly take a photo and post it on social media. I wonder which rich kid is driving this car. Do you think this is something that just any rich kid can drive? This looks like the Koenigsegg 11. There are only a few of them in the world, and you might not be able to buy one even if you have the money. I didn't expect to see one in our university. Chapter 19. Someone else replied with disdain. Actually, this sports car isn't that great. It consumes a lot of fuel. It's not as good as my Emma electric car. I'll start right away if I love it. This is often said to be sour grapes. After all, the price of a Koenigsegg car part is almost catching up with that of an electric car. Yi Fan parked his sports car and went to the classroom for class. As soon as he entered the teaching building, he made a group of girls blush. They shyly chased him all the way, peeking at him the whole time. Yi Fan is so handsome. I heard that the title of school hunk was originally meant to be his, but he's the principal's nephew, and Yi Fan isn't as tall as him, so the title fell to him. Yeah, he's a lot more handsome than before, and he seems to have grown taller. He's over 1.8 meters tall now. If I date him, I'll have to stand on tiptoe when kissing him. Whose urine is sweet? Hurry up and wake her up. She's dreaming in broad daylight. The school beauty is offering herself voluntarily. What chance do we have? Oh, that's right. Why does my love rival have to be the campus beauty? I heard that the campus beauty is very flattering to him. I am a complete loser. The girls sighed and wished that Yi Fan liked them, but it was just a dream because Yi Fan didn't even look at them. Yi Fan naturally attracted the boys' attention. Some of the school beauty's admirers heard the rumors on the forum and started complaining out of jealousy. Damn it. He actually slept with the school beauty Moo. Isn't this guy just handsome? As a result, another companion poured cold water on him. Do you think he's just handsome? See the sports car keys in his hand. That's his confidence. I heard his family is very rich now, and he's just a playboy who came here to experience life. I even saw him riding a Kawasaki H2 before. Take a closer look. Sure enough, Yi Fan was holding a sports car key in his hand. This moment makes people feel closed. How can I live like this? He's handsome and rich. It's only because his grades are so poor that I feel mentally balanced. Can grades really make a living? He's already so rich, he can just inherit the family business. Why would he even need to look at academic qualifications? Those of us with good grades are just working for him. That's right, judging from this. He's more than worthy of the school beauty Moo. Now who dares to criticize Yi Fan? Not as handsome as Yi Fan. I don't have Yi Fan's money. Even being pursued by the school beauty? How can you compare with others? It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Soon Yi Fan walked into the classroom and found that he was immediately stared at by a group of men. Brother Yi, you're here? Your heroic deeds have spread throughout the school. The campus beauty actually brought you milk tea and carried your luggage for you. That's amazing. You really bring honor to us boys. Yes, she's always been the school beauty that everyone chases after. Now the tables have turned. It's so cool. Are you really dating the campus beauty? I heard you guys hit a home run. Yi Fan, surrounded by his classmates, had a black question mark face. A home run? How could I not know that? I'm still single. That one sentence made people gasp. Really? Brother Yi, you can still control yourself in front of school beauty Moo. So school beauty Moo is pursuing you unilaterally and is your bootlicker? Awesome. It's a rumor that you slept with the school beauty Moo. You're still single. There are so many girls in school, and you're still competing with us. Do you want us to live? I'll give you the beauty of schoolgirl Moo. You should find a partner now. After all, you two are a good match. Other boys are afraid that the girls they like will end up in Yi Fan's hands, so they are now begging Yi Fan to help him find a partner. If Yi Fan doesn't find a partner, their hopes of falling in love will be slim. Yi Fan didn't expect the boys' reactions to be so exaggerated. Hong Yi, who was standing aside, felt very uncomfortable watching everyone flattering Yi Fan. I don't know what kind of luck Yi Fan had that he could be pursued by the school beauty. He was seriously mentally unbalanced and wished that he was the one being crowd-pleasing. Suddenly, Hong Yi saw a slender figure walking in from outside. Her brown hair was draped over her shoulders, and she was wearing a white dress. She had big breasts and a slim waist, a small, gentle, and beautiful face, and an outstanding temperament. As soon as she walked into the classroom with breakfast, she distracted the other boys' attention from Yi Fan. Isn't this the beauty of the department? How come she's in our class? The beauty queen is so cute. She looks so good in this little skirt. Who are you looking for? Hong Yi started to show off and said to the boys, and they said it must be my girlfriend who came to see me. The boys began to envy Hong Yi again. Even if you don't have a school beauty, it's great to have a girlfriend who is a department beauty. Not to mention that the beauty in the department is a well-known talented girl in the school and plays the violin very well. Now she even comes to deliver breakfast to me. She is really a top-notch girlfriend. Under everyone's envious gaze, Hong Yi walked up to the school beauty and said, "Shwe shwe, why are you here? You're here, but why are you bringing me breakfast? I've already had breakfast." He shouted at the top of his voice, just to get everyone to look at him. Hong Yi tried to take the breakfast proudly, but the beauty quickly moved her hand away. "Who said it was for you?" said the beauty unhappily. Hong Yi, who was originally very happy, was suddenly dumbfounded. "If it's not for me, then who is it for?" Of course. The school beauty looked at Yi Fan, who was sitting not far away. In front of everyone's surprised gaze, she walked over and handed the breakfast to Yi Fan. The school beauty shyly said to Yi Fan, I waited in line for a long time to buy breakfast for you. I don't know what you like to eat, so I bought some of everything. I hope you like it, classmate Yifan. Yifan was very confused. What kind of confusing behavior is this? With such great charm, can he still attract the beauty in the school to fall in love with someone else? Hong Yi's face was extremely dark. Some boys were already chattering. What's going on? Isn't the beauty in the department Hong Yi's girlfriend? Yeah, how could you change your mind and fall in love with Yifan? Isn't this cheating on Hong Yi? After hearing this, the school beauty hurriedly explained, What? When did I become Hong Yi's girlfriend? Others said, Isn't it true? Hong Yi was bragging to us a few days ago, saying that you've had a crush on him for a long time and begged him to date you. The school beauty glared at Hong Yi, who was trying to escape, in shame and anger, and shouted, How can you spread rumors like that? It was obviously you who was pestering me, and I rejected your advances. So how did it become that I had a crush on you and wanted to date you? She was even afraid that Yifan would misunderstand her, so she excitedly stated, You have to believe me. I have never dated a boy. Her face flushed red. I only like you. I've had a crush on you for a long time. The truth is revealed. Everyone suddenly understood. It turns out that the school beauty has a crush on someone else, and Hong Yi is just pretending to be cool because his love proposal failed. Everyone fell for his trick. Chapter 20. Hong Yi, you're so shameless, bragging about everything. Class monitor, are you worthy of being the school beauty? Don't you consider your own conditions? The person she likes is Yifan, not you at all. How dare you ruin her reputation? We were all deceived by you. We didn't even know how many lies you had. Everyone is blaming Hong Yi. Hong Yi saw that his goddess was angry with him and confessed her love to Yifan. He was exhausted and completely heartbroken. He has liked the beauty in the department for so long, but he didn't expect that the beauty in the department has a special liking for Yifan. It's Yifan again. This is really too much. Yifan felt relieved when he saw Hong Yi being slapped in the face. Hong Yi's pretense finally failed. I implied something about him last time, and now I'm getting my comeuppance. Squad leader, won't you explain? Yifan glanced at Hong Yi. Hong Yi was very embarrassed. I just like her too much. I have already considered her as my wife. It's only a matter of time before I can catch up with her, he said anxiously to the beauty in the department. Shue, please give me a chance. But the school beauty said angrily. Impossible. Are you dead set on this? I won't be with you, no matter who I am with. I only have Yifan in my heart. She looked at Yifan, a little shy. Would you like to be with me? I will bring you breakfast every day, rain or shine. Everyone was completely jealous. All the romantic encounters belonged to Yifan. The campus beauty is Yifan's bootlicker, and even the department beauty is infatuated with him. Hong Yi gritted his teeth in disbelief. He has been pursuing the beauty of the department for so long, and he gives her whatever she wants. In the end, all efforts were in vain. The other party actually fell in love with Yifan. It's like a cabbage being taken away by a pig. I'm sorry, I don't have any plans to fall in love right now. Yifan refused directly. As a student, I just want to study hard right now. The school beauty drooped her eyelids in disappointment. Hong Yi thought, now the beauty in the school will finally give up this idea. Shue, if he doesn't cherish you, there will naturally be someone who will. Hong Yi subconsciously stepped forward to comfort the beauty. Who would have thought that the beauty would immediately push Hong Yi away and throw herself at Yifan? She said shyly, Yifan, you are so ambitious. I like you even more. I can go to the library with you every day to study. Hong Yi, that's all possible. No need. Yifan refused. No matter what, I will still like you. I'll wait for you to change your mind. After being rejected, the beauty covered her face and ran out of the classroom sobbing. Yifan, alas, being too popular is not good either. Rejected another beautiful girl. It was Hong Yi who was heartbroken. A dog licks a dog until he ends up with nothing. The goddess is deeply in love with his rival. He glared at Yifan fiercely. You will regret this. He was forced to endure such a great humiliation. Coupled with the hatred of having his wife taken away, he would definitely settle this account with Yifan. Shue, Hong Yi chased after her, shouting the goddess' name. Yifan shrugged, feeling confident. Come on, he has a system. Who would he be afraid of? After a while, Xiaowu and others came. After learning about the farce that had just happened, they were dumbfounded. You clearly have the potential to be a sea king, but you insist on being single. You're going to be the public enemy of the whole school. Luckily, I'm no longer single. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have a girlfriend if you were around. Yifan calmly replied, Women can only affect the speed of my sword drawing. Without women in my heart, I can draw my sword naturally. The first page of the sword manual, forget your lover. The second page of the sword manual, swing the sword to cut through the world. It's better to be single. School art studio. When Xin Ci appeared, many pairs of strange eyes locked on her. Xin Ci felt uncomfortable watching this, and some people were whispering to each other. Xin Ci was very confused. What's going on? When Xin Ci sat down next to her best friend Xiaoya and prepared to paint, Xiaoya came over and asked, "Were you with the handsome boy from the finance department last night?" "How do you know?" Xin Ci was a little surprised. "Who leaked the news? Could it be Yifan?" "Not only me, the whole school knows about it." Xiaoya was very excited. "Oh." Xin Ci was shocked. "How is it possible that the whole school knows about this? What exactly happened? Could it be that Yifan told it out?" Although she had never met Yifan, she had heard that Yifan was very handsome. Handsome guys are unreliable. If it was a Sea King, iron-blooded and merciless would be doomed. If Xin Ci gets pregnant again, it will be even worse. Duh. Chapter 21. What are you talking about? Xin Ci's little face turned completely red. "I'm your best friend, and even I'm on guard against you. How long do you want to keep it a secret from me? The school's intranet has been spreading like crazy." Xiaoya immediately found the post on the intranet and showed it to Xin Ci. When Xin Ci saw it, she was immediately furious. She actually said that Yifan slept with her? She just kissed Yifan at most. The biggest mistake was accidentally seeing Yifan naked. That was Yifan doing something evil, and she was just trying to stop him. Why are these netizens so boring that they start making up such boring stories? This is slander. Xin Ci's little face turned completely red. So nothing like that happened? Xiaoya heaved a sigh of relief, but she was also puzzled. "Are you Yifan's bootlicker?" Xin Ci. "What the hell is going on? I heard that you even brought him milk tea on the playground and broke into the men's dormitory. To make Yifan smile, you willingly carried his suitcase." Xin Ci gently pinched her forehead. This is a long story. Anyway, I'm not his bootlicker." Xin Ci is in a difficult situation now. She can't tell Xiaoya that she exchanged physical sensations with Yifan for no apparent reason. Even if I told her, Xiaoya wouldn't believe it. She might get into trouble because of this, and it would be bad if she was sent to some laboratory for research. "That's good," Xiaoya grumbled. "In my eyes, there's no man worthy of you. I heard that Yifan only has a pretty face, no other advantages, and his grades are terrible. He was ranked last in the school to get in. So many girls have confessed to him, but he still hasn't got a girlfriend. Maybe he's gay." But Xin Ci immediately refuted him. "So what if his grades are not so good? He can definitely improve. He doesn't have a girlfriend, so he is gay? Then haven't you been single since birth? Are you gay too?" "Xiao, and you said you are not a bootlicker. I must ask the administrator to delete the post immediately," Xin Ci said angrily as she looked at the message. In just one night, so many people spread rumors. It was her first time, so how could someone say that she was slept with? Woohoo, this is such a bully. How can she get married? Wait, Yifan posted. When Xin Ci was angry, Xiaoya looked at her phone at Xin Ci. Xin Ci took a glance and was shocked. Yifan did post a message to clarify that he had never slept with Xin Ci and that his relationship with her was innocent. There were countless replies all at once, and it was pinned to the top by the administrator. Xiaoya's opinion changed a little. If it were those nasty guys, they would have let these rumors continue to ferment. After all, you're so outstanding, this matter could definitely be boasted about for a long time. He actually clarified it immediately. He still has some conscience. These words completely touched Xin Ci's heart. She didn't expect Yifan to speak up for her, and when she scrolled through the replies below, she saw some keyboard warriors maliciously attacking Yifan and saying that Yifan was a gigolo. This is too much. How can Yifan be a gigolo? I'm not eating his rice, so why does he care so much about other people's business? Xin Ci was even angrier than before. She immediately registered a new ID to maintain Yifan. Xin Ci quickly called the school administrator. In addition to asking the management to clean up those rumor posts, they also exposed the IDs of those black fans who scolded Yifan. "I've permanently blocked these ID users." "Oh, or rather, don't ban them, just log them out." Xiaoya, who was listening nearby, was completely dumbfounded. Just because keyboard warriors scolded Yifan, Xin Ci mobilized so many troops? "You said you weren't going to be a bootlicker." The administrator naturally obeyed Xin Ci's instructions. "Okay, no problem at all." Xin Ci is the daughter of the Mu Group. The Mu Group has invested in Huaqing University. Her father is one of the shareholders and has invested in and sponsored a lot of things for the school. If we offend Xin Ci, the school will not be able to get so many benefits in the future. Only a fool would neglect Xin Ci. Xin Ci was very satisfied after hearing the administrator's words. The administrator is indeed very efficient. In less than 5 minutes, all posts about Xin Ci were cleared. In particular, All the accounts that slandered Xin Ci were forcibly cancelled. As long as you send any words about Xin Ci, they will be deleted by the forum. Not only that, all the bad news about Yi Fan will also disappear. Anyone who has ever spoken against Yi Fan will be blocked and banned. So Yi Fan and Xin Ci became the taboo topic on campus. Netizens who discovered the trick became even more excited. This is definitely a husband-protecting demon. Look, Xin Ci's power is overwhelming. If someone insults Yi Fan, I will block them and log them out. Xin Ci really loves Yi Fan so much. Yi Fan literally saved the galaxy. This also makes more people envy Yi Fan. How could Xin Ci, who has such excellent conditions, silently make contributions behind the scenes? At this moment, Xin Ci was very satisfied with the result. All the negative information about Yi Fan has disappeared. However, in addition to satisfaction, there is also a feeling of heat. It's so hot. Xin Ci's face turned red with heat. She immediately wiped the sweat and even pulled her collar. Is it hot? The air conditioner is on, and it's set quite low. Xiaoya was very confused. The temperature in the studio was very low, and some girls were shivering with cold and started wearing coats. Even Xiaoya felt the air conditioning was too low and felt cold, so she hunched her shoulders. Really? Xin Ci was stunned. If that's the case, then there's something wrong with Yi Fan. Just as Xin Ci guessed, Yi Fan did encounter a difficult problem here. In the afternoon, when I took professional classes, I went to classroom B. But there is no air conditioning. Unfortunately, the temperature in the afternoon was very hot, already over 30 degrees. Not to mention that a bunch of people are crowded in one classroom to take classes, and the air is not circulating, making it increasingly damp and uncomfortable. Xiaowu was already fanning himself with his books. He was sweating from the tip of his nose. It's too hot in here. When will the air conditioner in the classroom be repaired? How can we bear the heat now? That's right. Even though it's already September, don't you know how uncomfortable the autumn heat is? The air conditioner here has been broken for so long, and I've been complaining about it for a long time, but the school didn't do anything about it. How stingy. Fat Tiger took a sip of lemon juice. The cool feeling relieved his fever a little, but he still sweated profusely. Other students also complained. How can we still attend class properly? This feels like a sauna. It's so uncomfortable. Other classrooms have air conditioning. Why are we the only ones suffering? We have to move to this shabby old classroom without air conditioning. It's really a torture. Complaints were heard everywhere in the classroom. Even if I opened the window to get some fresh air, the hot wind blowing in from outside made me quickly shrink my face inward. No, it's too painful. However, when everyone was complaining, Xiaowu found that Yi Fan was very calm. Yi Fan's face was not red and his heart was not beating fast. It seemed that he could not feel the heat at all and was quite comfortable. Chapter 22. Aren't you hot? Xiaowu was stunned. Fat Tiger was very surprised. Old Yi, are you confused because of heat stroke? Yi Fan is indeed not hot. After all, the body sensation has been exchanged. Now he could only feel the coolness of the air conditioner and the refreshing taste of drinking soda. It's really chilling and heart-wrenching. Anyway, he can enjoy all the benefits of Xin Ci. It's hot, Yi Fan said, pretending to be hot, fearing his roommates would get suspicious. Hasn't anyone come to fix the air conditioner yet? Seeing that everyone around him was so hot, Xin Ci must be feeling uncomfortable, and he felt a little guilty. Yi Fan immediately unbuttoned a few buttons. If he wasn't afraid of being immoral in the classroom, he would have gone shirtless. To make Xin Ci feel better, Yi Fan drank some cold soda and fanned himself with a book. Xin Ci will probably feel a little cooler this way. But the most important point is when to repair the air conditioner. I don't know. Xiaowu saw that Yi Fan was hot, but he didn't worry that he might have heat stroke or hallucinations. He complained. I complained, but no one came to fix it. They just think we students are easy to bully. Who said it wasn't? How can we get through this scorching heat? Lei Gu complained. I can't even attend class. It's full of stench and sweat. Standing in the corridor is more comfortable than here. When my roommates kept complaining. Ding dong. Yi Fan received a reminder on his phone. He picked up his phone and saw that it was Xin Ci who sent him a WeChat message. Xin Ci, what's going on? It's so hot. What happened? Yi Fan's mind immediately flashed with Xin Ci's beautiful face, which was sweating from the heat. It seems that Xin Ci is bearing the heat for him now, which makes him feel distressed. Yi Fan honestly told the whole story about the broken air conditioner. Xin Ci replied, Okay, I understand. In less than a few minutes, two workers suddenly walked into the classroom with toolboxes. Hello, we are here to repair the air conditioner on the orders of Miss Xin Ci. Yi Fan was stunned. He didn't expect Xin Ci to be so fast. She is really nice, but I am sometimes not very capable. When the words came out, all the students were shocked. They complained many times, but no one came to repair the air conditioner. Now, just because Xin Ci mentioned it casually, the school allowed us to repair the air conditioner? There is no doubt that the biggest reason why Xin Ci asked for repairs was Yifan. The school beauty is pursuing Yifan. System online. Congratulations, host. It is detected that Xin Ci has found someone to repair your air conditioner, and you will be rewarded with 500 points. After accumulating points, Yifan felt particularly satisfied. Yifan immediately started drawing lots. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You won the Yin Family Garden Villa. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You drew a black card with unlimited credit. Yifan was excited. Yin Family Garden is arguably the most expensive and prime location in the city. The minimum price to own a villa here is 80 million. I don't own a house, and Yifan originally planned to save money to buy one. Now that he has won a villa, why should he buy one? How many people have worked all their lives and still can't afford such a villa? But now you can easily own such a nice villa. It's so cool. As for the black card with unlimited credit limit, Yifan has heard some bloggers introduce it. It's a status symbol, absolutely a good thing. Even rich people may not be able to get their applications approved by banks, and there are no more than 50 people in the country who own black cards. As a result, I now have a black card with unlimited credit. It completely fulfilled Yifan's wish. The paperwork for Yin Family Garden has been successfully processed and placed in your bag along with the black card. Host, please check. Yifan immediately took out his backpack. When I took it out and looked at it, there was indeed a property certificate and property documents. What is written above is Villa number 215, Yin Family Garden. The head of the household is Yifan's name. Haha, I finally became a homeowner. Let's look at the black card. Look, this card is designed to be noble and top-notch. It suits his temperament so well. While Yifan was happy, the workers also repaired the air conditioner, and the classroom returned to its former coolness. Because of the air conditioning, the originally stuffy environment suddenly became a comfortable temperature. How many people are immersed in the comfort and can enjoy the air conditioning comfortably? Everyone immediately looked at Yifan with admiration. Brother Yi, you are simply a god in my heart. You're our savior. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know how long we would have been in the furnace. The school beauty has done so much for you. I, as a classmate, am touched. Do you really not want to accept the school beauty? She is too devoted to you. Even Xiaowu and his roommates were so excited to thank Yifan. Brother, I kneel down for you. Old Yi, thank you for saving my life. It's better to mention your name. I have no way to repay you. I will treat you to whatever you want to eat later. Yifan was also very surprised. She never thought that Xin Ci would use her connections to benefit herself just by mentioning it casually. Although it was just to exchange body sensations, she did it to make herself feel more comfortable. But no one else knows. Everyone agrees that Xin Ci is Yifan's bootlicker. She loves Yifan so much. Yifan saved the galaxy, and there is such a beautiful girl who is devoted to him. Yifan also sent a text message to Xin Ci. It's fixed. Thank you. Are you feeling better? Xin Ci. Huh. That's good. I'm feeling cool already. Yifan looked at the text message and thought of that scene. His eyes were full of love for Xin Ci. At the same time, Xin Ci received a message from Yifan. She felt much more comfortable overall and was no longer as sweaty as before. But after seeing the message sent by Yifan, Xin Ci couldn't help but smile. Xiaoya, who was drawing nearby, shuddered when she heard the laughter. Did she hear it right? It seemed like Xin Ci was smiling. At first glance, I found that Xin Ci had a happy smile on her face. Xin Ci looks really beautiful when she smiles, with curved eyes and slightly raised lips, which makes her look even more gentle and sweet. What's so exciting? You know, Xiaoya, as Xin Ci's best friend, rarely sees her so happy. After all, Xin Ci has always been an icy beauty in school, and Xiaoya is Xin Ci's deskmate. Coupled with her lively personality, she opened Xin Ci's heart. Only then did I realize that Xin Ci had experienced some bad things in the past, which caused her to close her heart and be less willing to laugh. As Xin Ci's best friend, she could only fake a smile to herself when she saw Xin Ci. Xiaoya was about to move closer to look at her phone, which made Xin Ci's face turn red instantly. Xin Ci put her phone in her pocket a little embarrassedly, not letting Xiaoya see it. Nothing, I just saw a funny joke. Okay, let's continue drawing. She couldn't let Xiaoya find out that it was her who laughed at Yifan's message. She didn't know how else to make fun of herself. But why was I smiling foolishly for no apparent reason? Just for Yifan's thanks. That's ridiculous. After finishing his classes at school, Xiaowu stretched and stood up from his seat. I'm finally free. Yifan, let's go to the internet cafe and play some games. You were awesome at gaming yesterday. Fat Tiger was very excited. Yes, I recorded it and posted it on Bilibili, and the number of viewers has reached tens of thousands. It would be a shame if you don't become a professional anchor with your level. No, I have something else to do. Yi Fan refused. We'll play together next time. Yi Fan remembered the agreement he had made with the president of JUM Media. He can't miss this opportunity to make a fortune. Chapter 23. Inside a high-end coffee shop, a woman with skin as white as snow drank coffee. She looked like a fairy, with translucent skin and incomparable beauty. Her black hair was tied back with a rhinestone clip, highlighting her white swan neck and beautiful collarbone. The black wrap dress she wore made her look elegant and noble, and with her arms crossed, she looked imposing. The men in the cafe all looked at her sideways, but she showed no interest at all. Instead, she stared out the window, as if looking for someone. You are Mr. Xue, right? When Xue Kaiwen heard the low voice, she immediately raised her eyes and saw the handsome boy in front of her. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, creating a beautiful curve. He had the look that most girls liked these days. He was fair-skinned, with handsome features, a tall stature, and a strong physique. Although he was only wearing a black t-shirt, he exuded a hormonal youthful aura. Xue Kaiwen was stunned for a few seconds. Then, feeling it was too abrupt, she immediately stood up and said, Yes, I am. So your father hasn't arrived yet. It was obvious that the other party was just a student. So how could he possibly invest in her company? He probably came with his father. No, I want to invest in the shares myself. Yi Fan shook his head and said solemnly. Xue Kaiwen was shocked. She looked Yi Fan up and down. Very young and handsome. She looks like an idol. So he said he wanted to invest in her company and become a shareholder? Is that reasonable? Xue Kaiwen imagined what the investor looked like. He is not an elderly person, but should be middle-aged. It definitely shouldn't be such a young guy. Besides, if you look closely, the other party doesn't seem to have much money. Xue Kaiwen was a little unhappy. If you think it's fun to play tricks on me, then I'm sorry, I don't have time to accompany you. Now the company has a capital chain problem, and it is urgent. If it were in the past, Xue Kaiwen might have thought about supporting the young man, but now she has no interest at all, and just feels that this behavior makes her very bored. When Xue Kaiwen was about to leave with her bag, a dark shadow blocked her way. It's Yi Fan. Yi Fan looked at Xue Kaiwen with deep eyes and said firmly, Who said I was joking? I really want to discuss cooperation with you. With a loud bang, a black card and car keys were placed on the table. Xue Kaiwen trembled. Black card is a major symbol of status for the world's top billionaires. Black cards are said to be omnipotent, but they have a very high threshold and are not issued casually. Banks must undergo very strict review before issuing black cards. Xue Kaiwen had applied several times before, but was rejected by the bank every time. The fact that the boy in front of me can apply for a black card proves that he is either rich or noble. Look at that car key. It's a limited edition Koenigsegg. There are only a few of them in the world. The fact that Yi Fan got it proves that Yi Fan's strength should not be underestimated. Yi Fan could clearly see Xue Kaiwen's stunned expression. With determination and confidence, he crossed his arms and looked at Xue Kaiwen with disdain. Now, President Xue can see my sincerity, right? Xue Kaiwen, who had just looked dissatisfied, quickly became excited. She begged humbly, I'm sorry, I apologize for my recklessness. Please help me through this difficult time. The company really needs your help right now. Here's the company introduction and the contract documents. You can refer to them again, or if you have any requests, just let me know. Xue Kaiwen placed a series of documents in front of Yi Fan. She didn't expect that the handsome young man in front of her was actually a hidden rich man. She has such bad vision that she even looks down on the other person. She doesn't have much confidence now and is afraid that the other party will get angry and lose interest in her cooperation. No need, just sign the contract. Yi Fan's decisive tone made Xue Kaiwen stunned. She never expected that Yi Fan would agree to invest without even looking at anything. Is this what they call being rich and willful? Yes, for such top-tier wealthy people, investing in a company may be as cheap as spending $1. Xue Kaiwen burst into tears of gratitude. Okay, after signing, you will be the first shareholder of our JUM Media, and the company will set up an office specifically for you. Okay. Yi Fan had an information card and knew that this company was a sure win, so why should he hesitate? Anyway, as long as he invests, he can just sit back and make money. When the contract was handed to him, Yi Fan confirmed that there was no problem and signed it directly. Xue Kaiwen looked at the two characters written in a flamboyant style at the bottom of the contract document. Yi Fan. She secretly admired and was very grateful for Yi Fan's generosity. There are not many people who can help others in times of need, and even fewer who can recognize people with wisdom. Okay, Mr. Yi, you won't be disappointed with your decision. Shui Kaiwan was very moved. Yi Fan invested 16 million in one go and became the first shareholder of JUA Media. There are only a few 100,000 left in his card. But Yi Fan was not panicked at all. With the system in place, why would he still worry about being short of money? After having dinner with Shui Kaiwan, Yi Fan drove away in a luxury car. Shui Kaiwan hurried back to the company and held a meeting. I'm announcing that our company has a new shareholder who's here to help us through this difficult time. Shui Kaiwan happily announced the good news. He owns 25% of our company's shares. After hearing this, one of the male shareholders excitedly asked, which company's president invested in this? Shui Kaiwan shook her head. Not the president. Is that a business executive? Not a corporate executive either. Shui Kaiwan continued to shake her head. Are those overseas investors? Not really. Shui Kaiwan denied. Now everyone was confused. Who is that? I'm not quite sure about his identity. He seems to be just a student, a sophomore at Huaqing University. Shui Kaiwan's answer surprised everyone. Mr. Shui, are you kidding us? The male shareholder scoffed. A student came and asked to become a shareholder, and you still believe him? He said he wants to buy the company, so are you going to just sell it to him now? Other shareholders also expressed concern. That's right, students these days have trouble finding jobs, so how could they possibly invest in a company? Yes, even if this student is a rich second generation, his interests are just picking up girls and going clubbing. He will inherit the family business in the future and will definitely not invest in our project. Mr. Shui, have you downloaded the anti-fraud app? Boss, is that little boy trying to hook up with a rich woman and using this excuse to get close to you? Everyone thinks this hypothesis is very likely. After all, Shui Kaiwan is very beautiful and has a hot body. She has had countless suitors, but none of them caught her eye, which is why she remains single. However, many male executives and employees of the company have a special liking for her. It is very possible that a college student fell in love with Shui Kaiwan and used this method to seduce her. Chapter 24. No, the document has already been signed. Shui Kaiwan raised the document in her hand and said confidently, he won't lie. However, the male shareholder who was somewhat interested in Shui Kaiwan was very disdainful in his heart. What if he used a fake name to fool you? The document will not be effective at all, which is equivalent to fooling you. Kaiwan, you are too naive. Others also found it problematic. Shui Kaiwan said to the male shareholder unhappily. Although he's a student, he can drive a Koenigsegg sports car at such a young age, has a black card, and even transferred 16 million yuan directly into my account. This one sentence shocked everyone. The male shareholder who had just been dissatisfied was so shocked that his jaw almost dislocated. He is over 30 years old and can barely drive a Mercedes-Benz. It's not that he doesn't want to drive a Koenigsegg sports car, but it's really too expensive and completely beyond his spending power. Not to mention a black card. He doesn't even have one. It's not that he doesn't want to apply, it's that he is not qualified. Others talked among themselves and expressed their surprise. How can a student have a black card? It can't be a fake. Didn't you hear Mr. Shui say he still drives a Koenigsegg and invested 16 million in one go? Black cards can be counterfeited, but can money be counterfeited? This student is truly amazing. He probably just used his pocket money to invest in our company. After hearing this, everyone gasped. I am particularly envious of this so-called new shareholder. They may work hard for decades and still not earn a fraction of other people's pocket money. After noticing the change in everyone's attitude, Shui Kaiwan said, although he's just a student, he has the foresight to appreciate our company and lend a hand, which proves his extraordinary ability. I don't want to hear anyone say anything bad about him in the company, otherwise I will hold him accountable. Now that the boss has said so, who would dare to say anything bad about the new shareholder? Especially if the new shareholders have enough money, they will be the company's benefactors. The company is in a bleak situation now and is on the verge of bankruptcy. With this more than 10 million, it will be able to overcome the difficulties. Therefore, we are particularly grateful for the addition of new shareholders. New shareholder YYDS. When can I meet the shareholder? Yeah, I really want to know what he looks like. We have to give the shareholder a warm welcome. After all, he has done us such a big favor. Shui Kaiwan looked at everyone's excitement and nodded. That's right. We have to hold a welcome party to welcome him. Then I will ask him when he is free and arrange for him to visit the company. Good. Everyone was in high spirits and was looking forward to meeting the new shareholder. They wanted to see his true face. However, the male shareholder was very unhappy. Isn't he just a rich second generation? They must have been born with a good father. Otherwise, where would the money come from to invest in their company? If he could be reincarnated, he would invest in any company he wants. As for praising this young man to the sky, especially Shui Kaiwan, whom he has always admired, is quite appreciative of this guy, which makes the male shareholder dislike him even more. When that kid shows up, he will definitely give him a warning. Let them know that elders are respected and that they are still the most respected elder in the company. Shui Kaiwen put down the work in her hands and started opening WeChat. She quickly found Yi Fan's WeChat account and sent a message. Mr. Yi, our company is holding a welcome party for you this week. Are you free? It was the first time she waited for a reply from a boy. I waited for more than 10 minutes. Finally, there was a reply. Just took a shower. No need. I have an exam. Cold words. Different from other boys' attentive and positive attitude towards herself. The image of the boy's lazy and carefree look immediately emerged in Shui Kaiwen's mind. It was obvious that Yi Fan had no interest in her. Therefore, the situation where the subordinates joked that Yi Fan spent a fortune to pursue them did not exist at all. This also made Shui Kaiwen admire him even more. He is not pursuing himself, but is optimistic about the company's development potential. His purpose is pure and is also to affirm the company's capabilities. This made Shui Kaiwen laugh out loud, and he admired Yi Fan even more. As a student, being able to invest in a small, unknown company requires extraordinary ability, even if you are a rich second generation. She had seen those rich second generations, some of whom were particularly stingy. Some people are generous with their money, but they will not invest a penny more in risky projects. If you can invest, you must think carefully, not invest rashly. So Shui Kaiwen actively invited. You are our company's first shareholder, so we still have to go through the formalities. Can you find a time that is convenient for you? We can cooperate. At this moment, Yi Fan did not expect Shui Kaiwen to be so persistent. He himself is afraid of trouble and doesn't pay much attention to formalities. But Shui Kaiwen was very sincere, so Yi Fan didn't hesitate anymore. Then let's do it next Friday morning. I don't have classes that day. Yi Fan replied to Shui Kaiwen. Shui Kaiwen immediately replied. Okay. The secretary who had been observing the situation nearby looked at Shui Kaiwen as if she had seen a ghost. Mr. Shui was actually holding his phone and reading messages and smiling. As a strong woman, she rarely plays with her mobile phone in order to improve work efficiency. I wouldn't be like I was just now, holding my phone and waiting for messages. Before, I would take the time to reply to messages during my work breaks, and I wouldn't smile happily at the messages. So who made Mr. Shui so concerned? At night, Yi Fan lay on the headboard watching the projection. It's just wonderful. You know, the dormitory is crowded and narrow, so there is no place to install a projector. The room at Xin Ci is large and spacious, and the bed is comfortable to lie on. There was already a projector installed, and it was a foreign brand. You can watch as many blockbusters as you want without membership. Yi Fans don't have to spend money to buy membership, as the film library has all kinds of movies. There are also high-end audio systems in the room, and the sound quality is exactly the same as watching a movie in a cinema. Yi Fan was watching a movie comfortably when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Yi Fan responded. It's already evening. Who would come to see him? A graceful figure walked in. She angrily shouted at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, don't you even blow-dry your hair after washing it? Huh. Yi Fan hadn't noticed that his hair was still wet. He really doesn't have the habit of blow-drying his hair after taking a shower. It was summer and his hair was short, so it dried in a short while. No need to brag. You'll give me a headache if you do this. What if you catch a cold? I'll be the one suffering. It's also very uncomfortable to sleep with wet hair. Xin Ci muttered. She walked to Yi Fan, took Yi Fan's hand, and pulled him up. Okay, then go blow-dry your hair. Yi Fan looked at Xin Ci's persistence and followed her advice to blow-dry her hair. Xin Ci immediately brought a towel and a hairdryer. The next second, she pushed Yi Fan to the bed. Chapter 25. She sat on the bed with her legs bent and wiped Yi Fan's hair with a towel first. Yi Fan could still vaguely feel the smoothness of her hair as her fingers rubbed it. Especially when touching his hair, Yi Fan closed his eyes somewhat comfortably. It was the first time for him to enjoy the service of a school beauty. Quite gentle. Comfortable. Yi Fan said happily. Then Yi Fan felt a gust of hot wind. Ding! Detected that Xin Ci was blow-drying the host's hair. 300 points were awarded. Xin Ci turned on the hairdryer. She complained a bit. You're comfortable, but I'm suffering. Now that we've switched bodies, you have to do the work of two people. She said seriously. You must take good care of your body. Otherwise, if something happens to you, what will I do? After hearing her sweet voice, Yi Fan's breathing quickened. Although he knew she didn't mean that, he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. What should I do if I still feel a little sweet in my heart? Well, I'm pretty careless and don't pay attention to details. Yi Fan deliberately contradicted Xin Ci. I don't have the habit of drying my hair after blow-drying it. and I also like to stay up late. Xin Ci pouted her red lips. Can't you be more careful? The body is the capital of the revolution. Can't you just take care of your body? I'm in good health and strong enough. Yifan boasted. Xin Ci was almost crying because of Yifan. Anyway, you are in charge of me. Just blow dry my hair and make sure I go to bed early. Yifan's lips curled up involuntarily. That's too troublesome. Xin Ci bit her lower lip, obviously conflicted. She has always been taken care of by servants. When has she ever taken care of others? Oh, no. Then I can only find a girlfriend to take care of it. Then when I drive, you won't be able to control it, Yifan joked. In less than a few seconds, Xin Ci became anxious. No. If Yifan really found a girlfriend, he would do something shameless. She was the one who felt it. Yifan kissed the girl's lips, and she was feeling it. When Yifan touches a girl, she feels it. If Yifan has physical contact with a girl, she is the one feeling it. No, just thinking about it makes me socially dead. Xin Ci immediately shook her head like a rattle, showing great rejection. Yifan narrowed his eyes and looked at Xin Ci's blushing face, and he felt very happy. How can she be so cute? Now he looks as silly and cute as a kitten. Then you have to be obedient. Yifan hummed. Take good care of me. Xin Ci gritted her teeth and said, I'll tolerate you. Anyway, once we exchange our physical senses, we can live a normal life. She rubbed Yifan's hair, and after making sure it was dry, she urged, go to bed quickly. Then I need someone to cover me with a blanket. Yifan raised his eyebrows. Xin Ci, who was about to leave, was stopped. Even though she was reluctant, she still covered Yifan with a quilt. Hey, my hands are a little sore. Please give me a massage. Yifan looked at Xin Ci with a smile. Okay, I get it. I'll go find my girlfriend now. Yifan giggled. I'll massage your hands. Xin Ci sat on the edge of the bed and started massaging Yifan's hands. If it were any other time, she would have punched him right back. But now my body sensation is exchanged with Yifan's. Besides, if Yifan is in pain, I can feel it too. So Xin Ci massaged his arm very carefully. Yifan closed his eyes, enjoying Xin Ci's exclusive service. Her little hands are very soft, and her massage is quite powerful. She has a raised nose and a pink face. He was a little indignant and hummed. He hummed in displeasure. Don't want to. Yes. She completely turned into a little lamb and was very well behaved. Hey, she is so well behaved and cute and is suitable to be married. Although I exchanged it back to physical sensation after 2 months. But Yifan is confident that he will be able to be with Xin Ci within 2 months. If they were not together, he would marry the author. Can you sleep now? Although Xin Ci's hands were not tired at all, she felt ashamed and wanted to run away when she saw Yifan's teasing eyes. I'm not sleepy. It's too boring to be alone, Yifan said cynically. Just stay with me until the end of the movie. She glared at him. No way. Then I don't know what time I'll go to bed. Yifan smiled slightly. Xin Ci immediately shouted, no. She waited over and over again, and could only say bitterly, I'll accompany you. If Yifan was still staying up late at night, she would have no chance of sleeping. If she doesn't sleep well, she will have no energy for the whole day tomorrow. Pa. Yifan patted the bed next to him. Xin Ci hesitated for a moment, then leaned over and lay next to Yifan. When she felt the hormonal scent from Yifan, her body suddenly tensed up nervously. Not to mention being in the same room with a boy late at night. She had never even watched a movie with a boy. Yifan glanced at the charming Xin Ci next to him. She was wearing a nightgown. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and her lowered little face was completely flushed. She is charming and pretty, with the projected light outlining her features. Inside the house, her lips were soft and full. Yifan also looked very excited. Aren't you watching a movie? Xin Ci noticed Yifan's burning gaze and subconsciously turned Yifan's face away gently with her hand. Yifan curled his lips secretly and smiled. You're better than the movie, so of course I'll watch you. Boom. Yifan's low-key magnetism completely touched Xin Ci's heart. Xin Ci's heart was beating fast. She had no idea what the movie was about. She could only feel how hot her face was and her body was straightening. Yifan could feel Xin Ci biting her lower lip in restraint. Her beautiful face was as red as a peach, with an alluring pink hue. I was just kidding you. You wouldn't take it seriously, would you? Yifan teased, deliberately teasing her. She immediately flew into a rage, like a shrimp jumping onto the shore. I didn't think about it seriously at all. Because she was too excited, she kicked Yifan. Yifan was already beside the bed, teasing Xin Ci and watching the fun from the other side. As a result, the fire started. After feeling the kick from the tender white and pink jade feet, Yi Fan accidentally fell to the ground. Of course, it didn't hurt at all, because Xin Ci was the one who bore all the pain. Ouch, it hurts. Xin Ci didn't expect Yi Fan to fall down, and she didn't expect that her but would feel so painful now. Yi Fan, however, lay on the floor and laughed heartily. You reap what you sow. You're too straight. Xin Ci accused Yi Fan while sitting on the bed. Yi Fan lay on the edge of the bed, his handsome face deliberately approaching Xin Ci and teasing her. I'm a straight man, and I like women. Don't you know it best? Duh. Chapter 26. What? How could I know? Xin Ci looked at the handsome little face in front of her, her skin burning. Morning. Yi Fan reminded Xin Ci. Xin Ci blinked her eyelashes rapidly, which made her face extremely hot. You be serious. Yi Fan smiled casually. Why did I feel that you were the one who was not serious? I didn't expect you to be such a school beauty. Xin Ci was already embarrassed by Yi Fan's teasing. She covered her face and shook her head, glaring at Yi Fan. I'm not thinking about anything. I'm going to sleep. You go to sleep quickly. I just won't sleep. What can you do about it? Yi Fan was arrogant and had a meaningful smile on his face. He looked at Xin Ci, who hated him so much that she gritted her teeth but couldn't get rid of him. I have to say that her skin is white and tender, and she looks really delicious when she turns red. Xin Ci's cheeks puffed up. Can't you just sleep? Staying up late is bad for your health. I'm in good health. I'll give you 50,000 and you go to sleep right now. I'm not short of money. Yi Fan has a system, and he can get as much money as he wants. You. Xin Ci was almost crying because of him. When she didn't know what to do with him, Yi Fan patted the bed next to her and said with a smile, You coax me to sleep. Don't go too far. Xin Ci muttered, subconsciously shaking her hands and trying to walk out. Yi Fan sighed. If it doesn't work, forget it. I'll just stay up all night. Xin Ci stopped. Staying up all night? How could she possibly have the energy during the day? She would feel uncomfortable if she didn't sleep for a night. Seeing Xin Ci rushing towards him, Yi Fan smiled deeply. Aren't you leaving? I changed my mind, isn't that okay? Xin Ci was still very arrogant and asked, How do I coax her? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his eyebrows, and said cheerfully, Are you asking about the paid version or the free version? Xin Ci's ears instantly turned red. Pervert. Yi Fan groaned. I didn't do anything, and you call me a pervert. If I had done something, what would you have called me? Yi Fan leaned forward, rubbed Xin Ci's slender waist, and teased. Call me husband? Congratulations to the host for unlocking the waist-hugging move and earning 300 points. Yi Fan raised the corners of his lips, lowered his head, and took a deep breath into her shoulder. A pleasant body fragrance wafts around my nose, and in my palms is her soft, slender waist. So thin and so straight. Xin Ci's pretty face was already red, especially the unique scent belonging to Yi Fan filled the air, and there was an ambiguity in the air. Listening to his low and seductive voice, the tips of Xin Ci's ears turned completely red. Feeling the warmth of his fingers made Xin Ci tremble nervously. She quickly pushed Yi Fan away. Be serious. I'm already very serious. Just decide whether to coax me or not. If not, I'll go to the internet cafe and stay up all night. Yi Fan subconsciously wanted to get up. As a result, his arm was immediately tightly wrapped by the other party's arm. Come back. I didn't say I wouldn't. I won't coax you. A shy voice sounded, and Yi Fan's heart completely numb. He turned around and saw the girl sitting on the bed with her legs spread apart. Her cheeks were flushed, her beautiful oval face was slightly lowered, and her black hair was slightly curled. He noticed that her long eyelashes fluttered gently like butterfly wings, making her look delicate and sweet. Yi Fan smiled and lay down next to Xin Ci. He smiled at Xin Ci. Come on, if your husband can't say it, just call me brother and go to bed early, moi. Remember to be gentle. You. Xin Ci's ears felt hot when she heard the word brother, not to mention that Yi Fan said these words with a smile in his eyes and a joking tone. Well, didn't you say you were going to coax me? Are you going back on your word? Yi Fan tried to stand up, but was instantly pushed down by Xin Ci. Her long hair cascaded down and rested on Yi Fan's cheek, feeling a little itchy. I don't regret it. Huh. She took a quick breath. A breath full of fragrance fell on Yi Fan's cheek. Yi Fan is very distracted. Elder brother. Her eyes were like a pool of clear water, and the shyness on her cheeks had not faded away. Just the word brother is enough to captivate me. The ending of her voice is upturned, which is so pleasant to hear. Yi Fan breathed heavily and said meaningfully, Then what? Go to bed early. Xin Ci roared with difficulty. It should be okay now. Hey, that's less. What's missing? Xin Ci didn't understand. Kiss. Yi Fan tapped his lips with his finger, hinting to Xin Ci. Xin Ci looked at Yi Fan's playful and smug look, and she blushed even more. Do you really have to add it? Aren't you coming? Yi Fan made an excuse to get up, which made Xin Ci anxious, and she just made a clumsy bow sound. Yi Fan laughed. Looking at the blushing girl in front of him, he subconsciously scratched her nose and said lovingly, I'll spare you, let's go. But Yi Fan's actions scared her. Her watery eyes blinked rapidly. The frightened look is like an innocent little deer. With a blush on her face, she fled. She was embarrassed and ashamed to hear his laughter. Why did she make a fool of herself in front of Yi Fan again? If only she hadn't exchanged with Yi Fan, she wouldn't be controlled by Yi Fan. But the ambiguous scene just now involuntarily flashed through her mind, causing her skin to turn red and hot. After Xin Ci left, Yi Fan entered the mall. Now his points are enough for 3 draws. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a SSC supercar. It is parked in the garage of the Yin family's garden villa. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining high-powered demolition rights. Your home will be demolished immediately. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a free global travel card for 2, free of charge, with exclusive premium services and VVVIP tour guide services. Yi Fan was a little excited. What he was driving now was the Koenigsegg sports car that Xin Ci had lent him, and it didn't really belong to him. But now the system gave him a SSC supercar. The SSC supercar is the fastest supercar in the world, faster than the Bugatti Veyron, and the minimum price is 60 million. It can be said to be a luxury car among sports cars. Haha, it's faster than Koenigsegg. How cool is that? It just so happened that he hadn't seen the villa yet, so we went to see the car together. In addition to getting a car, he actually became a demolition resident. This was what Yi Fan had always dreamed of in the past. Since elementary school, he has fantasized about his house being demolished and him becoming rich overnight. As a result, it has never been realized, but fortunately the system now satisfies his wish. Chapter 27. Yi Fan was very happy when he thought that his old house in the countryside could be demolished. I guess my parents must be very happy. Now there is a global free travel card, and Yi Fan didn't think twice and decided to let his parents go. The world is so big, we must let our parents see it. So Yi Fan immediately called his father and mother. I just can't fly out of this colorful world. It turns out I'm just a drunken butterfly. Accompanied by a sudden stop of ringing. The phone was picked up. Hey, son, why are you calling me? What's wrong? Is your pocket money gone again? What reached Yi Fan's ears was his mother's kind voice. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did he call just to ask for pocket money? Mom, you underestimate me too much. I, your son, drive a supercar and live in a mansion. Yi Fan said with a laugh. Son, you are so humorous, haha. Mom, you really don't believe it. If I were to start the video now, I would really let you see what a huge mansion your son lives in. Okay, Mom, I have a free global travel card that includes a tour guide and reimbursement of all expenses. You can take Dad with you. Isn't your wedding anniversary in 2 days? Yi Fan got to the point. Ha ha ha, son, you are so funny. Have you downloaded the anti-fraud app? My mother's loud laughter came from the other end of the phone. Mom, I'm serious. I won the lottery through formal channels. Yi Fan was helpless. So you lost the truth or dare game? Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are you sure? Also, our house is going to be demolished. You must not move your household registration. Son, are you talking nonsense in the middle of the night? Mom continued to laugh. I'm wide awake. It's true. We live in a rural area. Can our house be demolished? Son, you better go to bed. I know you are worried that our house cannot be demolished, but we must have self-awareness, said my mother. No wonder my mom thinks this way. After all, their own village is not as developed as the neighboring village. The neighboring village has not been demolished, so it is really outrageous to demolish their small village. But he has a system, so nothing outrageous will happen. Mom, you'll know whether it's true or not when the time comes. By the way, pack your luggage. I'll notify the tour guide to contact you tomorrow. You must go. Yi Fan hung up the phone after informing his mother. The mother who was hung up on had a black question mark look on her face. My dad, who just came back from taking a shower, asked my mom, what's wrong? Who's calling? It's our son. He just told me 2 jokes. They were super funny. Mom said to her husband with a smile. What? He actually said our remote village was going to be demolished. Not only that, he even said he won a free global travel card. Isn't that funny? After hearing what his wife said, the father shook his head, very worried. My son is dreaming. He must be confused because of the fever. Has he been deceived? I don't know. I asked him to download an anti-fraud app, but he didn't listen. I think he must have lost the truth or dare game. I'll ask him tomorrow. Mom said to him. Dad lay down on the bed. He sighed. Hey, we've been married for so many years. I'm working at the construction site, and you're working at the factory. We're both so busy, and we don't have the money or time to travel. So, I really want to take you to Sonia. As a result, my wife pushed me. She started to pour cold water on him. You don't care about your son anymore? He still has to go to college, and we need money to travel. Can't we save this money for his tuition and save up for his betrothal gifts so that he can get married in the future? Why go to Sonia? There's a big puddle right outside our house. Just look at the puddle. How can it be the same? How is it different? You don't believe what my son said, do you? Well, I also hope that our place will be demolished, but it's just wishful thinking. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Mom sighed. She also wants to travel with her husband and see the world. But where does the money come from? Ever since she got married and had a son, she has been reluctant to eat and wear. I just want to buy more delicious food and nice clothes for my son. Of course, she wants to travel, but her family conditions must allow it. Dad also looked sad. After working all my life, I only have a little savings, so naturally, I want my house to be relocated. But this opportunity to make a fortune is very slim. It would be more practical to pick up 100 yuan on a construction site. I'd better forget about it and go to bed. At this moment, Yi Fan was sleeping soundly, unlike his parents who were worried about food and clothing. After Xin Ci noticed that Yi Fan next door had fallen asleep, she also fell asleep sweetly. As soon as the sky brightened, Ye's father and mother got up early. They all have to work to earn money so that they can make a living. After Yi Ma made millet porridge and omelets, she had breakfast with her husband. Just then, hurried footsteps were heard from outside. Then the village chief's cheerful voice rang out. Old Yi, Sister Yi, it's great that you are all here. What's wrong, village chief? Ye's father and mother looked at the village chief in confusion. The village chief excitedly announced, Our Taohua village has been confirmed to be demolished. Hurry up and go to the village party committee to sign. This sentence instantly shocked Ye's father and mother. This is exactly the same as what Yi Fan said. Father Yi was so frightened that he lost his balance and fell flat on his butt. Demolition is a great thing. How many poor people have become rich and successful because of this? Husband, be careful. Mother Yi immediately went to support her husband. Ye's father's breathing became rapid. I didn't expect it to be true. My son actually got it right. Yes, I thought he was joking, but it turned out to be true. Ye's mother was extremely excited. She was saying yesterday that Yi Fan was just dreaming. Unexpectedly, her village is actually going to be demolished. The village chief looked at them not with joy, but with surprise and confusion. What's wrong? My son knew the news a long time ago, but I thought he was joking. After all, our village is so poor and remote. Even if there is a demolition, it won't be in our village. Mother Yi told the village chief everything that happened last night. The village chief was stunned. Your son is a prophet? Or does he know some secret? Ye's father and mother looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. At this time, several men in suits walked in from outside. Hello, we are from Tungfei Travel Agency. Is this Ms. Yi Hai or Ms. Shin Meirong? Yes, what's up? We are the travel agency's gold medal tour guides. You will have the right to travel around the world. We will provide you with exclusive services throughout the entire trip. You will enjoy VIP benefits such as accommodation in a 5-star hotel, free food and lodging, and reimbursement of all expenses. These words shocked the Yi family again. They didn't expect that such a good pie would fall on their heads. Chapter 28. Yi Fan received a call while he was still fast asleep. Yi Fan touched his phone and answered it, his consciousness still a little fuzzy. Hello, son. The excited shouts stimulated Yi Fan's eardrums. Yi Fan woke up instantly. He rubbed his ears and said, Mom, what's wrong? Please be gentler. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you weren't lying to us and actually won the VVVIP reward for global travel. Yi Fan couldn't help laughing at his mother's cheerful words. Yeah, now you believe it. It seems that the gold medal tour guide he arranged yesterday went to contact my parents. Haha, we are about to board the plane to Sanya. And it's first class, it's my first time to board the first class. Mom said excitedly. Dad also came over and chimed in. It's all free. That's great. We can even have a fancy dinner tonight, sleep in the presidential suite, and even take a luxury cruise. My mother said regretfully. What a pity. There are only 2 spots available, and you are not here. Yi Fan's eyes felt a little sore. His parents always think of him when something good happens to them. I don't want to travel. I'm so tired. Besides, I still have to go to class. You two just have fun. When the time comes, take more photos and show them to me, so you can pretend that I went with you. Yi Fan grinned. Okay, no problem. Mom said happily. I have another good news to tell you. Our house is really being demolished. You are amazing. How did you know our village was going to be demolished? Yifan didn't expect that the news of the demolition would reach his parents' ears so soon. The speed of the system is really good. Haha, I have a friend who works in the demolition office. He said that our village is going to develop vigorously, so I told you in advance. I didn't expect you, Mom, to not believe it. Yifan made up an excuse to prevaricate. After hearing this, my mother felt a little embarrassed. Son, I'm so sorry. I thought you were joking at first. How could she not trust her son? My son is so great. He is so well informed. He knows things before the village chief does. Dad praised Yifan. My mother nodded and praised. Yes, it seems that you have accumulated a lot of connections in college. It really brings honor to our family. Hee. No, don't we have 2 or 3 houses and some fields? The money we get from demolishing them will be quite a lot. Yifan was happy when he thought about the benefits he would get from the demolition. My mother was also very happy. That's right. Haha, I didn't expect such a good thing to happen to us. We really turned the tables and became the landlords. Dad echoed. Your aunt's family originally looked down on our village for its poor conditions and insisted on moving to the village next door. But then the village next door was demolished, and there was no hope of relocation, while our village became prosperous. She was so jealous when she heard the news. Haha. Not only that, she looked extremely ugly when she knew your dad and I were going to travel around the world. Mom added. Yifan felt very happy when he thought about his vain and snobbish aunt. I guess my aunt is really regretting that she moved her household registration out and was unable to get a share of the pie. Before, his family was in trouble and he asked his aunt to borrow money. But his aunt was arrogant and refused to give a penny, and even thought his family was poor. Things change. This is what you deserve. But this is just the beginning. There will be endless things happening in the future that will make my aunt envious. Who made him have a god-level system? This was the best news he had heard today. After finishing the conversation with his parents, Yifan went to school. After class, Yifan wanted to go to the toilet. As a result, on the way to the toilet, several big guys immediately blocked Yifan's way. The one standing in the C position is the school bully. He had a hideous scar on his face, chewing gum, and looked at Yifan arrogantly. You must be Yifan. This scene was seen by Hong Yi, who was following behind. Hong Yi was very excited. Looking at the situation, he was definitely going to cause trouble for Yifan. You have to know that those who are bullied by school bullies are either beaten to a pulp or bullied to the point of having to transfer schools. With a small body like Yifan, if he fell into the hands of the school bully, haha, he would probably be crippled. Previously, Yifan stole a lot of the limelight from Hong Yi. He also kidnapped Hong Yi's favorite beauty from the school. Until now, no matter how the beauty tries to coax him, it's useless. She is extremely fed up with him. Hong Yi saw this golden opportunity to embarrass Yifan, so how could he let it go? So Hong Yi took out his mobile phone and started live streaming. He has many fans, all of whom are students at Huaqing University. He just wanted to let everyone see how Yifan, who looked so glamorous in front of others, was beaten black and blue and cried bitterly in front of the school bully. Let's see how crazy Yifan will be then. Hong Yi hid in a corner, whispering, My friends, give your hearts a try, because a good show is about to begin. Yifan, the boy in our academy who was loved by the school beauty, is now in the hands of the school bully. Let's see how many punches he can withstand. The camera was pointed at Yifan. There were suddenly a lot of messages on the barrage. Oh my god, the school bully is so fierce in fights. Last time I saw him hit someone, he made them vomit with just one punch. Streamer, please go up and help. Poor Yifan, he's going to be beaten into a meat pie. The school bully has gone too far, picking on Yifan for no reason. Hong Yi originally thought that everyone would kick him when he was down, but to his surprise, everyone wanted Hong Yi to help. Hong Yi was very disdainful. Don't even think about it. At most, I would consider calling 120 and calling an ambulance for him because he is a classmate. At this moment, Yifan looked at the scoundrels in front of him and frowned slightly. What's wrong? He doesn't usually interact with these people, but I had heard about their deeds before, and they were rampant on campus. Previously, a student was beaten and had several broken ribs and fractures, and was sent to the hospital. Or maybe the school bully's father had some connections, so the matter was suppressed. Otherwise, the school bully would have been expelled long ago. This also helped to embolden the school bully. Yifan is not afraid of the school bully at all. He has a system. What's more, he has super fighting ability, comparable to a boxing champion. If a school bully dares to claim to be the boss in front of him, he will beat him to pieces. I heard that the school beauty is pursuing you? The school bully stared at Yifan fiercely. If it were any other time, Yifan would have rejected it outright. But now seeing the school bully so arrogant and domineering, Yifan directly admitted, Yes, so what? Yi Fan is even more arrogant than the school bully, and he also has a bit of arrogance. Hong Yi looked at it and snorted coldly. You are still stubborn even when you are about to die. Now the school bully has brought 4 younger brothers with him, and if they start a group fight, Yi Fan is no match for them at all. Being knocked down is no big deal, but if you are disfigured, you are doomed. Hey best. This way Yi Fan won't have to use that face to seduce people again. Yi Fan's dark eyes were deep, staring coldly at the school bully. The school bully walked forward fiercely. Hong Yi was so excited that he kept saying, it's time to fight. Chapter 29. Who would have thought that the school bully would bow to Yi Fan in a humble manner in a moment? Can't you just date Xin Ci? Please, don't let her chase you. Yi Fan. Hong Yi was stunned. Brother, shouldn't you beat up Yi Fan? Where is your fierce character? Why did it collapse? Yi Fan didn't expect the school bully to react like this. He had a completely black question mark face. The school bully even shed tears in front of him. I've liked her for a full 1,052 days. I've also been pursuing her for a full 1,052 days. I've never seen her so infatuated with any boy. She's so nice, just accept her. I'm satisfied just by seeing her happy. The school bully hasn't been eating or dressing well recently. He was heartbroken when he heard that Xin Ci was chasing after Yi Fan. A girl who was loved and cherished by him was now pursuing a boy in such a humbly way. Why does Yi Fan have to hurt his little princess again and again? Seeing the school bully begging desperately, Yi Fan felt a little sympathetic. The powerful big brother ended up being hurt by love and became a bootlicker. As long as you stay with her, all the protection money I collect from now on will be given to you. Take me as your big brother. Tell me if you have anything to say. Seeing that the school bully had made it this far, Yi Fan sighed. I'll try my best. Now it's not him who is unwilling. It's the school beauty who is unwilling. The school beauty is not his bootlicker at all. If the system hadn't messed up and swapped the 2 people's physical sensations, the school beauty probably wouldn't have had any intersection with him at all. Seeing Yi Fan nod, the school bully was so moved that tears came to his eyes. The netizens who had just entered Hong Yi's live broadcast room were even more shocked. Oh my god, even the school bully could be beaten to tears by Yi Fan. Yi Fan is so awesome. It turns out that anyone who can make the school beauty a bootlicker is not an ordinary person. This is the first man to subdue the school bully. I'm completely impressed. 666. Hong Yi became anxious after seeing all the comments praising Yi Fan. He started the live broadcast just to let everyone see Yi Fan make a fool of himself. Why is everything different from what he imagined now? Ding 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 ding. The cell phone rang. It caught Hong Yi off guard. Hong Yi subconsciously noticed that Yi Fan and the school bully, who were just chatting, looked over at the same time. Danger. Hong Yi tried to run away, but was caught by the school bully's younger brothers in a moment. The cell phone in my hand was taken away. Are you taking secret photos? The school bully frowned. When Yi Fan saw Hong Yi, he began to stir up trouble. Does he have a grudge against you and want to trip you up so he can film you hitting someone, which will make it easier for the school to expel you? The school bully's face turned dark in an instant. He had been criticized by the school several times and had been a very honest person, but he didn't expect that there were still some villains who wanted to plot against him. No, that's not the case. Hong Yi shook his head, fear in his eyes. He just wanted to embarrass Yi Fan, which was not what Yi Fan had in mind at all. The school bully turned off the live broadcast on his phone, threw it to the ground, and then stomped on it with his shoes. The phone screen shattered immediately, reflecting Hong Yi's frightened face. After a moment, the school bully subconsciously grabbed Hong Yi's collar and said, "Good fellow, today I'll let you know that I am not someone you can easily mess with." As soon as he finished speaking, a fist hit Hong Yi's nose hard. Next, Hong Yi was surrounded by a group of younger brothers, who beat and kicked him. Hong Yi was twitching in pain and begged for help from Yi Fan, who was watching the fire from the other side. Help? Help! Yi Fan coldly looked down upon Hong Yi's pained expression and said, "Serves you right. If you want to play a trick on him, don't you see who he is?" Yi Fan ignored Hong Yi's cries for help and left. Hong Yi was beaten black and blue and collapsed on the ground, crying and sobbing. The school bully straightened his clothes and then scolded Hong Yi. "I'll spare your life today, but next time you see me, avoid me. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. If anyone dares to plot against him, he will die." After the school bully and the others left in a rage, Hong Yi held back his tears, gritting his teeth with a bruised face, and gritted his teeth in hatred. It's all Yi Fan's fault. Otherwise, how could he have been beaten? He will never let Yi Fan go easily. No, don't. Late at night, a girl's moan was heard from the huge room. Her skin was whiter than snow, and she was lying on the bed wearing a very transparent white nightgown. The elegant and noble face seemed to have dreamed of something terrible, with a furrowed brow and fine beads of sweat on his forehead, wetting his black hair. Her slender fingers clutched the bed sheet tightly, and she shook her face back and forth, her face pale with fear. Suddenly a pair of hands were placed on her wrists. It's freezing cold. Xin Ci was completely frightened awake. Bang! The light was turned on. Xin Ci saw the boy sitting beside the bed. His dark eyes were filled with worry, and his brows were furrowed like a river. He looked at Xin Ci and asked nervously, "Did you have a nightmare?" Xin Ci was gasping for breath, obviously still in shock. Her disheveled hair and pale face made her look pitiful. Why are you here?" she asked in surprise. "I've exchanged feelings with you. How could I not know you were having a nightmare?" Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and said matter-of-factly, "Drink some water." Yi Fan was sleeping next door and felt palpitations and discomfort, especially the feeling of extreme fear. He was afraid that something had happened to Xin Ci, so he hurried over to check on her, only to find that she was having a nightmare. Okay. Xin Ci did feel a little dry in the mouth, but her heart was still very anxious. The real scenes in her dreams still made her heart ache. The slightest thought of them made her lose control of her emotions. She saw Yi Fan's tall and broad figure and felt a little safe. Breaking free from the nightmare, the feeling of restraint gradually disappeared. Yi Fan handed the warm water to Xin Ci, who had already grabbed the cup. When she took a sip, it tasted bland. As she frowned, a shadow fell. "I should drink it so that you can feel it." He grabbed her hand and took a sip of the water. His thin lips were moist, and with the water droplets on them, he looked somewhat sexy and seductive. Especially when their fingers were intertwined, Xin Ci's breathing became even more disordered, and her heart was beating wildly. Xin Ci also tasted the scent of water, dry and refreshing. Yi Fan happened to drink from the place where Xin Ci had just drunk. There was still a mark of her lips there. It made his ears burn, and a sense of joy and happiness rose from the bottom of his heart. "Do you feel it?" Yi Fan stared at Xin Ci with a sharp gaze. Yes. Xin Ci's little rabbit rose and fell back and forth, extremely nervous. "Congratulations to the host. You have indirectly kissed Xin Ci and earned 500 points. System reminder. After Yi Fan closed the panel, he looked at Xin Ci. "Are you still thirsty? Do you want to drink something?" "No, thank you." Xin Ci's cheeks were flushed, and she was obviously a little restrained. She originally thought Yi Fan would just leave. Who knew that Yi Fan would just lie down next to her? What is he going to do? Chapter 30. She was surrounded by Yi Fan's unique cedar scent. She was like a frightened little rabbit, her little face flushed with excitement. "Why are you lying down? You're not going to sleep." Yi Fan glanced at her sideways, shrugged with a wry smile. "How can I sleep when you're like this?" The thin layer of sweat on her face had not yet disappeared, and she was still a little frightened and looked bad. He now felt that his body was tied to hers. If she was uncomfortable, he would naturally feel uncomfortable too. Xin Ci's round eyes met Yi Fan's firm gaze. "It will be fine in a while. I'm used to it." Xin Ci lifted her hair behind her ears. Yi Fan could feel the softness of her slender fingers touching his hair and could also smell the pleasant peach scent on her body. "Are you used to it? Do you often have nightmares?" Yi Fan grasped the key point. No. Xin Ci retorted excitedly. "You really didn't lie?" Yi Fan lifted Xin Ci's chin. "Why do I feel like you're trying to evade me?" Yi Fan's intuition told him that it wasn't that simple. Xin Ci exuded a cold and powerful aura, shook off Yi Fan's hand, and said with a bit of hostility, "I said no. It means no." She had a cold, beautiful face, but her eyes suddenly turned red. So fierce. Yi Fan looked at her pretending to be fierce but rubbing her hands, and couldn't help but laugh. "You hit me, but it hurts you." Xin Ci bit her lower lip. Even though Yi Fan saw through her, she still refused to give in. Yi Fan is not the kind of person who likes to get to the bottom of things. Since Xin Ci refused to say, he wouldn't ask. Xin Ci turned her face away stubbornly, not looking at Yi Fan, when her arm was pulled. In a moment, a force forced her to stay in a warm embrace. "I'll just have to reluctantly coax you to sleep tonight," Yi Fan said lazily. His hand rested on the back of Xin Ci's head, stroking her soft hair. "Congratulations to the host, unlocking the hug and gaining 300 points. It was as if a little deer had entered Xin Ci's heart, making her jump around happily. Her face was completely red. He actually hugged her. Such an ambiguous posture. You molested me." Xin Ci yelled at him with a red face. "R? Are you sure? If I wanted to to you, Why would I be chatting with you so calmly? Yi Fan subconsciously wanted to pretend to launch a sneak attack to scare Mu Xinci. Mu Xinci was terrified and immediately covered her chest with both hands. Don't even think about it. Yi Fan licked the corner of his lips and couldn't help but chuckle. Playing hard to get? Where are you touching? After understanding the meaning of Yi Fan's words, Mu Xinci's face flushed red. After she reacted, she cursed in a low voice. Pervert. She didn't know what to do with her hands. If it were Yi Fan, she would feel embarrassed. She would feel even more embarrassed if it happened to herself. It's a man's nature, isn't it normal? Okay, stop being so lewd. This is the first time I've coaxed someone to sleep, and you're still embarrassed. Yi Fan jokingly said, Don't think too much. I just want to go to bed early. He raised his hand and patted Mu Xinci's head. I'm not embarrassed. Mu Xinci was sometimes angry and sometimes shy. Anyway, to him it is just a very cute little hedgehog. Yi Fan glanced at Mu Xinci. It's doubtful that he would believe her. Look at her face, it's already red with shame. Even her lips were as red as cherries. Hee hee, it must taste sweet when you bite it. Then go to bed quickly, or I'll stay in your bed. I don't mind having a beautiful young lady to sleep with me at night. Yi Fan curled his lips and gently pinched Mu Xinci's chin. Mu Xinci instantly felt that smooth touch. Her face turned redder and redder. Watch your hands. She subconsciously lowered her head and bit the back of Yi Fan's hand. As a result, Yi Fan did not respond. Mu Xinci, on the other hand, was in so much pain that she was about to cry. After all, the two people exchanged physical sensations. When Yi Fan was injured, Mu Xinci felt pain. Yi Fan looked down at the back of his hand and saw a row of delicate teeth marks. He kissed the bite mark on his lips and said seductively, So you like it this way? This little movement caught Mu Xinci's eyes, and her fair and clear skin turned very red. I don't like it. Anyway, be more conscious and get out of bed quickly. Facing Mu Xinci's order, Yi Fan was fearless and looked at Mu Xinci with a smile. No, I won't go down. You. Mu Xinci was almost crying because of him. You can't hit or kick. Just a pair of resentful little eyes stared at Yi Fan. She suddenly felt like she had let a wolf into the house. Yi Fan looked at her melancholy expression and found it cute no matter how he looked at it. Yi Fan couldn't wait to see her eyes filled with tears because of him. Hee hee, it must be very exciting. Okay, I've coaxed you to sleep. Just go down the stairs. Yi Fan reached out and gently put his arm around her shoulders, letting her lean on his shoulder. I'll leave when you fall asleep. After hearing his assurance, Mu Xinci was a little skeptical. Is it true? If you don't close your eyes, something might happen. Yi Fan raised his eyes and chin, threatening Mu Xinci slightly. It seems to have a deterrent effect. Mu Xinci quickly closed her eyes. Her quiet and flawless little face, leaning against his body tenderly, made Yi Fan feel somewhat happy and sweet. Go to sleep, my dear baby. Your brother's hands are gently rocking you. Yi Fan hummed lullaby to coax Mu Xinci. Mu Xinci didn't open her eyes, but her skin turned even redder. Why did you change the lyrics? What brother? Oh, your husband's hands are gently rocking you. Yi Fan. Mu Xinci opened her eyes in an instant. Her little face flushed with embarrassment. What's wrong, wife? Yi Fan looked at Mu Xinci with a smile. Don't shout. Mu Xinci was extremely embarrassed. He calls me all sorts of random names. Hee hee, since you didn't agree to call me brother, I can only change it. Yi Fan raised his eyes slightly, very proud. Mu Xinci had no choice but to lie down again. Whatever else you say is fine, just don't call yourself that. What do you call yourself? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Husband. When Yi Fan heard this, he felt numb. Mu Xinci's voice was soft and delicate, especially after she had just cried, and there was a slight tremor in it. Yes, my husband is here. Yi Fan responded. Mu Xinci was filled with shame. I didn't mean to call you. There are only two of us in the room. Are you hiding a man in the closet? Yi Fan teased with a smile. Duh. Chapter 31. Mu Xinci covered her red and hot face with her hands. No. You are so shameless. Yes. After chatting with Mu Xinci for a while, Yi Fan stopped teasing her. He patted her back gently and played some hypnotic light music, and then Mu Xinci slowly fell asleep. Yi Fan also felt sleepy. He squinted his eyes and looked at her charming face. When she was asleep, she was very quiet, without any coldness or sharpness. That feeling of pure desire involuntarily spread from her beautiful face. It makes people feel pity. Yi Fan curled the corners of his lips and looked at her lovingly. After he covered her with the quilt, he tiptoed out, afraid of waking up Mu Xinci. Little did he know that the moment he closed the door, the girl on the bed opened her eyes. She couldn't help but chuckle, with a hint of satisfaction on her beautiful face. Yi Fan fell into a deep sleep after returning to his room, and did not wake up until noon the next day. Xin Ci probably didn't wake up last night and had a good sleep quality. Yifan didn't feel any discomfort either. It was a sound sleep. After he put on some clothes, he got up, washed up, went downstairs to eat, and then went to school. When Yifan went to class with his roommates, he found that Hong Yi was not there. I heard from the professor that he was on sick leave. Yifan thought of Hong Yi's pitiful appearance after being beaten to a pulp yesterday and shook his head. He guessed that Hong Yi would have to take a long leave of absence. The professor's class was quite boring and Yifan had no interest in it. When he was about to play with his phone out of boredom, Xiaowu discovered something and said in surprise, "Are you allergic?" Yifan followed Xiaowu's gesture and immediately saw some small red rashes on his arms. Very surprised. It's a densely packed area, and I don't know what's inside. Looking at it now, it's still quite shocking. Isn't that school beauty feeling very uncomfortable? Fat Tiger looked in the direction of the sound and said, "This is urticaria. It's itchy. Don't you feel itchy?" "It doesn't itch." Yifan really didn't feel anything. After all, he and Xin Ci had exchanged physical sensations, so how could he feel uncomfortable? It was just that Xin Ci was the one who was uncomfortable now. She must be very uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Yifan felt even more guilty towards her. Several roommates found it unbelievable. Hives are super uncomfortable. I couldn't stand the itchiness before. Exactly. It was extremely uncomfortable. I scratched my skin and even left scars on my hands. How did you endure it? You really didn't have any reaction at all. Yifan had indeed seen Xiaowu with hives before. It's really worse than death. Yifan was very nervous and planned to go to the infirmary for treatment immediately to prevent Xin Ci from continuing to feel uncomfortable. Bang! When Yifan was about to stand up to report, the classroom door was pushed open. A stunningly beautiful girl appeared at the door, immediately interrupting the professor's class. The professor stared at the girl in astonishment. "Student, what's the matter?" The other students were very surprised. They recognized at a glance that the person who appeared here was the famous school beauty Xin Ci. She looked extremely anxious, looking left and right, but it couldn't hide her beauty at all. She has bright eyes and white teeth, and is clean and beautiful. The white shirt highlights her curvy figure, and her 36D breasts and small waist can't be hidden at all, not to mention that she is wearing a miniskirt, showing off her beautiful long legs. This is simply a carnival for those who love beautiful faces. Why is the school beauty here? She doesn't have this class. Xin Ci is so beautiful. Today's dress suits her so well. Could she be here to sit in on the class? She's not attending our class, but didn't you see Yifan was there too? She must be here to see Yifan. As soon as the words fell, everyone's eyes fell on Yifan, all filled with envy and jealousy. Yifan saw Xin Ci appear, but he knew clearly in his heart that it must be because of his urticaria. Xin Ci secretly scratched her arm and said to the professor, "Professor, Yifan seems to have an allergy and isn't feeling well. I'll take him to the infirmary." When these words were spoken, everyone gasped. There were rumors on campus before that Xin Ci was pursuing Yifan, but everyone just laughed it off and felt that the authenticity of the rumors was debatable. But now Xin Ci knew that Yifan was not feeling well, and she had to send him to the hospital even if it meant disturbing the professor's class. How many girls can do this? Not to mention, she's the campus beauty. I would be so happy if I could get the school beauty to send me a bottle of water, let alone if she personally sent it to the hospital. The school bell is so warm. Look at my girlfriend. She told me to drink more hot water when I had an allergy. Compared to the school bell, this girlfriend is really terrible. Who says she isn't? The school beauty is definitely a top 10 girlfriend. If I were Yifan, I would have gone out with her right away. Why would I hesitate? Looking at it this way, Yifan must have something extraordinary. Otherwise, how could the school beauty be so devoted to him? You know, the school beauty has no shortage of suitors around her, so why would she chase anyone? Several roommates were completely crazy and extremely excited. They directly poked Yifan's ribs. "Good boy, the school beauty has come to our door. We are so lucky. I've personally taken you to the hospital. What are you still doing sitting there?" Yifan felt a little embarrassed by being teased. Although he knew that his body sensation had been exchanged with Xin Ci's, Xin Ci couldn't help it. But Yifan still felt very proud that she could come to his house in person. Is she rounding up because she is worried about him? This made Yifan feel sweet. After seeing that Yifan was really allergic, the professor gave him a look that said, "Kid, you can do it." Originally, he thought Yifan was just handsome, but he could get the most beautiful girl in the school to come to him and show him his affection, which proved that Yifan was very capable. "Okay, go ahead." The professor approved. Yifan stood up and went out with Xin Ci amidst a large number of envious gazes. Everyone is going crazy with jealousy. Not only can Yi Fan skip classes with a clear conscience, but he also receives Mu Xinxi's care and concern. This made the boys who had glanced at the school beauty before almost cry. They tried their best to please Mu Xinxi, but Mu Xinxi ignored them. It turned out that Yi Fan was just allergic, but it made Mu Xinxi so nervous that she even mobilized so many troops. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. The girls were all angry when they saw Yi Fan and Mu Xinxi leave. Originally, when they knew that Yi Fan and Mu Xinxi were not dating, they were secretly happy. They dress up beautifully every day and try to attract Yi Fan's attention, but Yi Fan doesn't even look at them. Now he's gone out with the school beauty. It's so infuriating. Aren't school beauties just prettier, with a better figure and a little wealthier? Yi Fan followed Mu Xinxi. He could see with his own eyes that Mu Xinxi was scratching constantly, and her fair and smooth arms were left with red marks. Mu Xinxi's skin was originally glowing white, but now even a little red mark is very obvious. I'm sorry for making you itchy. I didn't expect it to make you so itchy. What do you need me to make up for? Yi Fan asked. Chapter 32. Mu Xinxi took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Her eyes were obviously red. It's itchy. If you want to make up for it, get well soon. Yi Fan could hear her trembling, baby voice. She was originally cold and icy, but now she looked a little softer. Mu Xinxi looked at him innocently. Your health is very important. Let's go to the infirmary quickly. In order to prevent Mu Xinxi from feeling any worse, Yi Fan did not run, fearing that she would be exhausted and out of breath. Hurry up. Who knew that she was annoyed by Yi Fan's slow pace and grabbed Yi Fan's hand. Yi Fan could feel her soft jade-like hands tightly clasping his fingers, and she was walking and running with Yi Fan forward. Congratulations to the host. You have achieved interaction plus 10 and received 300 points. Yi Fan felt warm in his heart as he looked at her anxious look. Mu Xinxi's little face was covered in sweat, not sure if it was from the heat or anxiety. She hurriedly said to the teacher in the infirmary, "Teacher, he has an allergic reaction. Please help him." Mu Xinxi's appearance in the infirmary was like the coolest soda in early summer, making people feel refreshed. The men and women in the infirmary all looked at Mu Xinxi. Especially when they heard Mu Xinxi worried about Yi Fan, they were slightly surprised. The school beauty has silently devoted herself to Yi Fan again. I envy Yi Fan so much for having such a beautiful girl taking care of him. The rumors are indeed true. Yi Fan is so lucky. If I had a school beauty who cared about me this much, I would be fine even if I had an allergic reaction dozens of times. While the boys were excitedly discussing it, the girls, unwilling to be outdone, said, "It's obviously Yi Fan who is charming. Yi Fan is so handsome, just as handsome as the school honk." He jumped into the water to save the girl. "Even though I'm the school belle, I still like him." "You're right. Yi Fan is handsome, brave, has a good temper, and can play basketball. When a girl is in danger, he will go to save her immediately." He didn't even see how critical the situation was. Isn't it normal for the school beauty to like him? Yi Fan is a hero who's always willing to help others. But can the school belle stop throwing herself at him and give us girls who like Yi Fan a chance? She's even dressed up so extravagantly. What if she really manages to trick Yi Fan away? The girls looked at Yi Fan with admiration. Even though Yi Fan is allergic now, he still looks handsome. He has clear eyebrows, long eyelashes, and a confident and bold expression. As long as he glances at her, many girls' hearts will flutter. The infirmary teacher immediately examined him, drew some blood, and told Yi Fan, "He has urticaria. The allergy is probably to the fabric. It's okay. Just get an anti-inflammatory spray, some allergy medicine, and some calamine lotion, and he'll be fine." "Thank you, teacher." Mu Xinxi nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Fan's slender hands were casually resting on the wall behind her. As long as he pulled forward, he could embrace her slender waist in his arms. He narrowed his eyes and looked at her expression with a smile. "Are you so worried about me?" "No. It's just for myself." Mu Xinxi was stunned for a moment and her face flushed. It was obvious that he was feeling unwell, and she felt uncomfortable too. What nonsense is he talking about? It was just so that his allergy would heal quickly so she could feel better. Yi Fan looked at her arrogant look and smiled without saying anything. The teacher is going to give Yi Fan a saline solution. Mu Xinxi's breathing became tense as she watched him getting an injection and in 4. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and she was afraid when she looked at the needle. This scene fell into Yi Fan's eyes. It seemed that she was really scared. Her fluffy hair was slightly sticking to her pale face. She was obviously in trouble, but she still had to pretend to be calm. Little did she know that her eyes had already turned red. It looks like a rabbit, but it is soft, cute, and makes people want to bully it. There is also a feeling of wanting to protect. "Teacher, be gentler. Xin Ci was so nervous that she didn't know where to put her emotions. Yi Fan felt a little distressed when he saw it. He knew that she was good to him. Others couldn't help but sigh when they saw it. The school beauty liked Yi Fan so much that she was afraid that the teacher in the infirmary would hurt Yi Fan, so she asked him to be gentler. The boys sighed, feeling ashamed of themselves compared to Yi Fan. Even if Xin Ci could smile at them, they would be satisfied. Not to mention receiving such caring care from Xin Ci. It's okay, it will be quick. When Xin Ci was overly nervous, he covered her eyes with his fingers. This way, she is not so afraid of needles anymore. The pleasant and refreshing scent belonging to him spread out. His voice is also deep and pleasant. This made her face turn red. She felt a slight foreign body sensation as if a needle had entered her body. But it's not that painful, you'll get used to it. After a moment, the hand was moved away. Xin Ci was actually a little reluctant to let go. Yi Fan laughed heartily in front of her, showing a row of white teeth, and teased her deliberately. How was my service? He wanted to ease the atmosphere and tell her not to worry too much. He knew she was very uncomfortable, but if he teased her, she wouldn't think too much about the itching and it would also divert her attention. Xin Ci grumbled unhappily. Very bad. Ding. Interaction detected. 500 points awarded. System reminder. Xin Ci personally held the 4 bottle for Yi Fan, and many pairs of envious eyes fell on Yi Fan. Who has ever seen a man receive such preferential treatment? Yi Fan is definitely the first one. At this moment, Yi Fan remembered that Xin Ci had just disliked him for being slow and strode forward to his position. He just wanted to walk faster, sit down for the 4, and make her feel more comfortable. Who knew Xin Ci would get anxious? Walk slowly, it will hurt. Yi Fan immediately walked slowly, considering Xin Ci's mood. The boys around were very depressed. The school beauty is too attentive. She is afraid that Yi Fan will hurt his skin if he walks too fast. It has always been others who care about the school belle. But who has ever seen a school belle show interest in a boy in return? The probability of this happening is pitifully small, yet it happens right before our eyes. They were sick and there was no girl to take care of them. As a result, Yi Fan was taken care of personally by the school beauty. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Yi Fan heard Xin Ci's aggrieved voice and immediately replied with a smile. I'll listen to you. Yi Fan turned his head and saw Xin Ci's red lips curled up in a beautiful arc. It's beautiful. She is worthy of being the school belle. It's pleasing to the eye at first glance. Xin Ci carefully let Yi Fan sit down, not wanting to hurt him, and stretched out her slender and soft arms to slowly and carefully place the 4 bottle on the shelf and hang it up. From Yi Fan's perspective, you can see her graceful waist. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind. Her fair and perfect little face showed seriousness. Her eyelashes blinked slightly, and the slightly red corners of her eyes revealed a bit of pitiful tenderness. Besides being bright and charming, she is also pure and exquisite. In fact, apart from being a little fierce sometimes, she is quite gentle, suitable to be married home as a wife. She is definitely a good wife and mother. While Yi Fan was distracted, Xin Ci went to pour some water and looked at the instructions for the allergy medicine. Afterwards, she poured out the allergy medicine and gently reminded Yi Fan, 2 pills a day. Don't forget. Take 1 now and 1 at night. Yi Fan looked at her delicate face with beautiful bones and deliberately contradicted her. I have a bad memory. What should I do if I forget to eat? In fact, he was just teasing her and wanted her to pay more attention to him. Xin Ci stared at him with her big red eyes, feeling aggrieved. How could you forget to take medicine? Seeing Yi Fan raise his eyebrows, she couldn't bear to blame him, so she could only mutter, Is it okay for me to remind you? She would be willing to suffer a little trouble so that he could get better soon. After hearing this, Yi Fan smiled and was in a very happy mood. The saline solution was hung for more than 2 hours, and Xin Ci stayed by Yi Fan's side every step of the way. The excuse is to take good care of Yi Fan, but in fact it is to supervise Yi Fan. I was afraid that Yi Fan would get allergic reactions and go out to play around, which would aggravate the allergy. Xin Ci stayed by Yi Fan's side without saying a word. Yi Fan wants to drink water, so just give him some. Yi Fan gave Xin Ci a look and she obediently fed him the fruit. The male students opposite all opened their mouths, as if the fruit was being eaten by them. So sweet. Where is justice? They are all sick, and yet they have to eat this kind of dog food. Chapter 33. What made them feel even more incredible was that Xin Ci was completely willing to work hard and never complain. It's simply a template for a dog licker. Xin Ci has done everything a dog licker could not imagine. She was even afraid that Yi Fan would feel uncomfortable leaning his back against the cushion, so she put a soft cushion under him. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. After Yi Fan hung the brine, Mu Xinci carefully helped Yi Fan out. Which girlfriend can be so careful and cautious? The cool and aloof campus beauty's image has collapsed. They stared at Mu Xinci's back as she supported Yi Fan and left. Everyone was heartbroken and in great pain. Yi Fan isn't with the school beauty yet. If they were, she would definitely dote on him. I finally understand why the school beauty is so cold. Because she's not warming you. With so many suitors, you don't even want the school beauty, but you choose to be Yi Fan's bootlicker. What's so different about us than Yi Fan? After Yi Fan got into Mu Xinci's sports car, Mu Xinci drove him back herself. I asked the teacher in the infirmary and took notes. You must eat a light diet recently and not eat anything irritating. Mu Xinci said seriously. Then what are you going to do? Yi Fan glanced at Mu Xinci. After all, the physical sensations of two people are exchanged. He can't eat delicious food or drink spicy drinks, so Mu Xinci has to be the same. I can only eat the same thing as you. Mu Xinci said coldly, feeling a little aggrieved. What else can I do? After hearing her complaints, Yi Fan laughed out loud. I can feel you eating hot pot, and it doesn't affect my body. Mu Xinci looked at him intently, her clear eyes filled with innocence. No, consider this as punishment for not taking care of your body. Yi Fan chuckled. It's not like I want to be allergic. Mu Xinci looked Yi Fan up and down and said solemnly, That's right. You are allergic to the fabric. Your clothes are too stuffy and the fabric is too poor. Throw them away immediately. Then what should I wear? Yi Fan looked down at the clothes on his body. It's not as bad as Mu Xinci said. These are the clothes he bought with his roommates at the night market last year. He hasn't worn it for a long time, and I didn't expect he would be allergic to it. It seems that it has been put aside for a long time and his skin is intolerant. Come on, I'll take you shopping for clothes. Mu Xinci's voice was as beautiful as the trickling of water, with a bit of cuteness. Yi Fan soon discovered that the sports car was parked at the department store. This is the city's top shopping mall building, with very high prices, and all the goods sold are famous brands. Yi Fan and several roommates came here, but found that they couldn't afford anything. Any shirt costs 4 figures, which completely drives away students. Compared to coming out in a dusty state before, Yi Fan now walked in with his back straight. Mu Xinci took Yi Fan into the Gucci store. The customers in the store looked at the golden boy and girl in surprise. The men are extraordinarily handsome, and the women are beautiful and charming. Even the couples in the store were staring intently. However, Mu Xinci ignored the looks of others and said generously, If you like anything, feel free to buy it. I'll pay for it. A piece of Gucci clothing is incredibly expensive. If the ability allows, which man doesn't want to wear it? Yi Fan is no exception. Yi Fan doesn't like shopping very much and has no idea about clothes. He just wears what's comfortable. This one, Yi Fan picked up a black t-shirt at random. Mu Xinci blinked her beautiful eyes and said unsatisfactorily, You are a handsome guy after all. How can you have such bad taste? Yi Fan was naturally very happy to be praised as a handsome guy by such a beautiful woman. But when it comes to her next sentence, Yi Fan completely disagrees. It's fine for boys to dress neatly and cleanly. How can it be associated with bad taste? The next sentence surprised Yi Fan even more. Mu Xinci bared her shoulders and proudly turned to the salesperson, saying, Except for this black one, I want a set of each of the other styles in his size. Yi Fan, there are at least dozens of styles here. Finally got one of all. The shopping guide was ecstatic. This is a super customer. You should know that not many people come here to buy men's clothing. Most of them are boys buying clothes for their girlfriends. As a result, a big order came in. Mu Xinci's shocking words left the male customers in the store stunned. When we saw Yi Fan bringing Mu Xinci in, we all thought that Yi Fan must be very rich. Otherwise, how could he find such a beautiful girlfriend? It turned out they were wrong. The one who is really rich is this girl. She is a rich woman. Not only is she a rich woman, she also dotes on her boyfriend very much. Gucci is not cheap. If you buy all of them, even a real rich and beautiful woman would hesitate. But Mu Xinci can buy them casually. Her net worth must be very high. On the contrary, their girlfriends are not considerate at all and make a fuss. It's not expensive. Why don't you buy me this? You are so stingy. These male customers were so angry that they wanted to slap their girlfriends in the face. Look at her. She is prettier than you and has a considerate and gentle personality. The most important thing is how to love your boyfriend. If only my girlfriend could be half as sensible as Mu Xinci, I would be thankful. After Mu Xinci left her address, she asked someone to pack it and send it to her door. When she was about to pay by card, the shopping guide reminded her, This gentleman has already paid the bill. Although the shopping guide made money, he still sighed. She originally thought Yi Fan was a gigolo, but it turns out he is also a rich man. It turns out to be a powerful alliance. Is this how rich people manage their wealth internally? Looking at Yi Fan's tall and handsome appearance, the shopping guide was a little crazy about him. How come she hasn't met such a tall, rich and handsome man? It's such a pity. Xin Ci was stunned for a moment, looking at Yi Fan, to whom the shopping guide was pointing, in surprise. Yi Fan saw Xin Ci rushing towards her. She was like a little wild cat with its fur standing on end. Her voice was fierce and fierce. How did you pay? Where did you get the money? Facing Xin Ci's accusation, Yi Fan straightened the collar of his newly changed shirt and said, I'm much richer than you think. Although he was bound by the gigolo system, he still felt a little guilty about letting a girl pay for such a large expense. Xin Ci was furious. I bought it for you. You don't let me buy it. Do you look down on my ability? Let's go to another store. There is such an operation. Yi Fan was shocked, but he had already been dragged out by Xin Ci. The male customers who were watching in the dark became even more envious after hearing this. Look at his girlfriend. The boyfriend secretly paid the bill and made his girlfriend angry. Is this something a human would do? If you let your girlfriend pay the bill, she will definitely complain about being stingy and weird, but with Yi Fan, it's the other way around. Yi Fan was taken to the AJ store by Xin Ci to buy shoes. Arrange for him the best and most expensive things here. Xin Ci said generously to the shopping guide. Chapter 34. The shopping guide's eyes lit up instantly when he saw the beautiful and noble Exine porcelain. Look at Xin Ci. She is wearing all Chanel, and the bag she carries is Hermes. She is definitely a rich girl. So he took all the best-selling and most expensive sneakers in the store. Try them on and buy whatever fits you. Xin Ci lifted her hair, her clear and beautiful eyes slightly tilted up with a hint of command. It was a matter of her pride. Yi Fan, who was much poorer than her, didn't even let her pay the bill. Where would she put her face as the eldest daughter of the Mu family? How would she be able to gain a foothold in the upper class in the future? Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that Xin Ci was determined to pay for him. Who wouldn't want to wear AJ? And there are people who are willing to pay for it. It's a good thing to eat this free meal. So Yi Fan went to try on sneakers. Most of them fit him. Xin Ci let him pick out a pair on the spot, and even had someone pack up all the sneakers. The male shopping guide looked at Yi Fan enviously. It's so nice to have a beautiful, wealthy girlfriend who always considers her boyfriend. She buys him the latest sneakers without blinking an eye. He is just a small shopping guide. Not only has his girlfriend never bought him a pair of AJ sneakers, but she also tries every means to get him to buy her Swarovski. The treatment of people varies greatly. When Yi Fan was about to bend down to tie his shoelaces, he didn't expect Xin Ci to squat down and tie his shoelaces very easily. This natural action instantly made the male shopping guide jealous. Damn, it's good enough that his girlfriend doesn't make him squat down to tie his shoelaces. It's okay for Yi Fan to have such a beautiful girlfriend, but his girlfriend is also beautiful, rich, and caring. It's really infuriating. However, what the male shopping guide didn't know was that Xin Ci and Yi Fan had exchanged body sensations. Xin Ci didn't want to feel the pain from bending down, so she squatted down to tie Yi Fan's shoelaces. She had no idea that in the eyes of outsiders, she was a complete, good girlfriend. Yi Fan could feel the envious glances from all around him, and could feel the boundless glory. It's really enviable to have a beautiful girl go out. Detected intimacy with Xin Ci. Earned 300 points. Detected that Xin Ci spent money on you. Unlocked the soft rice skill, and received 2,000 points. The system's reminder made Yi Fan stunned. Just by asking Xin Ci to buy something for him, he got 2,000 points? Sure enough, the soft rice system lives up to its reputation. If I had known earlier, I would have let Xin Ci pay the bill so that I could get 2,000 points. After Xin Ci and Yi Fan left the store, she reminded them, you've bought the clothes and shoes. You'll wear these from now on. I'll also have the store staff send you the latest styles of clothes every time. Good. Yi Fan, who enjoyed the sweetness, did not refuse. He and Xin Ci went to take the elevator. Bite. When the elevator came up and Yi Fan and Xin Ci went in at the same time, a surprised voice rang out. Xin Ci? You are Xin Ci, right? Yi Fan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a girl with freckles on her face, pointing at Xin Ci and asking in surprise. Xin Ci's eyes showed panic without any concealment. She subconsciously turned away the face, even covering her pretty little face with her hair, not daring to look at the other person. He said very repulsively, No, it's not. No, you are obviously one. The freckled girl was very excited. When the freckled girl was trying to get closer to Xin Ci to see what was going on, a dark shadow blocked her way. The sudden appearance of the broad figure like a mountain made Xin Ci tremble slightly. I'm sorry, you got the wrong person. The freckled girl looked at the handsome guy in front of her in surprise. He was handsome, with bright eyes and thin lips, but his voice was cold and penetrating like ice. But it's really handsome. The freckled girl was stunned, deeply attracted by the other's handsomeness. He didn't even notice Xin Ci behind him. Xin Ci was stunned for a moment, then felt a pair of warm hands holding her hands, and then pulling her into the elevator. He used his body to completely block the freckled girl's view, and gently held the back of Xin Ci's head, making her lower her head and follow him into the elevator. Oh, before the freckled girl could react, the elevator door has closed. Yi Fan lowered his head to look at Xin Ci, only to find that Xin Ci seemed to have suffered something terrible. Her whole body was trembling, her face was lowered, and when she blinked her long eyelashes, her eyes were filled with tears. It makes her pale cheeks look even more pitiful. Yi Fan could feel the panic and empathize with her. What's wrong with you? Yi Fan was very worried. In the closed environment, her face was really too pale. His eyes flickered with fear. Ai. Xin Ci's body completely collapsed. Leaning against the elevator wall, she curled up anxiously and sadly, hugging her legs and her body tightening little by little. Yi Fan was shocked. It wasn't the first time he had seen her like this. The last time I saw her was when she had a nightmare. Why is she avoiding that girl? She doesn't even want the other person to recognize her? Obviously, Xin Ci is a favored girl with a superior family background. So why does she look so desperate and breathless now? Xin Ci's red lips trembled and moved, but she couldn't utter a word. Yi Fan's heart ached. It's okay, it's okay. Yi Fan didn't know what had happened, but in her current state, it was impossible for her to tell him anything. Yi Fan stroked her hair and could feel how weak she was in his arms. Her tear marks appeared on her plump and clear face. She looked aggrieved and even a little fragile, in need of strong protection. Yi Fan couldn't help but protect her. Xin Ci felt that his clear, mellow voice was like flowing water, refreshing her heart. Even the faint scent on his body made her fascinated. The panicked mood gradually calmed down. After she calmed down, she wiped the sweat with the back of her hand. Yi Fan could feel the plumpness and tenderness of her skin. The ends of her eyelashes were stained with tears. She bit the corner of her red lips and muttered, "Don't tell anyone about what happened today. I just feel uncomfortable. That's why I'm crying." Okay, got it. If Yi Fan were his usual self, he would definitely tease Xin Ci. But she was crying now. If he makes her angry again, wouldn't that be a bit of a jerk? What Yi Fan can be sure of now is that something must have happened to Xin Ci in the past. Otherwise, Xin Ci wouldn't have collapsed in such a short time. Yi Fan walked forward and she followed behind sullenly. Wait a minute. Yi Fan suddenly said this to her. She was very confused. What's wrong? But she saw Yi Fan buy 2 ice creams. Here you go. Yi Fan handed one of the ice creams to Xin Ci. I didn't say I wanted to eat ice cream. Xin Ci muttered. Yi Fan raised his eyebrows and said as a matter of course, I want to eat, okay? I'm so pitiful that I exchanged body sensations with you. And in the end you won't satisfy such a small request of mine. Xin Ci retorted, her voice pitiful. Obviously, I am pitiful. Okay, they're all pitiful. Yi Fan smiled. He looked at Xin Ci, who had been acting grumpy before, and now took the ice cream tenderly and softly. She took a bite of the ice cream, and Yi Fan also ate the ice cream in his hand. Perhaps because it was a little cool in her mouth, her eyebrows were slightly frowned, but soon relaxed. This sweetness should satisfy her. Otherwise, how could she have such a sunny expression and lick the ice cream with the tip of her tongue? Now she looks like a kitten that has recovered from an injury, with her little head drooping, cute and energetic. Looking at her delicate and tempting little tongue, Yi Fan's eyes were hot. Not to mention that the corners of her eyes were red and her eyes were wet. It's really tempting. Yi Fan smiled and took a bite of ice cream. The sweetness coming from her mouth is sweeter than ice cream. After returning home, Xin Ci had recovered from her fragile and sensitive appearance to become a proud young lady. She handed the calamine lotion to Yi Fan and said, apply it. Yi Fan subconsciously rolled up his shirt and took it off. Xin Ci screamed and suddenly covered her flushed face. What are you doing? Duh. Chapter 35. As you can see, prepare to apply the medicine. Yi Fan joked. You put it on. Xin Ci's ears were burning. Although she and Yi Fan had exchanged body sensations for a while, she was still not used to it. After all, she is a girl and he is a boy. Poochie, didn't you just ask me to apply the medicine? Do I have to apply the medicine with my clothes on? Yi Fan supported his hands on the bed and looked at Xin Ci with a smile. Through the gaps between her fingers, one could see that Xin Ci's little face was extremely red. So cute. It looked soft and cute. Yi Fan really wanted to be shameless with her, haha, but he was afraid of scaring her away. Then I'll go out. Mu Xinci was about to run away, but was stopped by Yi Fan. Stop. Yi Fan curled his lips and really saw that graceful figure stopped. What? Haha, she is so obedient. He may say some fierce words, but his body is honest. Wipe it for me. Yi Fan said leisurely. Why do you want me to wipe it for you? Mu Xinci stomped her feet, feeling very ashamed. I have it on my back too, and I can't reach it. Well, in that case, I can just find a maid to wipe it for me. Anyway, the maids have good figures and are pretty. After hearing Yi Fan's words, Mu Xinci panicked. Yi Fan is an LSP. If a maid is really hired, no matter what happens, she will be the one experiencing it. No, she doesn't want that weird feeling. Isn't it okay for me to wipe it for you? Mu Xinci blushed. Yi Fan sat down in front of Mu Xinci. His thin lips curled up into a slight smile. Come on. Mu Xinci felt very ashamed. In front of her was Yi Fan's smooth and broad back with obvious texture. The small red rashes from allergies looked like strawberry marks, mottled and ambiguous. Mu Xinci's ears were bright red, and she took a cotton swab and began to apply ointment to him bit by bit. Through Mu Xinci's touch, Yi Fan could feel her smooth and soft little hands moving back and forth constantly. Wow, it feels so soft and smooth. Yi Fan squinted his eyes comfortably. Especially when being stared at by a girl like this, my heart is filled with passion. Really? Then were you spying on me? Yi Fan teased maliciously, deliberately teasing her. Mu Xinci's face flushed red, like a fried shrimp. I didn't. Don't accuse me. Since your attitude is so fierce, I'd better go find a pretty maid to apply medicine on me. They will definitely be gentle. Yi Fan teased Mu Xinci. No, can't I be a little gentler? Mu Xinci muttered with her red lips. Yi Fan enjoyed it very much and really felt that her behavior was much gentler. Such benefits are rare. After applying the ointment, Mu Xinci's eyelashes fluttered and her tone was soft. Okay, put on your clothes quickly. Yi Fan smiled secretly, seeing Mu Xinci's embarrassed look. He deliberately buttoned his buttons very slowly in front of Mu Xinci to make her anxious. Mu Xinci's face was completely burning. She looked away, but she could still see it from the corner of her eyes. Can't you hurry up? If you want to hurry up, why don't you just put it on for me? Yi Fan tempted. No. Then you urge me? Yi Fan said casually. He deliberately stroked his abdominal muscles in front of Mu Xinci. You are bullying me. Don't touch me. Mu Xinci's face turned red, and she bit her red lips, completely overwhelmed with shame. I won't touch my body. Do you think you can? Besides, I'm wearing clothes. How can you not do that? Yi Fan teased Mu Xinci. Mu Xinci's ears were already red enough to bleed. I won't rush you anymore. I have to go back. She ran like a little rabbit, waving her little pink fists. Seeing her little reaction, Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. So pure. It must be the school beauty's first time. Hee. Maybe the last kiss was her first kiss. Hee. If you round it up, he made the profit. I really want to eat her up, but it's not the right time yet. The highest level hunters always appear as prey. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to let Mu Xinci push him down actively? Yi Fan entered the system lottery. He first drew the lottery 3 times. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the super academic master ability. Ding, super high memory. Ding, professional level 8 English proficiency. Wow, that's pretty good. I got 3 good things at once. You know, Yi Fan is most afraid of English. He is very patriotic, so his English score never exceeds 50 out of 120. Even his English teacher shook his head when he saw him. It's not just English. Yi Fan has failed almost all of his other courses as well. After all, he is a man who never forgets his roots, and he returns everything his teacher teaches him. Yi Fan had worried before whether he could still graduate. After all the whole family was executed, cards were read. It was the teacher who gave him points for affection, otherwise he would have been held back. Yi Fan was able to get into university because his high school teacher predicted the exam questions accurately. He was also afraid that he would not be able to study, so he had to work hard. With the encouragement of his teacher, he was admitted to the first class Huaqing University with the last place. But when he got to college, he completely gave up and only remembered to play. Haha, now that he has these 3 skills, is he still afraid that he is still a poor student? Yi Fan subconsciously opened the book and just glanced at it. As soon as I closed it, I found that I remembered it clearly. Absolutely, this is definitely a cheating tool. If this skill of the system could be auctioned, he could definitely sell the system for a fortune, to benefit all the students. The next day, this week is the midterm exam. When Yi Fan goes to the dormitory building, he can see some people studying hard. Even the kids in Yi Fan's dormitory, who usually worked for 3 days and rested for 2 days, started to get anxious at this time. Xiao Wu hurriedly informed Yi Fan. Hurry up. Where to? Yi Fan was confused. Xiaowu rolled his eyes at Yi Fan and said, "Silly, let's go to the library and reserve a seat." Fat Tiger didn't even comb his hair. He was holding a piece of bread in his mouth. It was obvious that he had just woken up. "Brothers, I have to leave first. My girlfriend said that the seats are super popular. If we go too late, there will be no seats left." He didn't even bother to put on his shoes and ran out in flip-flops. Is it really that exaggerated? Yi Fan was speechless. It's just a midterm exam. Brother, you're not going to get carried away after being pursued by the school beauty. Lei Gu roared. Girls are important, but midterm exams are important too. Midterm exams account for half of your total grade for the school year. Xiaowu nodded, feeling very melancholy. Yeah, if I start failing the English midterm exams, I'll almost fail. I won't talk to you anymore. Fat Tiger's grandson ran away, and I have to go after him. Xiaowu also rushed out as fast as a rocket. Brother Lei followed closely behind. Compared to his 3 roommates who were rushing around, Yi Fan was very leisurely and walked very slowly. He was not panicked at all. He was afraid of nothing because there was a system. Now he is a top student, not a poor student. Yi Fan was bored, so he decided to join in the fun and go to the library with his brothers. When he arrived, he found that Xiaowu and the others had resentful looks in their eyes and were staring at their positions. "I'm really fed up. It's full so early in the morning." Xiaowu was very distressed. "You're right. If I had known, I would have lined up before the doors opened. It's really annoying." Fat Tiger clenched his fists. "My girlfriend only managed to get 1 seat." Chapter 36. No matter how long we wait, it seems they won't give in. Fat Tiger was very melancholy. "I'm so emo-numb. Memorizing books in high school was already exhausting. I didn't expect college to be so competitive." Who said it wasn't true? The teachers said that college is just for fun, but in the end I still studied hard. I can't fail this time, otherwise my mom will beat me. Xiaowu shrugged helplessly. As the brothers were sighing, a dark shadow appeared in front of them. "Didn't you get a seat?" What a nice sound. "It's a girl's." Several people raised their heads in unison. Comprehensive Yi Fan. Yi Fan saw Xin Ci wearing a mini lace skirt. She was dressed very beautifully today, and her watery and charming eyes looked at Yi Fan. The other brothers immediately poked Yi Fan with their ribs and excitedly reminded him, "It's the school beauty Mu." Yi Fan was about to roll his eyes. He is not blind. How could he not know? "It's too late. There are no seats left." Yi Fan said honestly, "Come upstairs. There are VVIP seats on the 2nd floor. Xin Ci replied, "It's too tiring to stand." In fact, what she meant was to imply that she was too tired of standing. After all, with the positions being so popular now, it's not known when you can get one. I can't just stand there and watch Yi Fan suffer. However, in the ears of several brothers, they felt that Xin Ci was worried that Yi Fan was tired of standing. What a fairy girl. Last time Yi Fan had an allergic reaction, the school beauty personally took Yi Fan to the infirmary. Now Yi Fan is waiting for a seat. The school beauty is afraid that Yi Fan will be tired of standing, so she invites Yi Fan and others to go to the VVP seats upstairs. Xiaowu was a little flattered. "Can we sit in the VVIP seats? Aren't those reserved for teachers?" "Yes, last time we wanted to go, we were scolded by the security guard." Fat Tiger's fists were still stiff when he thought of that incident. Xin Ci calmly replied, "My father is one of the shareholders of the school. I can use and distribute it freely. The library was originally sponsored and built by my father." When these words were spoken, Xiaowu and the others gasped. The renovation cost of Huaqing University's library cannot be underestimated, and it is obviously very expensive at first glance. It turned out that it was Xin Ci's family who provided the funding. They all knew that the Mu family was rich, but they didn't expect them to be so outrageously rich. "Oh my God, did you hear that? The library was built by the school beauty's family," Xiaowu said excitedly to Yi Fan. But Yi Fan was very calm, as if he was used to it. It's not his fault. He can eat and drink delicious food at the school beauty's house. Yi Fan doesn't find this surprising. Xin Ci's family is definitely wealthier than her roommates imagined. After reaching the 2nd floor, the brothers exclaimed even more. "Oh my God, this is a little too luxurious. This place is much better than the student-only area downstairs. Yeah, this seat is different from the one downstairs. It looks so comfortable. It's quiet enough here. I never thought I'd be able to come up here and read a book one day." Even Yi Fan was very satisfied. The environment here is elegant, and the air is fresher than downstairs, not too turbid. The seats are high-end sofas, just like an elegant cafe. If you want to read books in the future, you can come up here at will. If someone stops you, just tell me my name." Xin Ci answered frankly. Several roommates were very excited and glared at Yi Fan. "Look, the school beauty is really beautiful and kind-hearted. Why don't you thank her quickly?" "That's right. Look at how much they've done for you, and you don't show any appreciation. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xin Ci was obviously doing this to protect herself from suffering and let him enjoy himself. As a result, in their eyes, Xin Ci kept giving because she loved them. Okay, thank you. Yifan felt that no matter what, he still had to thank Xin Ci. After all, Xin Ci solved a big problem. It's okay. Xin Ci looked at Yifan's sincere look and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Her little face turned red. Old Yi, let's go find some books for the English exam. Xiao suggested. Okay, I'll go. Xin Ci volunteered. Yifan looked at Xin Ci. Xin Ci said hurriedly, the books are heavy. You guys just study hard, I'll get them. Besides, I know what to read at this stage. Several roommates began to understand. Oh, that's right. The school beauty is a top student. She even got a perfect score on the English test last time. She's already passed the CET 6 and studied abroad since she was young, so she's always been in a bilingual environment. This is definitely something she's good at. As they came and went, they became more and more envious and jealous of Yifan. Xin Ci is pretty, has a good figure, comes from a wealthy family, and is a top student. She has only one shortcoming. That's being aloof. But when facing Yifan, she was not cold at all, but rather very attentive. In other words, the school beauty has no shortcomings in Yifan. After Xin Ci went to look for the book, Xiaowu and the others began to feel disappointed with her. Old Yi, what are you waiting for? Why don't you push down a girl like this? Yeah, what else do you want to pick? The most beautiful girl in school has taken a fancy to you and has already licked her like this, and you still want to refuse. I advise you, Old Yi, not to be ungrateful. If I weren't single now and a school beauty was pursuing me, I would have accepted her immediately. Faced with the advice of his roommates, Yifan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Brother, do you think I don't want to deal with Xin Ci? The problem is that they don't want to do it. You are all deceived by the illusion. If it were that easy, I would definitely jump on it. But Yifan couldn't say what was in his heart, so he could only evade the question by saying, I'm a student now, and studying hard is my duty. The result was a sigh. Dude, look at you. You're failing every single class. You're still studying hard? Even a dog wouldn't believe it. That's right. What are you going to do if you don't have a good desk mate during the exam? You've already ranked last in the exam. You should just give up on the exam. It's true that failure in the exam leads to success and love. I even want to take your place in the last place. They were talking back and forth, hinting in their words that the school beauty is already like this. How long do you have to wait if you don't get her? Yifan laughed and scolded. Okay, I'll give you the last place, take it. Don't look down on me. Things change over time. I was last before, but now I can be first. As soon as he said this, Xiaowu and others rolled their eyes at him. Xiaowu. The best virtue a person can possess is self-knowledge. Fat Tiger, as the second to last, even if I deliberately get 10 questions wrong, I believe you will still be the last one. Brother Lei. Old Yi, let me tell you, nothing is difficult in this world as long as you are willing to give up. You are really not cut out for studying. Even if I guess blindly, I will score higher than you. Despite his friend's pessimism, Yifan was very proud. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you, but my results will definitely surprise you. Chapter 37. Xiaowu snorted. Of course you do. Your results always surprise us. You can always get 15 points in English. In the Huxiao language, fill in the blank question. When will we cut the candle together in the west window? This guy just wrote husband and wife / and did it until dawn. What a talent. Fat Tiger laughed so hard that he couldn't lift his waist when he thought about it. Yifan replied disapprovingly. There's nothing wrong with my answer. It's the Huxiao teacher who lacks imagination. The world is vast and diverse, and the answers are all different. If they can stay together for one night, what else can they be than a couple? If they don't do anything shameful, how can they still be a couple? This made several people burst out laughing. Ha! You turned a good Huxiao language question into a dirty joke. I think you should just cling to the school beauty and eat her gigolo instead of worrying about whether you fail the exam or not. I won't. I'm going to roll up my sleeves secretly and surprise all of you. Yifan slammed the table. However, they looked unconvinced and thought Yifan was joking. After all, anyone who has received 6 years of compulsory education knows that Yifan has some real talent. Not everyone can get the first place in the exam easily, but Yifan can, and he got the last place. Haha, getting the last place in the exam also requires strength. Yifan was chatting and laughing with his friends when he noticed that Xin Ci had not returned yet. He was afraid that Xin Ci might have encountered some problems, so he went to check out the situation. So Yifan went downstairs and found Xin Ci standing on a row of bookshelves, looking for books in the upper row. From Yi Fan's perspective, he could see a different scenery just by looking up. You're exposed. Yi Fan's eyes were filled with tears when he saw it. What if other boys saw it? No, her skirt is too short today. Ah. Xin Ci was also startled by his sudden voice. Her face turned red immediately, and because she didn't stand firmly for a moment, she quickly slipped and fell. As she panicked, her body was firmly held by a pair of strong arms, and she fell into a warm embrace in a moment. She breathed rapidly and looked up to see a handsome face. Yi Fan really enjoyed holding the soft jade in her arms. He touched her soft body, so soft and sweet. There is also a peach-like fragrance that is simply enough to soften people. Yi Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at her with satisfaction. Her skin was red, shy and soft. Her delicate little face was slightly drooping, and her black hair stuck to her fair and smooth skin. Because she was nervous and shy, she had no place to put her hands, and the slippery touch flowed through her fingers. Yi Fan couldn't feel her weight, and he didn't feel tired even when carrying her like a princess. Anyway, she is beautiful, so he won't suffer any loss. It would be great to be able to see such a charming scenery. It's a pleasure. Ding, princess hug detected, rewarding you with 300 points. When Yi Fan was in a good mood, he found that Xin Ci started to kick her legs. She shyly shouted, Put me down. It's so heavy. After all, she bears all the weight. Yi Fan laughed. You also know that you are heavy? He deliberately set it next to her round and beautiful ear. Her ears turned visibly red. Bright red, like sweet fruit. No, I'm not heavy at all. Xin Ci stuttered. After the explanation, her body became hotter and hotter. Yi Fan laughed. He didn't make things difficult for her and let her go. What do you want? I'll get it for you. Yi Fan asked her with a smile. 3 years of college entrance examination and 5 years of simulation. Are you a demon? That was Yi Fan's nightmare. After all, his high school teacher repeatedly criticized him for writing this book. As soon as the exam was over, he had a fever. I didn't expect to come into contact with it again now. Xin Ci stamped her feet. Her face flushed red as she said, The questions are similar in type and can be used. Hurry up and take them. Okay. Yi Fan reached out and easily took down the 3-year college entrance examination and 5-year simulation. It's great to be taller. No need to climb a ladder to reach the top row. I can just stretch out my arms and reach it easily. Even Xin Ci looked at Yi Fan enviously. She hadn't noticed Yi Fan's height before, but now she saw that he seemed to have grown a lot taller. Are you over 1.8 meters tall now? Standing beside her gave her a sense of security. His jawline was clear, and he had the elegance of a young boy. His shirt had a faint minty scent, which made Xin Ci's face blush slightly. Even his face looks much more handsome. Anything else? He asked. It's the second one on your right. Yi Fan took them down one by one as she said, and ended up meeting Xin Ci's gaze. Xin Ci buried her head in her chest hurriedly and shyly. That shy and delicious look really made Yi Fan feel itchy. Yi Fan leaned over and put his face close to her. Why? Are you blushing suddenly? No. Xin Ci put the back of her hand against the little face. This touch made Yi Fan gasp, and he gritted his teeth to endure it. The palm of the hand is really white and smooth, especially with the visual impact. It is quite tempting. Fortunately, Xin Ci turned around and left with the book in her hands. Otherwise, Yi Fan really pressed her down and kissed her. Yi Fan laughed softly. The school beauty is really cute after turning into a little lamb. When Yi Fan and Xin Ci went to the stairs, they attracted the attention of many students. They were surprised to find that Xin Ci was holding a large stack of books in her hands. It looks really heavy. Oh my god. Yi Fan is so unkind to women. She's a delicate school beauty. No matter how cold she is, she's still a beautiful girl. What's more, he likes Yi Fan and pursues Yi Fan, but Yi Fan is of no use. He is still a straight man? The boys all wanted to throw a punch. How can you ignore the school beauty's affection and be so heartless? Some boys have already stepped forward to win the favor of the school beauty and excitedly said, School beauty, I will get you a book. Xin Ci's eyes flashed coldly. No need. He also moved away in disgust to avoid contact. Is this still the Xin Ci who was walking next to Yi Fan just now? The boy's heart was broken. Others were sympathetic. Oh, it's so pitiful, but he's too arrogant. Who else has the school beauty been close to except Yi Fan? Exactly. Do you think anyone can replace Yi Fan? The school belle is willing to sacrifice everything for Yi Fan. Look at how good Yi Fan is. He's tall and handsome. Even if I'm a girl, I like him too. Yi Fan is the most popular guy in school, even more popular than the school honk. Several girls in the next class are secretly in love with him. He even saved the school belle last time, so it's only natural that the school belle likes him. Hey, Now I just hope he treats the school beauty better. School beauty, don't be so love-brained. There are so many people who cherish her. Why don't you look back? Duh. Chapter 38. After seeing Yi Fan and Xin Ci go up to the second floor, someone else followed them up. After all, the second floor has the best location, but I didn't expect to be stopped by security as soon as I went up. Sorry, students are not allowed to go up there, the security guard said seriously. The other party replied confidently. Then how did Yi Fan and the others get up there? Don't you see who's standing next to her? It's Miss Mu. The security guard's words instantly sobered people up. For whom has the school beauty ever shown affection? Only Yi Fan was an accident. I'm afraid that as long as Yi Fan is willing, not only the VVIP seats, but the entire school will belong to Yi Fan. For a moment, voices of envy were heard one after another. Yi Fan is so lucky. They haven't even started dating yet. If they were to really be together, he would be spoiled to the heavens by the school beauty. I also want a beautiful girl like this to be so infatuated with me. Look at the school beauty. She only loves him. Who else but Yi Fan can have such charisma to do that? You're right. Yi Fan has something extraordinary that made the school beauty succumb to him. Otherwise, with the turbulent water that day, who else but Yi Fan would dare to take the initiative? Yi Fan, who was unaware of his blessings, came back with Xin Ci holding a pile of books. Several roommates rolled their eyes. How dare you let the school beauty carry such a heavy book? But you are a man, and they went to get the book for you. How come you don't show any appreciation at all? However, the roommates did not expect that Xin Ci did much more than that. Xin Ci asked Yi Fan, "Are you thirsty? Do you want something to drink?" Between the lines, it hinted that she was thirsty. Then let's have the orchid latte milk tea, topped with vegetable cream and sprinkled with chopped nuts. It should be 50% sweet, with less ice, and with pearls and coconut flakes. I'd also like to put a paper milk teacup lid on the outside to keep your hands from getting cold. Yi Fan thought for a moment and replied to Xin Ci. Thanks to the skills given by the system, he had an excellent memory and immediately remembered what Xin Ci liked to drink. However, a few brothers who were kept in the dark and didn't know the situation now want to scold Yi Fan, saying that he deserved to be single. Look, the girl is considerate of you. The weather is hot, so she is going to buy you milk tea. And yet you ask for so much. They could all imagine the school beauty unable to bear it any longer and flying into a rage. Xiaowu even started to worry about Yi Fan. Even though the campus beauty is still licking Yi Fan, she is aloof and rich. If you offend her, you will probably have trouble making ends meet on campus. I think there's no need to have so many requirements. For the school bell, a oolong latte with milk tea will be enough. Xiaowu gave Xin Ci a dry laugh. Try hard to prevent Xin Ci from getting angry. However, Xin Ci shook her head and smiled with satisfaction. I don't ask for much. I like it very much, so just buy it. Xiaowu, Fat Tiger, and Brother Lei were also puzzled. Is this okay? And Xin Ci didn't get angry. She was even happier. This is too weird. Then go ahead. Yi Fan was very satisfied with his roommate's shock. You wouldn't believe it, but Xin Ci did this voluntarily. That's her favorite. It's her who has more demands, not mine. Xin Ci then asked Xiaowu and the others, do you want anything to drink? I'll buy some for you. The roommates were completely flattered. The school beauty wants to buy them milk tea. Oh my god, this is simply an honor. Apart from buying it for Yi Fan, when has the school beauty ever bought milk tea for anyone else? The reason why we consider them now is simply because they are Yi Fan's brothers. The school belle really loves Yi Fan. Look, in order to win Yi Fan over as soon as possible, she has put a lot of effort into them. Haha, anything is fine. We're not picky. We just drink whatever we can. Several people were very excited as if they had won the lottery. Xin Ci nodded. Okay, I'll buy it based on what you think. After Xin Ci left, Xiaowu and the others swarmed around Yi Fan, creating a chaotic scene. Brother, I'll give you a massage, and you teach me how to pick up girls? How can I make the school belle obey you obediently? Yeah, you're really good at controlling women. You should just become a love teacher. Besides you, who else can make the school beauty do this? I don't submit to anyone but you. Following you, all of us have benefited. The school beauty loves you so much, she's risked everything for you. It's a long story. It can only be understood but not expressed in words. Yi Fan said proudly. Let's make it short. The three hungry wolves' eyes flashed green. Yi Fan had never expected that the three brothers would set their sights on him. He couldn't just say there was a system, so Yi Fan simply evaded the question. I'll go see what she's buying. As soon as Yi Fan left, the three roommates looked at each other in confusion. This is a case of a thorn tree blooming. Will he also feel sorry for the school beauty one day? I'm actually partying for the school beauty. Is this like seeing the moon after the clouds have parted? I bet a dime that he's just a tough-talking person with a soft heart. He must be helping the school beauty get milk tea. At this moment, Yifan had already seen Xin Ci at the door of the milk tea shop. She was carrying a lot of milk tea, and Yifan stepped forward to help. "Let me do it." Xin Ci, with a rosy face, was very wary of him and said, "No, I'll do it. It's heavy." Yifan chuckled. "Very heavy? Can she feel it?" He is the one who bears this weight. But fortunately, Yifan didn't feel the weight. But the students who were customers in the milk tea shop thought it was ridiculous. Normally, the school beauty refuses to accept milk tea from other boys, but now she comes to buy milk tea for Yifan? I'm afraid Yifan will be tired. It's confirmed that the school beauty is a dog bootlicker. It's another day of envying Yifan. When Xin Ci came back with a big bag of milk tea, her roommates were completely shocked. Just now they said that Yifan must have brought milk tea to Xin Ci. In the end, Xin Ci's hands were full, but Yifan's hands were empty. He had more free time than anyone else. What a straight man. Aren't you afraid of not being able to find a girlfriend? No, Yifan doesn't have this concern at all. He doesn't have a girlfriend, but he has countless men who like to lick his boots, especially with such a beautiful female suitor who would want a girlfriend. After Xin Ci distributed milk tea, Yifan's roommates got pearl milk tea, but they are already satisfied enough because this is the milk tea given by the school beauty. But when I saw Yifan's, I was so angry. Yifan's orchid latte milk tea is topped with thick vegetable cream and sprinkled with chopped nuts. It really has pearls and coconut flakes, and there is also a milk tea paper cup lid on the outside. Did Xin Ci write down everything Yifan said? He also carefully followed Yifan's instructions and preferences. It can be clearly seen that Xin Ci cares very much about Yifan. Xiaowu is feeling very jealous now. Not only does he not run errands for his girlfriend, but he just buys her a matcha milk tea, and she is picky about how to add ice and even forgets that it is her period. But look at Xin Ci. She obeys Yifan's every word before they even become his girlfriend. Who doesn't want to have a girlfriend like this? Yifan was drinking milk tea happily, but saw several pairs of resentful eyes opposite her. He was cheerful and didn't take it seriously, but was reading comics. Don't you want to look at the exercises? What will you do on the exam? If you fail, we can't save you. Fat Tiger asked excitedly when he found that Yifan had taken a lot of comic books instead of any study materials. Yifan raised his eyebrows and said proudly, "Don't worry, the exam will be no problem for me." Xiaowu smiled and replied, "He really thinks he can get first place in the grade. He writes my name backwards. He's dreaming." Duh. Chapter 39. That's not necessarily true. People should have dreams, and maybe they will come true. Yifan casually glanced at the exercises, all of which he could do, and he had the answers in a second. What else is he looking at? A few roommates sighed, chatted with Yifan, and then continued reading. Yifan has let himself go, but they still have to keep calm in the exam and save their lives. Yifan was drinking milk tea when he heard the sound of pencil sharpening beside him. There is also a sense of force between the hands. He looked over and found that Xin Ci was sitting next to him. But she didn't read the book. Instead, she took the pencils from her pencil case in her bag and used a knife to carefully sharpen them. She sharpened each pencil to a very sharp point, then put them neatly back into the pencil case and handed them to Yifan. "It'll be useful for the exam." Xin Ci's voice was calm and gentle, but it was heard clearly by several roommates across the street. What? Xin Ci just took the trouble to sharpen a pencil, but it turned out that Yifan was using it? Oh my god, what good deeds did Yifan do? Yifan was also a little surprised. Looking at Xin Ci's bright eyes, he immediately accepted it cheerfully. "Thank you." He knew Xin Ci's intention. She was just afraid that he would sharpen the pencil and hurt her hand. When Yifan took the pencil case, Xiaowu and the others looked forward to it with longing. Who wouldn't be envious? Alas, not everyone is as lucky as Yifan. When it was night, several roommates found many lame excuses to leave first, obviously to create an opportunity for Yifan. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could these people's acting be any more realistic? There were so many loopholes. "Let's go." Yifan saw that it was getting dark outside, so he informed Xin Ci to leave. Xin Ci had no objection. When she and Yifan walked outside, Yifan gave her a look and said, "Sit down." Xin Ci raised her head in confusion. She never expected that someone would pinch her thigh in a moment. The smoothness of the fingertips made Yifan linger. The skin was so white and tender. "What are you doing?" Xin Ci shouted shyly. She was a little flustered, looking at his handsome face, and bit her lips shamefully. She could feel everything he felt. It made her body tremble, and she felt like she was being electrocuted. "If you want to do anything, you'll probably have to shout until your voice is hoarse." Yifan smiled meaningfully. Mu Xinxi's skin became increasingly red, and her already beautiful face was shrouded in shame. Her eyelashes fluttered in panic as she grumbled, "You, B asterisk 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 D." Yi Fan laughed out loud. "A asterisk asterisk hole? Be careful, or you'll get slapped in the face." Mu Xinci thought Yi Fan was going to do something to her, but he just picked her up and gently placed her on a chair beside the college flower bed. "You stay here and don't leave. If I find you with your feet off the ground, you will be responsible for the consequences." Yi Fan stared at Mu Xinci domineeringly and pinched Mu Xinci's fair and blushing little face. He moved naturally and touched her skin, and she could naturally feel the warmth. Her big, grape-clear eyes blinked in fear, and her ears were completely burning. "Do you still dare to move now?" "Dare not move." With Yi Fan's personality, he would really do something obscene. But what is he going to do? Mu Xinci watched Yi Fan leave in confusion. Yi Fan appeared at the school's canteen. After buying something, the owner asked, "Alipay or VX?" "Alipay." Yi Fan directly gave the payment code to the boss to scan. After paying the bill, Yi Fan went back. He saw Mu Xinci's shivering body at a glance, the blush on her pretty face still lingering. It's a completely tempting sight that's both delicious and alluring. Just like a little wild cat, so obedient and soft. Raising it must be a good experience. But it's okay to be a little wild and tickle the itch to add to the fun. Yi Fan leaned down in front of her and grabbed her ankles. "Hey, what are you doing?" Mu Xinci was stunned and struggled embarrassedly, trying to break free from Yi Fan's restraints. "Be obedient, or I'll kiss you." Yi Fan grinned evilly and began to move his handsome face closer to Mu Xinci's. Her lips were very close to his, and her even breathing felt hot on his face. Her frightened and shy look really made him want to kiss her. Mu Xinci's voice suddenly became hoarse. "I'll be good. I'll be good." "That's right." Yi Fan smiled and took her feet out of her leather shoes. The pair of small feet are as soft as jade, smooth and elastic. The toes are white and slender, and the nails are crimson, which makes the instep look beautiful. But some scars are already clearly visible on the heel. Those were the red marks from shoes rubbing against the skin, stained with blood, which made the beautiful and slender whiteness of the feet even more prominent. This is definitely the benefit of foot control. Yi Fan stared intently, his breathing becoming disordered. He is not a foot fetishist, and now he wants to kiss it. With such beautiful feet, no wonder she looks so good in black stockings. "What are you doing?" Mu Xinci shrank back, obviously embarrassed. After all, she was not used to having her feet stared at by a man. "Well, you're not listening anymore, are you?" Yi Fan raised his eyebrows and pretended to be slightly annoyed. Mu Xinci pulled her little head back obediently and said nothing. "You and I exchanged body sensations, and you didn't even notice that your shoes were worn out," Yi Fan said with a hint of blame. Men don't take this little pain seriously, especially Yi Fan, who is used to being wild. It's just that he couldn't bear to see such a flaw on Mu Xinci's beautiful feet. Beautiful women's feet need to be taken good care of, right? Yi Fan personally disinfected Mu Xinci's wound, put a band-aid on it, and then put her feet into the slippers he bought. His careful movements caught Mu Xinci's attention. Mu Xinci felt her heart beating faster, and her breathing became a little difficult. If it were any other boy, he would probably just say it casually and let it go. But it was completely beyond her expectation that he could be so meticulous with her. "Wear less high heels in the future. You also said that you should consider the other person, so don't torture me with such shoes, okay?" Yi Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at Mu Xinci. Originally, Mu Xinci was secretly happy, but after hearing what Yi Fan said, all her feelings were shattered. It turns out that he was just thinking about himself. No wonder he is careful. "No, I'm going to wear high heels when I go back." Mu Xinci argued with Yi Fan. "It's up to you, but if you dare to wear it, I'll watch your video tonight." Yi Fan responded with a smile. "You?" She blushed with anger. "No matter how you face him, you are no match for him." Seeing that she was at her wit's end, Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh. She is so childish and cute. He loves it so much. Ding. Detected applying medicine and changing shoes for the school beauty. Refreshing intimacy. Gaining 300 points. Host, please keep up the good work. Yi Fan checked the reward given by the system. With points in hand, he has the world at his disposal. Woohoo. Take off. After Hong Yi returned home from recuperation, he heard from his good friend Ku Pu Yi Fan about his past at school, and he was filled with hatred. Yi Fan really stole all the limelight. If it weren't for Yi Fan, would he have been shunned by the beauty queen of the department and beaten up by the school bully? But Yi Fan is really arrogant. He is ranked last in the school, but he doesn't even try to cram for the exams and study hard with the rest of the class. Is he letting himself fall? His friend asked Hong Yi curiously. Hong Yi snorted. Who cares? It's his business if he fails the test. My grades won't be bad anyway. I'm definitely going to get the third-class scholarship this time. His grades weren't the best, but they were in the top 20 in the class, so he had no problem passing. Wouldn't this beat Yifan's performance? Duh. Chapter 40. Hongyi looked at Yifan, who was sitting in his seat playing games, looking very proud. Maybe God was really helping him. Hongyi was even more surprised to find that Yifan was sitting next to him in the examination room. Wow, isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? What a coincidence. What a reversal of fortune. The school beauty is pursuing you again. Can she give you the answers to the exam? Hongyi rested his hand on his cheek and looked at Yifan smugly. Do you still have to rely on me? Yifan also didn't expect Hongyi to sit next to him. What a bummer. Yifan replied disdainfully. Do you want to copy the answers for me? If you beg me, I'll copy it for you. Hongyi snorted. If I'm happy, I'll be merciful and pity you and let you look at the multiple-choice questions. Otherwise, you'll be prepared to fail the test. Really? Yifan looked at Hongyi coldly. I remember your grades weren't very good either. You never got straight A's. One time, you scored 10 points higher than me in math, and I had to ask your teacher to intercede for you to give you a B overall. And now you're talking nonsense in front of me? If you didn't know me, you'd think you were a super student. This is Hongyi's dark history. I didn't expect Yifan to remember it so clearly. Hongyi's face flushed with anger. That was an exception. I wasn't feeling well that day. I never get a scholarship. Then can you get the first-class scholarship this time? Yifan asked back. This? Hongyi was a little doubtful. If you can't get the first prize, then why are you pretending in front of me? Yifan disliked Hongyi. Even his cold eyes made Hongyi feel uncomfortable. Hongyi has been surpassed by Yifan too many times, and only in his grades can he find a little confidence. This time he naturally didn't want to be looked down upon by Yifan. You're talking like you can win first prize. Hongyi gritted his teeth. It would be hard for you to even get a third-class scholarship. Not necessarily. Hearing Yifan's confident tone, Hongyi was very disdainful. Do you dare to bet with me? What's the bet? If you can't get the scholarship, you have to bark like a dog 3 times, Hongyi said proudly, and give me 5,000 yuan. Okay. Yifan agreed very readily. He has a system, so why is he worried about not being able to get high scores and scholarships? That's settled then. Hongyi was secretly delighted. This kid really overestimates his own abilities. He doesn't even know how many points he can get in the exam. A poor student wants to get a scholarship? It's simply unbelievable. Then can I get a scholarship? Yifan asked. Buffed, Hongyi tried hard to suppress his laughter. Ha! You don't really think you can get it, do you? Just try it and you'll know. Are you scared? You don't even want to make a bet with me. Yifan raised his head and looked directly at Hongyi. Are you kidding me? I'd be scared. If you lose the bet, how about you just crawl around me in front of the whole class, bark like a dog 3 times, and then give me 10,000? Yifan raised his eyebrows. Okay, I'm sure to win. Hongyi didn't believe Yifan could win at all. The corners of Yifan's lips curled up involuntarily. This silly kid didn't even realize he had fallen into a trap. He has a learning system, so these college questions are nothing to him. Hee, not only did I get 10,000 yuan, but I could also watch Hongyi get humiliated. It felt so good. Hongyi, who knew nothing about all this, was now secretly happy. Now a huge benefit has fallen on his head. Everyone is envious of Yifan now. But knowing that Yifan has made a fool of himself and fallen from the altar, everyone will probably step on him. Especially if Yifan had to submit to him, it would definitely make him proud. He was really short of pocket money recently. Haha. And then an idiot came to his door and gave him a lot of money. After the test papers were handed out, Hongyi looked at them and felt that he had passed. The test questions are quite difficult. Even Hongyi found it difficult to comprehend, let alone Yifan. Even if Yifan racked his brains, he couldn't get a passing score, let alone win a first-class scholarship. It's a dream. Oh, it was too easy to win. If I had known that I should have exaggerated the stakes just now, haha, I could have gained a lot of benefits. When the time comes, I must take a video of Yifan being humble and put it at the top of the campus network. Hongyi was in a very happy mood. He happily began to answer the questions, but he kept covering the test paper with his hands, for fear that Yifan would see his answers. Don't peek. If you dare to cheat, I will report you immediately. Hongyi covered the test paper and glared at Yifan fiercely. I thought I would see Yifan looking furious. Unexpectedly, Yifan covered the test paper and replied, I should be the one saying this. No cheating allowed. After hearing what Yifan said, Hongyi found it absurd. It is possible that he would cheat. See Yifan's answer to the question. Is it possible? Are you dissatisfied with your good grades? Bah, I don't even think highly of your grades. Just wait to lose the bet. Hongyi replied unhappily. Yifan wanted to laugh when he heard this. Hong is really narrow-minded. Nowadays, the harsher you speak, the harder you will be slapped in the face. I lost the bet. Even if you cry and beg for mercy, I won't be soft-hearted. Yifan said lazily. Hong thought Yifan was just being stubborn. How could he lose? This is a sure win. It's obvious that Yifan's grades are so bad that he's bound to fail the course, but he still gets a scholarship? It's like a dream. Yifan ignored Hong and lowered his head to do his homework. These questions in the past were quite difficult for Yifan, but now that he has a system, he can tell how to answer them at a glance. He wrote with divine power and solved every problem with ease. Soon, while others were busy making rough calculations, Yifan finished answering all the questions calmly. "Teacher, can I hand in my paper now?" A clear voice rang out, shocking everyone. "You must be kidding. But have you solved all 4 pages of math problems?" It took less than 20 minutes. At first glance, the person speaking was Yifan. "Oh, excuse me. This is a seated player who gave up on himself." Seeing Yifan about to hand in his paper, Hong became even more smug. "Hey, are you admitting defeat already?" Yifan raised an eyebrow. "Who said I gave up? I clearly answered all the questions." Hong glanced at Yifan's answer sheet. I was about to mock him, but I found that Yifan really had it all written all over it. Even the big question at the end was written in, instead of being left blank. These are just random guesses. With Yifan's intelligence, could he possibly solve these problems? Absolutely impossible. When Hong was surprised, the invigilator looked at Yifan helplessly and said, "Student, take another look at the questions. You may be able to guess some of them." He has seen many students like this. When they see that the questions are difficult, they give up soon and do not take the exam seriously at all, which leads to failure. The invigilator's words immediately made some people laugh out loud. Among them is Hong. Ha ha ha. Even the teacher can see that Yifan is a poor student. Why should he be panicking? It was obvious that Yifan would lose. P.S. Please urge me to update more. Thank you. If you urge me to update more, I will update more. If there are many gifts, I will also update more. Chapter 41. Yifan said to the invigilator, "Didn't they say you can hand in your paper once you've answered all the questions correctly?" "Well, I've already done them, so there's no need to guess anymore." The invigilator came down with a very grim look on his face. He doesn't like people who disrupt the order in the examination room. Hong looked at the serious face of the invigilator and smiled secretly. Hee. You know, this invigilator is notoriously difficult to deal with. Now the invigilator must be furious with Yifan. However, when Hong was full of anticipation, he found that the invigilator took one look at Yifan's test paper and his expression changed from solemnity to surprise. The invigilator originally thought it was a blank paper, but he found that it was actually a paper full of answers. The invigilator had no hope at first, but then he accidentally saw a big question. Boom. Boy, that's right. Moreover, there are 3 ways to solve a problem. It seems like a challenge to the IQ of the teacher who made the test paper, questioning how he dared to make such a test paper. Let's look at other questions. Nothing surprising, all correct. The invigilator looked at Yifan in surprise. This is not a poor student. He is definitely a top student. Okay, then you can go out. Keep up the good work, the invigilator said proudly to Yifan. This left Hong stunned. He must have seen it right. Is there pride on the invigilator's face? Shouldn't they be criticizing Yifan? And they're letting Yifan out? What kind of situation is this? This made Hong completely depressed. Before leaving, Yifan gave him a meaningful look and said, "Don't forget the bet." Hong clenched his pencil tightly and impulsively replied, "I think you're doomed." Yifan ignored Hong's words. For him, getting a high score is a sure thing. Yifan left quickly. Everyone was still unable to recover from their shock, but thinking that time was limited and they had not yet finished the test paper in their hands, they quickly started to look at the questions and answer them. Xiaowu, Fat Tiger, and Lei Gu came out of the examination room. They habitually went to Yifan's examination room to wait for Yifan. There is no doubt that Yifan will be the last one to come out. That was how it was in the past. Yifan was the one who struggled the most and was also the first to sacrifice. After all, Yifan could only answer a handful of questions. After graduation, he returned everything he had learned to his teacher. This was Yifan's spirit of repaying a debt of gratitude. Although several roommates had forgotten almost everything, at least they remembered more than Yifan. "Hey, what are you standing there for?" When several roommates were waiting for people to come out at the entrance of the examination room, they heard a call. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw a tall, familiar figure lying on a chair in front of the flower bed, playing with his cell phone, looking leisurely and relaxed. "Oldie, when did you come out?" Xiaowu was shocked. Brother Lei walked up quickly and said, "What a miracle! How did you get out earlier than us?" Yifan stood up and smiled faintly. I was the first one out. I handed in my paper after about 20 minutes of taking the test. Everyone, this is not a joke. You're not giving up on everything, are you? Even though the math is difficult this time, there are still a few easy questions. Why did you hand in your paper so early? It would have been nice to find a chance to copy it. Silly. Do you really want to fail the course? Don't you know that the midterm exam results are related to the total score? Everyone started scolding Yifan. Yifan shrugged and smiled disapprovingly. Okay, don't worry, I answered all the questions. This test paper is too easy. Xiaowu curled his lips and said, You're just bragging. I'm good at math, but I still have trouble solving the problems, let alone you. Brother Lei, we should accept the facts as soon as possible. It's okay if we fail the exam. After all, math, physics, and chemistry are our lifelong enemies. Not only will you become cannon fodder, but I will also become your defeated opponent. Yifan said carelessly. This time is different from the past. I will definitely impress you. This time I will definitely get a high score and win a first-class scholarship. Confidence is a good thing, but arrogance is not. I admit that you are good in all aspects, but the scholarship depends on your grades. Xiaowu sighed. Xiaowu, don't say that. After all, Lao Yi is good at sports. Maybe we can give him extra points because he is a student with special talents. Brother Lei added. Yifan looked at his roommates questioning him, but he was not angry. After all, his grades had improved by several dozen points, so it wasn't surprising. But receiving a first-class scholarship was indeed an outrageous thing. But it feels so good. He has a system and can do anything. Hey, I got first place from the last place. Okay, we'll know the result when the time comes. Come on, I'll treat you. Yifan enthusiastically put his arm around their shoulders and replied with a smile. Okay, old Yi treats me. I want a chicken leg. Xiao was very excited. I want to eat the most expensive pickled fish stew in the cafeteria. Fat Tiger said excitedly. Ha ha ha, I will definitely not be stingy when buying them. Brother Lei said with a smile. Yifan hummed. Don't worry, the money is guaranteed to be enough. It's really different being a demolition household now. After all, old Yi is rich now. If I don't study well, I will have to go back and inherit several houses. Xiao Wu sighed. Who said it wasn't? Not only will he inherit several houses, but he can also marry a beautiful, rich, and pretty schoolgirl. Isn't that infuriating? Brother Lei clenched his fists, very excited. Not only can he inherit several houses and marry a beautiful, rich, and pretty schoolgirl, he is also so handsome that many people pursue him. Oh my God, it's really frustrating to compare myself with others. How can I have such an outstanding friend? Fat Tiger shook his head. For them, Yifan really has no shortcomings. Yifan didn't know why, but he suddenly grew a lot taller. He was originally 1.78 meters tall, but now he is 1.83 meters tall. The altitude is much higher, and there is a small treasury. His family's house was demolished, and he became the second generation of demolition. Except for his poor academic performance, Yifan is really good in every way. In this case, it is natural that the school beauty falls in love with him. Who made Yifan perfect? Yifan looked at his roommates holding him up and burst into laughter. Stop it. After arriving at the cafeteria, Yifan asked his roommate to order whatever he wanted. When he put his meal card in, the cafeteria ant took the card out again. What's wrong? Yifan asked curiously. Is it demagnetized? But it looks fine. No. Is there something wrong with the meal card machine? The cafeteria ant was surprised. She actually saw countless zeros on it. This was the most shocking number she had ever seen. That's right. Yifan replied. I just charged that much. The roommate next to me looked over. Xiao Wu counted and was instantly surprised. Tens, hundreds, millions, and tens of thousands. Wow, this is a recharge of 50,000. Fat Tiger stared with wide eyes in shock. He wiped his eyes several times to make sure he saw it correctly. That's 50,000. Why did you top up so much? Xiao Wu asked Yifan in astonishment. Duh. Chapter 42. Yifan said as a matter of course. After all, I still have 2 years to graduate. I'm lazy, so I just want to save money. As soon as these words were spoken, they attracted so much hatred. As a student, if you have 2,000 yuan in living expenses per month, you are considered a wealthy person. As a result, Yifan had so much money that he recharged a full 50,000 yuan for food expenses. This will definitely drive the cafeteria out of business. That's awesome, big brother. Xiao Wu was so shocked that his jaw almost dislocated. I want to post it on my moments to show off. How much money did you get from the demolition? Brother Lei picked up his phone to take a photo. Fat Tiger got excited. I want to hug your thigh. Yifan said calmly. It's not much. The demolition will only bring in tens of millions. Just tens of millions? How can you have the nerve to say such a thing? Brother Lei wanted to swear. Originally, Yi Fan was even poorer than them and had to rely on them for support. As a result, he became a landlord thanks to the demolition. Who wouldn't be envious and jealous? Isn't this just my luck? Yi Fan felt that being able to bind to the system was even more awesome than winning the lottery. After his roommates showered him with compliments, Yi Fan waved his hands and said, "Come on, order some food. I'm hungry." This time, the roommates showed no mercy and ordered several meat dishes. After finding a quiet corner to sit down, Xiaowu and the others prepared to eat. Unexpectedly, Xiaowu pouted after taking just one bite. His facial features wrinkled. "What the hell? This braised pork has too much soy sauce. Such a small portion costs 8 yuan. What a ripoff." Lei Gu complained. The cafeteria aunt's hands are still shaking. The portion of the boiled river shrimp I ordered was too small. They were all small shrimps. How could they be enough to fill my stomach? This sweet and sour pork ribs is all flour, no meat at all. The food in the cafeteria is getting worse and worse. I don't know how the chef got the job. All he does is rip off students. Damn, there are even bugs in these vegetables. Is this supposed to be protein? Everyone felt like they had stepped on a landmine. The cooking skills are getting worse and worse. Although it is not to the point of being inedible, it is very unappetizing. When they were feeling depressed, they noticed that Yi Fan was eating delicious food. I put the pork belly into my mouth, and it didn't seem salty at all. It looked like he had a good appetite, which stunned Brother Lei and the others. Is your sense of taste damaged? This meat is so salty, don't eat it. Xiaowu quickly handed Yi Fan some water, fearing that Yi Fan would choke to death. Good. Yi Fan and Xin Ci exchanged tastes. Now Xin Ci is eating delicious Crucian carp and tofu soup. The fish was incredibly delicious, and even after being pan-fried, it melted in your mouth. The soup was definitely a dashi broth, and Yi Fan could imagine the milky white broth, mixed with green onions to dilute the fishy smell. As for the salty taste that Xiaowu complained about, he couldn't taste it at all. Yi Fan knew that his roommate was kind, so he cooperated by drinking some water. However, the delicious taste of the fish soup still lingered, making Yi Fan smack his lips to savor it. But he didn't know that Xin Ci was suffering terribly right now. At that moment, Xin Ci called. "What's going on? What are you eating? It's so salty." Xin Ci complained, her voice filled with a hint of accusation and grievance. Even through the phone, Yi Fan's mind was filled with her soft and beautiful face. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Eating in the cafeteria is just not to my taste. Wait for me. I'll be there soon. Xin Ci said anxiously. Then the phone was hung up. The school bell. Xiaowu asked in surprise. Yes. Yi Fan smiled crookedly. She seems to be coming over. Roommates. After a while, they saw Xin Ci appearing angrily. But it's not coming towards Yi Fan. Instead, he rushed to the cafeteria window. The beautiful Xin Ci's appearance brightened up the entire cafeteria. All the male classmates' eyes were fixed on the curvy Xin Ci, and they even forgot to eat. Unexpectedly, Xin Ci slammed her hand on the table and replied rudely. Call out your cafeteria manager. Why is the chef's level so poor? Are you just trying to fool the students? If you can't find a chef, I can help the school hire one. Everyone was stunned. I didn't expect Xin Ci to help everyone speak out their true feelings. Wow, so touched. Xin Ci is not only beautiful, but also kind. Yi Fan's food is so salty. There are even little bugs in the dishes. This is substandard hygiene and needs to be rectified. Xin Ci's words made everyone suddenly realize. We've all heard of people getting angry for their beloved, but I've never seen one get angry for their beloved. The school beauty is standing up for Yi Fan. Yi Fan is so lucky. How could the school beauty like him so much? If the cafeteria is really renovated because of this, then Yi Fan will be the real hero. For a moment, many envious eyes were focused on Yi Fan. Even Xiaowu and the others gave a thumbs up and began to praise Yi Fan. Your personality is so strong that the school beauty is willing to go through fire and water for you. Yi Fan touched his nose embarrassedly, but then he said proudly, No. But he was in a very happy mood. It is indeed very beautiful. The cafeteria aunt was completely frightened and immediately notified the person in charge. When the person in charge saw Xin Ci, he apologized without saying a word. He was also willing to help Yi Fan reduce all meal expenses, improve the canteen standards, and hire a chef, which would definitely make Xin Ci satisfied. Xin Ci's deterrence was effective. That night, not only were the prices at the cafeteria hugely discounted, but the food was also several times more delicious than usual. The ingredients are all the freshest, and the taste is the best, no less than the food you eat in a restaurant. It is of good quality and low price, very affordable. Celebrate together. Yi Fan also became famous in one battle and became a god in the hearts of the students of Huaqing University. When Yi Fan passed by, he received countless looks of admiration and gratitude. Do you know him? He's a legend among us students. It was thanks to him that the school beauty criticized the cafeteria, which led to the cafeteria's reform. Now we have delicious and affordable meals. That's right. Before, I couldn't eat and only wanted to eat takeout. After all, the cafeteria was expensive and the food wasn't tasty. But after Yi Fan had a terrible meal in the cafeteria, the school beauty stood up for him. I'm not jealous of him at all now. On the contrary, I love him to death. Now the cafeteria aunt's hands don't shake anymore. There's enough food. And she even asks me with a smile if my child has enough. He's the real hero behind all of this. This must be recorded in history. Those voices of worship reached Hongyi's ears. Hongyi complained to his friend, "What's so great about this?" It's just that the school beauty complained about the cafeteria for him, making him look so great. As a result, his best friend glared at Hongyi and said, "I almost want to hit you. And you still say he's not great? He just liberated us and freed us from the awful food in the cafeteria." Hongyi was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that his good friend would turn against him now. But complaining about the cafeteria was the school beauty's behavior. What does it have to do with Yi Fan? It wasn't him who complained. Hongyi gritted his teeth and responded unwillingly. "Can you get the school beauty to file a complaint for you?" Chapter 43. It really put Hongyi in a difficult position. He also thought about it, but the problem was that the school beauty didn't agree. "If you dare to say anything bad about Yi Fan again, I will beat you up," the friend said angrily and left without giving Hongyi a good look. Hongyi was furious. Why did everyone start to side with Yi Fan? Obviously, Yi Fan is not a great person. However, the higher Yi Fan is praised, the harder he falls. After all, tomorrow is the day when the results will be announced. Soon, the second day that Hongyi had been looking forward to arrived. The school website has released all the grades, and you can check them by entering your student ID. After Yi Fan, Xiaowu, Fat Tiger, and Lei Gu entered the classroom, they saw some were happy while others were sad. I failed English again. Damn it. I probably won't get any credit for my math final. I only got 30 points. It's all because the teacher made the test too difficult. How can anyone get a high score on such difficult math problems? Who said it wasn't true? Is it really that difficult for me to get a scholarship? Hongyi said complacently. It's not that hard to get a scholarship. It's a sure thing. Class monitor, how many points did you get? Everyone was very curious. Hongyi handed the phone over directly. It's just SOSO. I didn't perform well. You're in Versailles, right? You did just average on the test? You passed everything. You even got a perfect score in English. That's awesome. Your math is 20 or 30 points higher than mine. A class monitor is a class monitor. Your studies never worry the teacher. I really want to trade grades with you. You did so well on the test. I think you'll be in the top 5 in the class this time. I really envy the class monitor for getting a scholarship. For a poor student like me, getting a scholarship is a luxury. Hongyi touched his nose, his face showing an unconcealable pride. Not bad. If I hadn't run out of time to answer the last question, I would have probably scored even higher. Yi Fan sneered coldly. Hongyi really can't get rid of his habit of bragging. Not only Yi Fan, but even Xiao Wu and others dislike Hongyi. TSK. Your test scores are just average. No need to show off like that. That's right. What's there to be proud of? There are many people in the grade who scored higher than him. He acts like he's the best in the grade. Hongyi happened to hear Xiao Wu and the others complaining, and his face turned very ugly. Okay, you are awesome. Is there anyone with a higher score than me? When Hongyi saw Yi Fan appear, he raised his eyebrows smugly. You haven't forgotten our bet, have you? What's the bet? A classmate asked Hongyi curiously. Hongyi said proudly. He made a bet with me before, saying he could win a first-class scholarship. If he lost, he would have to bark at me 3 times and give me 5,000 yuan. When these words were spoken, Xiaowu and the others were shocked. What? Did you really make a bet with him? Xiaowu was very embarrassed. Fat Tiger said to Yi Fan dejectedly. The requirements for a first-class scholarship are very strict. You need to have excellent grades, at least in the top 10 in the grade. Why did you make such a bet with him? Even Brother Lei was very melancholy. He certainly didn't want his good friend to make a fool of himself in public. If you really lose the bet, it will be a shame and an indelible black history. Giving money is a small matter. What's important is barking like a dog in front of so many people. It hurts your self-esteem. Seeing the worried looks on his friends' faces, Yi Fan consoled them. It's okay. I may not lose yet. TSK. You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Hongyi snorted in disdain. Others began to help Yi Fan persuade Hongyi. It was just a joke. Don't take it seriously. It's just that this exam is a bit difficult. Forget it. Don't take it seriously. Let's be merciful when we can. Everyone talks nonsense. Why are you being so petty? Hong Yi said firmly. No, I'm serious. He said those harsh words, but he lost and refused to admit it. That's a problem with his character. If he refuses to admit the bet, doesn't that mean he doesn't take me, the squad leader, seriously? Hong Yi was really angry. He was about to win, so everyone told him not to pick a fight with Yi Fan. What ability does Yi Fan have that can make everyone speak in his favor? The others looked at each other, feeling a little embarrassed. They were on Yi Fan's side, but the squad leader clearly didn't dare give up. Regardless, if he denied the bet, it would be Yi Fan cheating. But they also didn't want to see Yi Fan being punished. After all, this request was really too much. I haven't lost yet. Yi Fan replied coldly. Haha, how many points did you get in this test? Hong Yi asked Yi Fan proudly. Hasn't checked yet. Yi Fan's words were simple and clear. Hong Yi said pompously. You don't dare to check. I'll help you check. Without thinking, he rushed to the computer in the classroom. Now that the multimedia screen has come down, Hong Yi immediately enters Yi Fan's student ID number. Hong Yi's face was full of excitement. Yi Fan is dead now. Lose face in front of everyone, and Yi Fan will be embarrassed. Ha ha ha, Yi Fan is about to die? If he were Yi Fan, he would probably be so ashamed that he would find a hole to crawl into. Hong Yi became very excited when he thought of this. The girls below didn't dare to look. I feel it is very cruel. They don't want to see their idol actually lose the bet and be humiliated by the class monitor. The boys also sighed, fearing the worst outcome. Bang! After pressing the enter key, the results began to appear on the computer interface. Call. Another person gasped. Is this score obtained by a human? Oh my god. It's amazing. The girls who didn't watch it were all nervous. It's over. My idol really failed the exam. They were ready to speak up for their idol. Class leader, let's just forget about this. How can it count? He lost. Hong Yi, you should accept the loss, right? A clear voice sounded. This was not Hong Yi's complacent voice, but it comes from Yi Fan's magnetic voice. What on earth is going on? The girls were completely confused. How could the monitor lose? They immediately looked at the big screen. But I found that the interface's performance was ridiculously high. The full score is 120 points. Ideological and political course, 120 points. English, 120 points. Mathematics, 120 points. Huxia, 120 points. Comprehensive finance, 120 points. Comprehensive economic ability, 120 points. Everyone was dumbfounded. This is a perfect score sheet. Everyone except Yi Fan was shocked. Even Hong Yi couldn't help but press the F5 key. Refresh, refresh, and refresh again. However, it still scored 120 points in a row. His throat felt hot. Is there something wrong with his eyes? How come almost all of them got full marks? And Yi Fan scored full marks. That's outrageous. Everyone couldn't contain their excitement. How did you do in the exam? Yi Fan, you are so awesome. This isn't just a nerd, this is a genius. How did he improve so quickly? What's his experience? Even Xiaowu and the others were so surprised that they could swallow an egg in their mouths. Have you been staying up late to practice questions these days? Good boy, you've secretly become involuntarily. No wonder you were so inattentive when you were with us during the day. It turns out you were prepared. I suddenly feel so stupid and naive. It turns out my buddy is actually a top student. Duh. Chapter 44. Yi Fan felt embarrassed by his brother's praise. He touched his hair and smiled. Hey, I have really put in some effort recently. Of course, the effort is spent on the system. After all, he spent points to draw this skill, so it can be considered as his hard work. This result was completely within Yi Fan's expectations. The Shuaba system is really awesome and very impressive. Full marks in all subjects. Looking at it this way, it seems a bit too much. Ha ha ha, he should have done one less big question. This result is incredible. But seeing Hong Yi's stunned expression was really refreshing. I remember that if you lose the bet, you have to crawl around me in front of me, bark like a dog 3 times, and then give me 10,000. Yi Fan looked at Hong Yi with great interest. Hong Yi's body felt numb from the electric shock. He never thought that he would lose the bet. He made the bet just to embarrass Yi Fan. I never thought that I would embarrass myself. Not to mention how embarrassing it was to crawl around and bark like a dog 3 times, just for the 10,000 yuan. Hong Yi felt so painful. In addition to asking his parents for money, Hong Yi usually works part-time to pay for his studies. In addition, he has to pay a small loan every month, so he is unable to make ends meet. Now that he's struggling financially, he's being told to give Yi Fan 10,000. This is crazy. How could Yi Fan possibly get such a high score? With such a score, he would definitely be in the top 10 in the grade. No, he would definitely be #1 in the grade. This will definitely win you a first-class scholarship. When Hong Yi was stunned, a girl started to shout with glee. Look, Yifan has won now. You have to accept the loss. Yes, squad leader, you don't want to cheat, do you? How could that be? The squad leader has always been a man of his word. He just said that anyone who doesn't honor the bet has a problem with their character. If the squad leader is playing dirty, how can he be worthy of being our squad leader? Who can't hear the sarcasm in it? Are these the same people who were just arguing about forgetting it? How come their attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees? Hong Yi gritted his teeth. He was now completely unable to save face and had no way out. He slammed his head on the table in complete dissatisfaction and said, "There must be something wrong with the school system. How could Yifan get such a bad score? There must be a loophole. That's why the results are wrong." Yifan looked at Hong Yi's dying struggle and smiled disdainfully. Someone started to offer advice. Are you kidding me? Just call the counselor and ask. Hong Yi felt that this was a new hope. This is definitely a mistake. Yifan was ranked last. How could he possibly get such excellent results? Hong Yi grasped the last straw and said excitedly, "Yes, why didn't I think of it?" He immediately called the counselor and deliberately pressed the speakerphone button in front of everyone so that everyone could hear the conversation. Hong Yi originally thought that Yifan would be terrified, but Yifan leaned against the wall calmly, showing no fear at all. TSK, still pretending. He appears calm on the surface, but is actually very scared. Then he can have a good laugh at Yifan. Hello. Hong Yi was ecstatic. He finally got through to his counselor. Teacher, I'm the class monitor. I noticed that there seems to be something wrong with Yifan's grades. He got almost full marks in all subjects. Is there a web page vulnerability? Hong Yi asked. There was indeed a mistake. The counselor nodded and admitted it. The students below sighed. No way. Is there really a mistake in the grade? No wonder my grade is so low. That's right. The top student in the school used to be Mu, and she didn't even get such a high score. Although I think Yifan is pretty good, it's still incredible that he could get such an incredible score in such a short time. Who said it wasn't? This time it was quite difficult. What a shame. If Yifan really did so well in the exam, he would have broken our school's high score record. Yifan frowned. This was beyond his expectation. Is it really a mistake in the page score? No way. Hong Yi was excited. Really? I knew it must be a mistake. Hong Yi looked at Yifan triumphantly. Look, let Yifan be proud. In fact, Yifan is still the last one. Yifan wants to get high scores, but that's just a dream. It's even more impossible to win the bet against him. He will humiliate Yifan soon and will post the video online and provoke Yifan every time he sees him. Haha, Yifan had no way of raising his head in front of him. Thinking about being able to hold his head high soon, Hong Yi felt extremely happy. However, Xiaowu and his friends were worried. Originally, Yifan scored high and received a scholarship, and everyone was very happy. After all, Yifan has brought honor to their dormitory. But who would have thought that this was a misunderstanding? I guess Yifan will feel very uncomfortable. Xiaowu patted Yifan's shoulder to comfort him. Fat Tiger gritted his teeth and said, "Whatever Hong Yi wants to do, I'll kill him." Brother Lei nodded. "I will protect you. He can't touch you." Yifan was touched when he saw several of his roommates standing next to him. The grades are wrong. Yifan's math score should be 120. He's the only one who got full marks in all subjects. The counselor started to get excited. He's a genius. As soon as these words were spoken, the smile on Hong Yi's face suddenly froze. He even suspected that he had heard it wrongly. Yifan got full marks? Teacher, you are kidding. Hong Yi still couldn't believe it. I'm definitely not joking. How can you joke about your grades? There was a small problem with the fifth fill-in-the-blank question this time. The math teacher wrote the wrong answer and just discovered it. He has already informed us, so this point must be added. The counselor answered seriously. Hong Yi, he was about to faint from anger. Not only did Yifan not fail the exam, he also got full marks in all subjects. Damn, I shouldn't have called to ask. This is simply asking for humiliation. There were exclamations of praise from all around. Oh my God, full marks in all subjects. This is something I couldn't even imagine. I've always thought Yifan was very smart, but he just didn't study hard enough. When he started studying, he would outsmart all the students in the school. No wonder I didn't see him reading much. It turns out he's a genius. No matter how hard we ordinary people try, we can never reach his level. The school beauty has such a good eye. Who can compare to Yifan? Some people used to be jealous of Yifan, but it turns out Yifan is the coolest. It sounded so noisy and harsh to Hong Yi's ears. Yifan could see that Hong Yi's face was getting visibly uglier. He was overjoyed. Humph, Hong Yi is a little trash. Now you are convinced. You lose. Yifan raised his eyebrows and held out his hand. Alipay or WeChat? No, you must have cheated. Hong Yi was dissatisfied and said to the instructor excitedly, "Did the test paper leak? Otherwise, how could Yi Fan's grades improve so quickly?" Chapter 45. The instructor said seriously, "The test questions were all made in secret and have never been leaked to anyone. At first we thought Yi Fan had memorized the answers. We also looked at the test paper, but we found that he had written at least 3 solutions for each major question on his math test paper. Even the math teacher had not expected this." This moment made everyone exclaim. The math teacher wrote the wrong answer, but Fan got it right? If we round it up, wouldn't Yi Fan be even more powerful? Help! I can't even come up with a single solution, but he can come up with several. Brother Yi, what the hell? You're still saying you leaked the test? If you know the answer, then go ahead and do it. It turns out that Yi Fan is a treasure boy. He can do things that others can't. I used to think Yi Fan was ungrateful for not accepting the school beauty, but now I think it was a wise move. I suddenly feel that the school beauty is not worthy of him. Those who had previously criticized Yi Fan in many ways are now full of admiration for him. Yi Fan is really amazing. He accomplished the absolutely impossible. He is handsome, tall, financially well off, and a top student. Absolutely perfect. Now all the girls admire Yi Fan and flock to him. Yi Fan, you are amazing. You can even solve such difficult questions. I have some problems. Can you teach us? Get out of the way. Don't block me, Yi Fan. Let's go to the bookstore to buy books after school, okay? Brother Yi, can you come to my house to help me with my homework? I failed the test this time, and I need some comfort. The pretty girls acted coquettishly and vied with each other to show off in front of Yi Fan, just wanting him to look at them more. Hong Yi was furious after seeing this. How did Yi Fan's performance improve so dramatically? And he went from last to first place. Isn't this a slap in his face? Hong Yi felt extremely embarrassed. When he subconsciously tried to leave, Xiao Wu suddenly blocked his way and said smugly, "What's wrong? Don't you admit defeat?" Hong Yi was extremely embarrassed. He could feel the eyes coming from all directions. Even Yi Fan mocked, "Want to escape?" Hong Yi's blood rushed up, and he was so embarrassed that he dug a hole in the gorgeous castle with his toes. "No, I just need to go to the bathroom." Yi Fan raised his eyebrows. "Then you should fulfill the bet first." Hong Yi now wanted to slap himself. Why did you make such a straightforward bet with Yi Fan before? Now you are digging a hole for yourself. There are so many eyes watching around. You can't cheat either. But if he wanted to fulfill the bet, he would be humiliated to death. Some people couldn't stand it anymore and started to make a fuss. Squad leader, don't be too lazy. Yeah, you were so aggressive just now, but now that you've lost, you want to hide? Now Hong Yi is completely forced into a desperate situation. There is absolutely no way to escape. Hong Yi took a deep breath and could only bend down. Who knew that Yi Fan would tiptoe and hook his collar, forcing Hong Yi to stand up? Forget it, I don't have such a bad taste. Just apologize to me. Yi Fan looked at Hong Yi with disdain. He was not interested in making a big deal out of it, as it would only bring him trouble and make him be labeled a bully, which would not be good. Hong Yi was shocked. He never expected that Yi Fan didn't let him crawl on the ground, but instead let him bark like a dog. But Yi Fan's cold eyes made Hong Yi very annoyed. It was as if Yi Fan was giving him alms. "I'm sorry, Yi Fan. I was wrong before." In order to avoid punishment, Hong Yi could only apologize in humiliation. There were voices of praise for Yi Fan all around. Yi Fan is so magnanimous. The squad leader is so petty. Why don't you just confront him? As expected of my idol, he's truly outstanding. Hearing the praise from others, Hong Yi felt furious. Yi Fan was hypocritical, and his kindness to him was all an act. When Hong Yi was feeling frustrated, Yi Fan said, "Alipay or WeChat?" "What? We agreed that if I win, you'll give me 10,000. Yi Fan paused. "I can't let this go." Hong Yi's face looked very ugly. 10,000 is really not a small amount for him. Everyone was urging him, and Hong Yi had no choice but to scan Yi Fan's payment code and transfer the money. 10,000 yuan has arrived in Alipay. After hearing the voice announcement, Yi Fan was secretly happy. Hey, not only did I do well in the exam, but I could also get 10,000 yuan. It was a sure win no matter how you looked at it. After getting the money, Yi Fan and his roommate said, "Let's go buy something delicious." Ha. Let's go and have a good meal. The roommates were naturally very excited. Seeing Yi Fan leave happily, Hong Yi gritted his teeth in anger. Not only did his classmates dislike him, but he also had to pay him 10,000 yuan in compensation. Damn it, it would take him ages to earn this 10,000 yuan by working part-time. Even worse news came for Hong Yi. Just because he corrected the answer to that math problem, Hong Yi lost 1 point and failed the math test. So Hong Yi had no chance of getting the scholarship. This also made Hong Yi a laughingstock among others. Hey, the class monitor swore he'd get a scholarship this time, but he lost it this time. Who said it wasn't? It was him who was so arrogant before. He deserved it. I think Yifan really enjoyed confronting him. He always looked down on people, and now he's finally getting his comeuppance. Hearing that his male classmates, who were inferior to him in every way, were laughing at him, He was furious. This matter absolutely cannot be let go like this. Doesn't Yifan want to get the first-class scholarship? Then he will make sure that Yifan doesn't get the scholarship, and also ruin your reputation. In the afternoon, in a classroom, Xin Ci, have you checked your grades? Xiaoya asked Xin Ci. Xin Ci was reading a book and replied calmly, not yet. You haven't checked yet. That's right. With your ability, you will definitely be the top student in the grade again. Xiaoya nodded. For more than 2 years, Xin Ci has always been ranked first in every exam. Everyone has become accustomed to it and accepted the fact. Xin Ci smiled subconsciously. She is very confident in herself. She can basically answer all the questions on the test paper. No doubt he would be number 1 in the grade. At this moment, several girls in the front row exclaimed, "What a high score. This test was so difficult, and he managed to get full marks." After hearing this, Xiaoya said proudly, "Of course, Xin Ci's grades have always been good. Isn't this normal?" "No, I didn't get full marks. I checked and found some wrong questions." Xin Ci held Xiaoya's hand and said, "Huh." Xiaoya was stunned. She didn't think Xin Ci would say that at all. Then who got a perfect score? Even Xin Ci's face was very pale. Who could possibly get better grades than her? This had never happened before. The girl in the front row shyly replied, "Of course it's Yifan." Yifan. Xin Ci, who had been calm at first, blurted out. This sounds ridiculous no matter how you listen to it. Xiaoya also found this a little unbelievable. No way. Is there something wrong? Hasn't he always been the last in the grade? Duh. Chapter 46. The school's official Weibo has published the list now. There's no mistake. What's the matter? Things change over time. So why shouldn't people work hard to improve themselves? The girl was obviously protecting her own shortcomings and looked a little unhappy. Some girls also said admiringly, "He absolutely meets my standards for a partner. He is tall, handsome, and has good grades. How can there be such a perfect person?" Xin Ci immediately went to the school's official Weibo account to check it out. I was stunned when I saw it. Full marks in all subjects. Even Xiaoya was so shocked that her mouth opened wide after seeing it. Is this a super academic genius? He got full marks in all subjects. His IQ must be so high. Xiaoya felt embarrassed instantly. So he was just pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. His grades are so good. He really is a hidden talent. I used to criticize him, but now I realize I was too superficial. Xiaoya gave Xin Ci a thumbs up. Before, I didn't understand why you were so attracted to Yifan. Now I think you have a really good eye. After so many years, who can get full marks in all subjects? It must be him. He really has potential. Xin Ci was also surprised. You know, Xiaoya is a very picky person. Basically, there are no men who can get Xiaoya to praise. Unless you are really excellent. Now that Xiaoya praised her, her face turned red. She clearly wasn't pursuing Yifan. It was just an accident, and because of the exchange of physical sensations, she was misunderstood. But now she was not angry at all. Still feeling secretly happy? Is she crazy? After Yifan and his brothers had some fun, they drove to Yan's garden. He hasn't seen the villa in Yan's garden yet. After all, there is a Silby supercar parked in the garage. I'm tired of driving Koenigsegg sports cars, so it's nice to change up and drive a silver supercar. Yifan soon arrived at the gate of villa number 215 in Yan's garden. Upon arriving, Yifan was stunned. It's even more luxurious than the Mu family's house. The land area is estimated to be more than 3,000 square meters. For a place like this, it would probably take forever to clean it without hiring 4 or 5 aunties. The room is so big that you can get lost in it, and it has its own elevator. It's much more luxurious than Yifan imagined. There are dedicated restaurants, tea rooms, gyms, music rooms, yoga rooms, and esports rooms. Whatever Yifan can imagine, it can be found here. Yifan was very excited. He went around in circles here, and it was so big that he got dizzy. The first house I own is this big. I really didn't expect that. Yifan thought of his silver sports car and immediately ran to the garage. He saw the Silby sports car in the garage, which was very stylish and luxurious, with a strong sense of design. Even better looking than Koenigsegg's cars. After driving a lap, Yifan felt that he was enjoying the thrill of racing. So comfortable. The system is so cool, giving me such a good car. After enjoying the comfort in the car, Yifan prepared to leave and realized that this house was too big, and it was a pity that there was no one to help manage it. If you want to find a housekeeper and maids, you need time to carefully select them. For now, let the property management help keep the house. So Yi Fan went to the property management office and found the person in charge. Hello, this is the key to room 215 of Yan's garden. Oh, you're the housekeeper, right? The person in charge looked Yi Fan up and down and said in a very aggressive tone, leave the key here and you can leave. If it's a housekeeper, the one they found is too young. But she looks so young, the owner must be a woman. Nowadays, rich women like to find fair-skinned and tender housekeepers to avoid being seen by others and thus avoid their husband's suspicion. When the butler thought of this, he smiled contemptuously. No, Yi Fan replied. I'm the head of the household. This sentence startled the casual person in charge so much that he almost fell off his chair. What? The person in charge was in disbelief. You should know that the owner of number 215 bought the house in full. But the person in front of me is obviously a handsome little boy. Even if you are a rich second generation, it is impossible for you to buy a place where every inch of land is worth a lot of money in one go. Most of the time, it is your father who buys it. The other party said he was the head of the household. This is really surprising. Your name is Yi Fan? The person in charge compared the name of the homeowner and was still a little skeptical. Yes. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Do you need my ID? Yi Fan naturally knew that the person in charge had just looked down on him. It's not the person in charge's fault. After all, if a college student just buys a big villa, everyone will question it. No need. Don't worry. I will definitely help you take good care of the house. The person in charge smiled excitedly at Yi Fan. Our property management is guaranteed, and we will definitely not let you down. The other party must be either rich or noble. He has a great background and must not be offended. Otherwise, you will be complained about and your job will be in jeopardy. That's good. Yi Fan nodded. He handed over the key. The person in charge took the key in both hands, holding it with great care, and nodded to Yi Fan. Would you like some fruit and snacks? I'll go buy them right away. No need. I have something to do. Yi Fan refused. He had no interest in dealing with such a snob. Okay, take care. The person in charge eagerly saw Yi Fan out. After seeing Yi Fan get into Zibel's sports car, his eyes widened. Although he didn't know what the license plate of the sports car was, judging from the style, it was definitely very expensive. It's not something you can just buy casually. He almost offended a big shot. He really regretted it. He should have invited the other person to have a good meal. While the person in charge was feeling remorseful, Yi Fan had already driven away. But he had no idea that this handover of keys would lay hidden dangers for his future. Yi Fan was driving and was very excited. This sports car drives really fast. After enjoying the thrill of drifting, Yi Fan happily drove back to the Mu family. As soon as he entered the door, he found Xin Ci walking down the curved staircase. Xin Ci suddenly asked, I heard you got first place in your grade? She pouted her red lips, looking fierce and aggressive, which made her skin look even more attractive and fair. Her long legs, clad in black stockings, standing on the stairs, gave her the aura of a queen. Yi Fan's heart trembled when he saw Xin Ci's posture. Cool. It looks like he is coming to call for punishment. Yes, the person who got first place in the exam before was Xin Ci. I accidentally performed too well and took away Xin Ci's first place. According to Xin Ci's personality, she would definitely be furious. Ahem, that's right. Yi Fan held his head high and chest out, not at all timid. With the system, why should he be afraid of Xin Ci? Xin Ci rushed to Yi Fan. Yi Fan thought Xin Ci would start cursing. Who knew Xin Ci would praise excitedly? Well done. How did you manage to get full marks on all the subjects? I got the last math problem wrong, but you were able to give me 3 solutions. Yi Fan, I never expected it to turn out like this. P.S. If you think this is okay, could you give it a 5 and give me a small gift? Thanks. I've been staying up late to write seriously lately. Chapter 47. Xin Ci's eyes were sparkling and full of admiration. Who doesn't like the admiration of girls, especially such a super campus beauty? This was the first time Yi Fan was admired by Xin Ci. Yi Fan scratched his head and said, It's okay. I don't read much. So you are gifted? Xin Ci gasped. She had no doubts. After all, she and Yi Fan exchanged physical sensations. She knew exactly what he did. Yi Fan did not deny it either. Isn't having a system a gift? Then you are a genius. How amazing. I actually exchanged sensations with a genius. Xin Ci subconsciously looked at her hands, very surprised. I didn't expect you to hide it so deeply. Before, Xin Ci thought that exchanging body sensations with others was a very bad thing. But now, she thinks Yi Fan is really excellent. It was her own fault that she had poor vision and had never seen the shining points in Yi Fan. She admires talented people the most. Yi Fan was not wrong. If she was wrong, it must be her fault. Yi Fan was very excited by the praise. This can be regarded as the recognition from Xin Ci. It is really worth it. When Yi Fan was feeling elated, His Adam's apple was gently touched. Yifan shrank sensitively. Your allergy here hasn't healed yet. Come on, I'll apply medicine for you. Xin Ci was obviously much more enthusiastic. Yifan was flattered. You know, it was difficult to get Xin Ci to apply medicine on you before. But now Yifan was pushed directly onto the bed by Xin Ci. When he saw the pure, beautiful and sexy Xin Ci in front of him, he swallowed his saliva. Suddenly, he felt that girls were more enthusiastic and boys were too dangerous. It was clearly just applying medicine, but when Yifan caught a glimpse of her beautiful facial features, he began to feel embarrassed. Hee, this is simply a blessing from heaven. I was a little fierce and reckless before, a timid voice said, but I didn't mean any harm. Yifan raised his eyes. Are all girls so fickle? This attitude has turned 180 degrees. In the future, can I practice with you? Xin Ci said shyly. I didn't do as well as you this time, but that doesn't mean I can't beat you next time. She was obviously still a little discouraged. Yifan woke up. Good job. It turns out that Xin Ci wasn't interested in him. She just wanted to get a high score. Sure enough, he doesn't understand the world of academic masters. Okay, no problem. The school beauty was asking him for help, and he couldn't bear to refuse. The main reason is that the school belle is so cute. Who doesn't want to be the teacher of the school belle? Ding, intimate behavior between the host and Xin Ci is detected, rewarding you with 500 points. The system was finally online and points were awarded, which naturally made Yifan very happy. Yifan immediately entered the system panel and started the lottery. Congratulations to the host. You have drawn the talent identification skill, which allows you to clearly identify artists and talents that can bring benefits to the company. Congratulations to the host for drawing the ability to know people and assign them to the right positions. Good at recognizing people's character and talents, making proper use of them, and clearly dividing the work so that there is no wasted effort. These two skills are very useful for Yifan. He is now the largest shareholder of JUM Media. Tomorrow is the company's welcome party. It was also his first time entering the company and meeting the employees. In order to keep JUM Media on the right track, both of these skills are indispensable. Signing an artist who can make money is a sure win. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. A brand new Siebel supercar stopped at the entrance of the office building. It immediately attracted the attention of a large group of office workers. You should know that there are not many rich people in this office building. Usually the most luxurious cars are Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Now that such a cool Siebel supercar has appeared, it has caused a sensation. The girls were a little excited. This car looks expensive. It must be very comfortable to sit in the passenger seat. Hurry up and take a picture and post it on social media. I've never seen a luxury car like this before. This is my first time seeing one in person. The boys also sighed. Others can drive luxury cars easily, but these working people can only ride shared bicycles. Some boys poured cold water on the excited girls. The ones who can afford such luxury cars are all old men with big bellies. Do you want to marry such an old man? When the girls heard this, they were discouraged. They really want to ride in a car like this. But if you think about it, the only people who can afford such a car are bald, greasy uncles. There aren't so many tall, rich and handsome men in reality, so don't dream about it. While the girls were feeling down, the boys were gloating. Actually, it's pretty good to ride in my Emma electric car. I don't have to look for a parking space and can go wherever I want. Compared to the old man, these boys are naturally more pleasing to the eye. The boy felt that he had won back a point. After a moment, I heard the girl exclaim, "So handsome." This made the boys even more proud. Really? I think so too. I'm Daniel Wu from the Magic City. When the boy was scratching his head, he heard the girl's complaints. Stop being narcissistic. Am I talking about you? Boy, is there anyone more handsome than him? Seeing a girl being infatuated with him, the boy was a little annoyed. What's so cool about that? As a result, when he followed the girl's gaze, he exclaimed, "Oh my God, he's so handsome. F***K, I'm falling in love with him." I saw a tall and handsome boy getting off the sports car. He has a tall figure, starry eyes, and thin lips. He looks majestic in the sunlight. Wearing a white shirt, he is so handsome that it is deadly. This kind of handsomeness is something that boys subconsciously envy and hate. But the next moment, the boys' faces were also hit, and it hurt. Who said he belongs to an old man? He is simply Prince Charming. The girls exclaimed in admiration. Boys, when I saw him, I had to admit defeat. I really lost in terms of looks. It's so infuriating. The other party is so handsome that I can't argue with it. What's even more outrageous is that the other party actually drives such a top-of-the-line luxury car. This is going to make people feel inferior to death. Under the envious gazes of the girls and the yearning gazes of the boys, Yi Fan walked into the office building. This is the first day he will meet with JUM Media. In the office building, shareholder Chi and the female employees met on the first floor. The female employees shouted respectfully, "Hello, Director Chi." Shareholder Chi nodded proudly, then walked past the female employees to enter the private elevator. At this moment, shareholder Chi heard the surprised voices of the female employees. "Is this the new guy? He's so handsome. Yeah, he's coming this way. My heart is beating so fast." In addition to surprise, there was also a bit of happiness and joy in the girl's heart. Shareholder Chi's brows furrowed slightly. Is there anyone new here? Could it be the new shareholder named Yi? Chapter 48. Shareholder Chi disliked the other party very much. Especially Xue Kaiwan had a good impression of the new shareholder, which made shareholder Chi even more dissatisfied. You should know that he was originally the first shareholder in the company. As a result, after that guy came, he directly snatched away his position as the first shareholder and became a godlike existence in the company. How could shareholder Chi possibly be convinced? Today, Xue Kaiwan specially held a welcome party for the new shareholders, and the entire company attached great importance to it. Even when he came, there was no ceremony, so why should a new brat get such treatment? Shareholder Chi glanced outside. He instantly dropped his hostility. Haha, he's just a pretty boy. At first glance, he's just a newcomer, relying on his good looks to fool young girls. How can you be rich like this? Even if shareholder Chi was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe it. You have to know that those rich second generations who are handsome are all picking up girls and spending their money on their girlfriends. They would never come to invest in a company casually. People like this are more like gigolos who want to find a rich woman. Shareholder Chi scoffed and didn't take such people seriously at all. However, he never expected that the other party would directly press the button and enter his elevator. Shareholder Chi's eyes widened. Even the female employees outside gasped. Oh no, how come this handsome guy is in the same elevator with shareholder Chi? You have to know that shareholder Chi has a bad temper, is troublesome, and holds grudges very well. Besides, this elevator is only used by the upper floors of the office building. Ordinary employees and even new interns are not allowed to take it. Shareholder Chi particularly hates people crossing the line. Previously, a junior employee was tripped by him when he was riding in the elevator with him. Several female employees didn't want such a handsome guy at all, and after getting into trouble with shareholder Chi, they immediately started hinting at Yi Fan. Handsome guy, you're in the wrong elevator. This is the employee elevator. You must be new here and unfamiliar with the situation. Let us take you away. This is a special elevator for senior executives. Seeing the boy was unmoved, shareholder Chi urged him impatiently. What are you standing there for? Get down quickly. He was now prepared for the other party to apologize profusely in less than 2 minutes. Chi Guguo likes this kind of pretty boy's apology the most. It makes him feel superior. So what if you are handsome and can attract girls? In the end, they still have to bow down to you. As shareholder Chi waited and watched, he discovered that the other party had no intention of leaving. Instead, he said meaningfully, the high-rise elevator? Then I was right to take it. The female staff outside were immediately dumbfounded. Even shareholder Chi had a question mark on his face. Is this pretty boy stupid? Who are you to think you're a high-ranking executive? Are you worthy of riding in the elevator with me? Shareholder Chi scolded. Did you come here this morning without taking drugs? Which department are you from? I'm going to file a complaint against you. Originally, shareholder Chi thought that if he made a complaint, the other party would definitely beg for mercy in a hurry. The female employees outside are now afraid for Yi Fan. Shareholder Chi is really furious. Look, he's going to make things difficult for others now. Who knew that shareholder Chi's words made Yi Fan shrug? Which department are you from? I'll fire you. Shareholder Chi. Are all the young people nowadays so crazy? While shareholder Chi was furious, Yi Fan had already coldly pressed the elevator door close button and pressed the 5th floor. Shareholder Chi became even angrier. This pretty boy didn't even take him seriously. That's too much. Hey, what's your name? I was kidding, wasn't I? You're going to be fired. Ding dong. The elevator opened. Yi Fan simply ignored him. Chi Dong was so angry that he chased after Yi Fan and grabbed his shoulder. Hey, I'm asking you a question. What he can't stand the most is being ignored by others. Who would have thought that the other party would quickly give shareholder Chi a shoulder throw? Bang! Shareholder Chi fell heavily to the ground, his tailbone aching in pain and his body tensed up. If you mess with me, you'll suffer. Yi Fan responded coldly. Chi Donggu held his back in pain. Then I heard footsteps, followed by a surprised voice. Shareholder Yi. It's Xue Kaiwan's voice. Shareholder Chi was surprised to see Xue Kaiwan's surprised look. Not only Xue Kaiwan, but also the company's employees. His embarrassing appearance was seen by the goddess he liked and his subordinates. Or can he put his face as a boss? He clearly saw his subordinates laughing secretly. It completely killed the Qigong society. But what made shareholder Qi most upset was Shui Kaiwen's words. Yi shareholder? Could it be that? Shareholder Qi's gaze suddenly fixed on Yi Fan, who was looking down on everyone. He had an indifferent expression, cold eyes, sharp edge, strong aura, and a tall and majestic figure. In an instant, I made myself look as bad as others. You are the new shareholder? Shareholder Qi was so shocked that he stuttered. No wonder this guy dares to take the high-rise elevator. He even dared to commit treason. It turned out that the other party was the new shareholder. Yi Fan said to Shui Kaiwen with a cold look in his eyes, "Discipline your subordinates well." Shui Kaiwen cast a look of disgust. "What did you do?" Shareholder Qi felt as if hot water had been poured on his face, and he quickly stood up. "I didn't do anything. He was the one who started it. If I remember correctly, you were the first to speak rudely and then attack me, so it was all self-defense." Yi Fan raised his eyebrows. The other staff members who were watching sighed inwardly after seeing Yi Fan's actions. "So cool. You have to know that shareholder Qi, relying on his small fortune, not only acts arrogantly in the company, but also often mistreats his subordinates who run errands for him. Everyone is suffering. Now that the new shareholder has arrived, he has taught shareholder Qi a lesson right away. It's really gratifying. Not only that, this new shareholder is not only rich, but also super handsome." When the female employee came upstairs, she was so shocked that her eyes widened when she found out that Yi Fan was the new shareholder. I immediately started discussing it excitedly with other female colleagues. "So you're shareholder Yi. You're younger than we thought. So handsome. It really raised the appearance of our company. How cool. If he continues to work at our company, I'll definitely not ask for leave. Just looking at his face, I'll keep working hard even without a raise." Even the male staff admire Yi Fan. Everyone saw clearly the shoulder throw that Yi Fan gave to shareholder Qi just now. Not only good-looking, but also extraordinary. God really favors him. Who doesn't want to be as cool as Yi Fan? I dream of beating up shareholder Qi. Even Shui Kaiwen didn't stand with the shareholders at all. Instead, she complained, "Change your temper and apologize to shareholder Yi quickly." Shareholder Qi almost became autistic after hearing this. "Are you kidding me? He hit me and wants me to apologize." Chapter 49. Shareholder Qi has invested in the company for a long time after all. As a veteran of the company, how can he not be as good as a newcomer? I only stand on the side of reason, not the person. If you don't apologize, don't come to the company today," Shui Kaiwen said coldly. It's not like she hasn't come into contact with Yi Fan before. The reason why Yi Fan took action must be that shareholder Qi did something. Shareholder Qi's character is indeed willful and capricious, but she tolerates him again and again because he is willing to invest and has connections. When shareholder Qi saw that Shui Kaiwen was unhappy, he panicked. He has liked Shui Kaiwen for a long time. If it weren't for her, he would never have invested in this company. No matter how you look at it, you can tell there is no future in it, let alone making money. He did all this to influence Shui Kaiwen. It would be a great loss if Shui Kaiwen avoided me because of this. No. Okay, I'll just apologize, okay? Shareholder Qi was unwilling, but because of Shui Kaiwen's face, he could only say to Yi Fan in frustration, "I'm sorry." Even though he apologized, he ended up acting like an idiot. Yi Fan had seen too many people like him in college and was too lazy to argue with him, let alone waste his breath. "Shareholder Yi, come this way." Shui Kaiwen smiled elegantly and invited Yi Fan to enter the company gate. She glanced at her secretary and staff again. After a while, people fired cannons and scattered streamers to celebrate. The welcome party venue was completely decorated, very carefully and grandly. The employees stood in 2 rows and bowed respectfully to Yi Fan. "Welcome, shareholder Yi." Someone even offered to serve him. "Shareholder Yi, would you like coffee, black tea, orange juice, or pu'er tea? Here are the newly bought fruits, cakes, macarons, and snacks. Shareholder Yi, if you want to eat them, feel free to take them." Shareholder Qi is looking forward to it. How come he has never been treated like this before? It's so unfair. "I want black tea," shareholder Qi blurted out. Shui Kaiwen replied coldly, "I'm not asking you." His eyes were clearly on Yi Fan. Yi Fan could see the jealous look in Qi's eyes. He secretly curled his lips and said, "I want black tea." "Okay, do you want it iced or hot?" Shui Kaiwen was still quite concerned. "Let's have something cold." Yi Fan thought that since the weather was hot, he would rather eat something cold. Xin Ci's soft and beautiful face flashed in his mind. She prefers to drink something cold. If I drink something hot, in this weather, she would probably complain in frustration or even make a fuss like a little wild cat. It's so cute just thinking about it. Yi Fan's eyes were full of doting. Although he couldn't see Xin Ci now, he could still feel her sitting on the sofa and turning the pages of a book. What a good baby. Ever since I scored higher than her in the exam, I have been working harder than before. While Yi Fan was enjoying himself, Shui Kaiwen's sweet voice rang out. Okay, then I'll personally make you a cup of lemon black tea with my own special recipe. Shareholder Chi didn't think much of it at first, but when he heard that Shui Kaiwen was going to make it herself, he was dumbfounded. I asked you to make it before, but you refused. Now you make it for him. How can it be the same? He's a VIP. Shui Kaiwen felt that shareholder Chi was making a big deal out of nothing, and secretly warned him, don't do anything to offend shareholder Yi, or I won't be polite. Yi Fan is the company's benefactor and saved the company from dire straits. She was so grateful that if shareholder Chi repeatedly picked on Yi Fan, she would not be polite to him. Shareholder Chi gritted his teeth. He wants it, but you don't give it to him? Yi Fan wanted it, but Shui Kaiwen was eager to do it. This disparity in treatment is really too much. Originally, shareholder Chi thought that Shui Kaiwen only used ordinary black tea, but when he went to the tea room, he found that Shui Kaiwen actually used Dahongpo. You actually used Dahongpao? This costs hundreds of dollars per pound. I wanted to drink it before, but you wouldn't let me. Now you're giving it to that kid? Isn't this a waste of natural resources? Shui Kaiwen looked at shareholder Chi unhappily and said, I think it's worth the money. Besides, I bought the tea, so whoever I brew it for can drink it. Shareholder Chi clenched his fists. He could feel the mockery of fate. Originally, Shui Kaiwen's attitude towards herself was not so bad. Ever since this kid came, something has gone wrong. Shareholder Chi couldn't stay here any longer, so he went outside to get some fresh air. Who knew it would be even more stimulating? A group of people were surrounding Yi Fan, trying to please him. Among them are several beautiful female employees of the company, all of whom are smiling sweetly now. Shareholder Yi, you're so handsome. I heard you're a college student. Which university? Have you ever learned martial arts? I see you're quite skilled. If you were in the company, we wouldn't need bodyguards. It would be so safe. You have to know that before, when shareholder Chi saw those female employees giving him fake smiles, they all gave him fake smiles. How could he smile so happily in front of Yi Fan? Shareholder Chi's eyes were filled with resentment. His mind raced, and he subconsciously walked towards Yi Fan. College students these days are very busy. How could they have so much free time? You didn't go to a fake university or a technical college, did you? If that's the case, I'm really worried about the company's future development. Shareholder Chi boasted secretly. Unlike me, I graduated from a prestigious university like North Shore and have extraordinary vision and strong leadership skills. Oh, so your leadership has led to the company's near bankruptcy. Yi Fan raised his eyebrows and retorted. Shareholder Chi was very embarrassed. The other female colleagues were all laughing at the joke. Which school did you attend? Asked shareholder Chi angrily. Bayan is good. It's a 211, but I went to a 985 university. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. It was Huaqing University. Yi Fan was admitted with extra points as a gifted student. Although it ranks last, the university is a top institution. When shareholder Chi heard this, he trembled. Huaqing University was the school that Chi Gugong had always wanted to apply to. But he was just a few points away from being accepted, so he gave up and didn't want to repeat the year, so he went to North Shore University. But the university he dreamed of was attended by Yi Fan? The female employees were all shocked when they heard what Yi Fan said. Huaqing University is amazing. You actually attended a prestigious college. Amazing. A true academic master. Everyone's admiration for Yi Fan increased even more. All shareholders regretted it very much. Now he has shot himself in the foot. Yi Fan actually got enough attention. Others naturally became more enthusiastic about Yi Fan. Shareholder Yi, if you want to take a break, you can come to your private office. President Shui has already arranged it for you. Come over here and take a look. It's the most spacious and well-lit place. After hearing this, Yi Fan was naturally happy to have an office. As a student, this was the first time he was treated like this. Okay, let's go check it out. Under everyone's guidance, Yi Fan saw his own exclusive office. The result was beyond his expectation. Chapter 50. It is not an ordinary employee workstation, but a spacious room that has been obviously decorated. The decorations inside are all carefully selected and have everything you need. The leather seats were also very luxurious, and Yi Fan sat on them immediately. Although he couldn't feel the softness of the seat, he could feel the comfort of Xin Ci sitting on the sofa. It's so hardcore. Yi Fan looked out the window comfortably. You can see the tall buildings and the busy traffic outside. It was magnificent, exactly like the scene he had seen on TV. If he zoomed in a little further, he could see the sea. Very nice. It feels cool and comfortable here in summer, and warm like spring and winter. No wonder so many people want to be a boss. It turns out the experience is so good. Give this one to him? You must be kidding. Shareholder Chi gritted his teeth, very angry. He had set his eyes on this office before, but Shui Kaiwen said she had her own plans, so it had to be left idle. Who would have thought that it is now prepared for Yi Fan? This made shareholder Chi very jealous. He subconsciously rushed out to argue with Shui Kaiwen. What's going on? Why should he be given an office? He's just a student. How can he use such a nice office? Besides, he's only studying and can only come for a few days. Isn't this a waste? Qi Gong roared at Shui Kaiwen angrily. Shui Kaiwen's eyes were filled with displeasure. She put her hands on her hips and looked at shareholder Qi. Giving it to him, how can it be considered a waste? Don't forget that he is the largest shareholder and has a high say in the company. I am the president, and I make the decision. If you are not satisfied, you can leave. It can be seen that Shui Kaiwen is really unhappy. Shareholder Qi was furious, but he backed down when he heard the word leave. Although his real intention was not to work in the company, he did earn some dividends from the company. When the company ran into problems, he wanted to withdraw his investment. As a result, the investment crisis was resolved and the company has gradually started to take off. Seeing that he was about to make money, how could he possibly give up the opportunity to make money and leave? Isn't that a fool? Huan, I don't ask for better treatment, but fairer treatment. I am your friend. Shareholder Chi's tone softened a lot. There's no such thing as fairness in the workplace. If you want a studio, I'll find someone to set it up for you without hesitation. Your studio is the best one besides Mr. Yes. You're just too greedy. Shui Kaiwen looked at shareholder Chi helplessly. If you really treat me as a friend, don't make things difficult for me. Shui Kaiwen brought out the prepared lemon black tea. Shareholder Chi secretly clenched his fists, feeling very unwilling. At this moment, Yi Fan was sitting on a chair, drinking the lemon black tea made by Shui Kaiwen herself. He couldn't taste it, but he felt very happy when he saw the jealous eyes of shareholder Chi, who was watching in the dark. So cool. Is there an artist interview tomorrow? Yi Fan scanned a form and asked Shui Kaiwen. Yes. After all, the company currently has only a handful of artists, so we want to sign some to act. Shui Kaiwen smiled faintly. Shareholder Yi, if you are interested, we can choose together tomorrow. After hearing this, shareholder Chi felt unhappy. He's just a college student. What can he be picky about? By then, all sorts of random artists will be signed. Facing shareholder Chi's clamor, Yi Fan snorted coldly. Is it because I'm too handsome that you judge me by my appearance? That must be my fault. But it must be your fault for looking down on me. Yi Fan's eyes are stern and his aura is powerful. Not only did it shock shareholder Chi, it also made Shui Kaiwen's heart beat faster. Shui Kaiwen admired Yi Fan very much and immediately started speaking for him. Among so many companies, shareholder Yi chose us. His vision is very good. I believe in his vision. After hearing what Shui Kaiwen said, shareholder Chi felt very aggrieved. It's so infuriating that our goddess always sides with Yi Fan. Okay, let's see what good stuff he can pick out. Shareholder Chi bit his back teeth unhappily. He will give Yi Fan a warning tomorrow. No matter what Yi Fan chooses, he will definitely go against Yi Fan. Yi Fan was very confident. He has a system, so naturally he has a good vision. After all, he has two trump cards in his hands: talent identification skills and ability to know people and assign them to the right positions. Now the company is also his. As an entertainment company, it is very important to have excellent and versatile artistic skills, which is bound to be related to future development potential. Seeing that it was getting late, Yi Fan was about to leave, and Shui Kaiwen personally sent him downstairs. He drove the Silby sports car back to the Mu family. I didn't expect that as soon as I reached the door, I would bump into a beautiful figure. Yi Fan, why did you come back just now? Xin Ci has a bun on her head and a pretty face. She is wearing a short-sleeved shirt and hot pants. She has a delicate figure, long and white legs, and her fairy hair is blinking. She looks fresh and beautiful. Facing her surprise, Yi Fan put his hands on the steering wheel and pursed his lips. What's wrong? Do you miss me? This silly girl's face immediately flushed red, and she shook her head fiercely at Yi Fan. No, I don't miss you. I'm just afraid that you'll go out somewhere else and tire me out. So you're worried about me? Yi Fan's smile remained unchanged. He is just a bad guy. I just love to tease her. I love to see her little face turn red, and the way she tries to refute me but can't defeat me. Not at all. Don't think too much and misinterpret my meaning. Xin Ci's delicate little face was completely red, and her fair and smooth ears were even more red. It looks more interesting in Yi Fan's eyes. Perhaps she was too shy or embarrassed. She immediately changed the subject and focused her attention on Yi Fan's sports car. Is this a Siebel sports car? Why did you change the car? Xin Ci was very surprised, and then her face turned pale. You're not renting, are you? Where do you get the money? If you're really short of money, tell me. Don't do anything illegal. Yifan's eyes were filled with laughter. Look, Xin Ci just said she wasn't worried about herself. Obviously, he is particularly worried about himself. So cute. Her little face is completely pink and tender, very cute. Especially when being looked at by those watery eyes. Yifan felt both physically and mentally moved. I did something illegal. What are you going to do? Yifan's lips curled up involuntarily. What can I do? Hoo-hoo. I don't want to feel like operating a sewing machine in prison. Xin Ci muttered, her face full of reluctance. Having said that, she was actually still very worried about Yifan. In fact, Yifan is not that bad. He is still a potential stock. It would be a pity if he went astray. Not only the sewing machine, you may also have to pick up soap. But it doesn't matter. You are the one feeling it. Yifan sighed and looked at her with a meaningful smile. Xin Ci was like a frightened little rabbit. Her originally soft face flushed red, and she immediately shook her head. Don't do that. What the hell did you do? Confess quickly, and I'll help you find a solution. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.